What up?
Hey, what up? Doesn't sound like Geo. Is Geo here? Just AFK?
No, I don't know. He might be sleeping still.
Yeah, it's like he's West Coast. It's
Yeah,
only 9:30 East Coast time.
yep.
I'm still tired as fuck, dude. I stayed up late.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I don't sleep much, dude. I've been trying to catch this crypto bottom, and I'm waiting for like that last final sell off to catch like a better entry price. Like right here, 23,000 and change for Bitcoin. I don't really feel safe. Like everyone, like 6 months ago, if you told people it was going to 20 grand, it'll never go below 40. It'll never go below 30. It'll never go below 20. Well, guess what? It did all of those.
Yeah.
And just in 2020, 2 years ago, it was down to 4,000. So I'm
This
not
is
saying,
definitely a better time to get in than a few months ago when it was at 50, 60 grand, obviously.
of course, it's always, yeah, of course, cheaper is better. I'm just saying, if you ape in here and you think that you're like catching the bottom and then it cuts your fucking legs out, it's gonna suck. Especially if you don't have
Yeah,
more money to buy to buy the dip. Like if it goes down another level, it really fucking sucks because you could have got twice as much or four
I
times
probably
as much.
spent like a grand or two recently on crypto.
Yeah, I mean, if you got money to keep spreading it out and it keeps getting hit, that's how you get more coins. Like no one can guess the bottom. This might be the bottom. Might start going up from here, but I mean, we're in the beginning stages of a recession, so I don't know. And sometimes these bear markets, the last one lasted like 2 years, so I know there's usually a big bounce. Like it
Oh, the
looks like,
last one lasted like 4 years or something, bro. That took a long fucking time, dude. When
well,
it hit 20
18.
grand and dropped.
Oh well, yeah. Well, it had an intermediate bounce. Like that was the end of 2017. Let's call it 2018. So it was like in December. So 2018, and then by 2019, it had a midway bounce, and then 2020 is when it just blew up. It hit the bottom at 4K, and then it just blew up with the Elon Musk shit. That's when we had our bull run, 2020 to 2021. Now we got this shit. It's chop. I mean, that's and the thing is, no one takes profit at the fucking top. Oh, Bitcoin's 20 grand. Take your fucking profit. Like on the first run, like right now, 60 grand. It went from 4 grand to 69 or whatever. Take some fucking profit. Like nobody ever thinks like that. And like, okay, maybe I'll buy it back at half the price. Like, let's say you bought in at 30. If you sold at, say you didn't sell at 69, say you sold at 55 and you buy it back at 30. Well, you're better off than you were. And that's why you shouldn't like go all in. Like, you know what? It's down to 30. Maybe I'll buy back half. Oh, fuck, it's down to 20. I'll buy back another. Same, like equal amount. Like, let's say you had 10,000 bucks. You sold your coins and you should never sell them all really. Like, say it went to 69 and it comes down to like 60. Maybe sell some. You know what? I'll sell half. Oh, fuck, it's dropping some more. Maybe I'll sell another half. And then it keeps dropping. Now you start buying back. Like, okay, I had one Bitcoin. Now I have two. It drops a little more. Okay, I'll buy a third one. Because what you couldn't do at the higher prices, you can't accumulate. But I don't even like Bitcoin per se. Like the coin itself, I like the altcoins are going to get you more. Bitcoin's already been accumulated by too many fucking whales. You'll never be able to get rich buying something that's already so massive. You know what I mean? Like the market cap is so big, it's hard to keep doubling a huge market cap.
Yeah, I go for the little coin.
Yeah, that's I mean Bitcoin's just it's just a gauge of the overall like bullishness or bearishness of the market.
Yeah.
Everything's pumping, Bitcoin's pumping. Well, I mean, you can't have the market pump if Bitcoin's going down the shitter. It's going to drag everything down. So
Yeah,
that
I try to go for like I like the little coins like pancake swap, anything from like 5 cents to $3,
Cake token.
$4, $5.
Look at the market cap. Like anything, you want to get coins like under $1 billion. So like the next bull run, everything was $3-5 billion. If you can get something for like 100 million, 200 million market cap, it's got a lot of room to do like a 20, 50, 100x. Like the
I'm
coins.
honestly, I'm only interested in the passive income aspect of it. So
What
like
do you mean?
I buy like
Cake
pancake
token?
swap or baby swap or something like that, and then it just takes money, and you can even stake what are they called, the coin, the USDC, USDT, shit like
I
that.
know I don't stake them because I want to keep them available. Tether, USDT, USDC. You could stake them.
BUSD, all those, yeah.
Yeah, you
But
can
I
stake.
like staking the other ones though, like pancake swap and shit, because you get money, every day or whatever. But you also, when it bubbles, instead of making, like, let's say you could get $1 a day off one of them, and it does like a 20x. Now you get $20 a day. That before it was like nothing, but $20 a day is definitely something.
How much is the cake token? What's the price on it?
I think it's like $3-4.
And that was what, 25, $30 at the peak?
Yeah.
So it's only 3, so it could easily 10x on the next. The thing is, it could have another leg down. Let's say it goes to $1.
Oh, definitely, no doubt, no
And
question.
then
Yeah, it can go down.
yeah, that's why you keep adding. Like, okay, it was 3 now, but if it dips and I can get for my $1,000, I can get a whole 1,000 instead of 300 for the same. That's why you average down. You keep averaging in. You don't want to blow your whole fucking
Price
stack.
averaging. What's it
Yeah,
called? Dollar cost
dollar cost,
averaging.
yeah,
Yeah.
DCA, and that's a good strategy because if you don't got time to watch it every fucking minute of the day,
Oh yeah,
I
I do
mean,
that all the time. When Bitcoin went up the first time, I had a few Bitcoin, and I sold some at 2,500. I sold some at 5. I sold some at 75. You know what I mean? All the way up
oh my
to where I
god, you
was
had
selling
that
them on the
early.
way back down.
You had them
What's
that
up?
fucking early. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know, man. You never fucking know. Like the first time when Bitcoin ripped in 2017. Okay, 2015. 2015, it was like that's when I started I heard about Bitcoin the first time when it was like $3. I heard about it. I used to use like the Yahoo browser and it would have the top 10 trending list. I would just use it as like a newspaper. It would give me like a, general, and I would read the comments and the articles. The comments were always good. You would find truth in the comment section. This is way back. I think like 2009 or 10. And is then I heard about it again, like Bitcoin. I'm like, oh, they're still fucking with this thing. When Trump was running for president, a Bitcoin was like $200, like 2015. And that's kind of when I fell into the flat Earth rabbit hole too, right around that same time. And I'm like, $200, fuck it. And I watched it run 2017, like after he's already president, 2016, 17, it did this crazy run. I'm like, holy shit, it's $1,000, it's 2,000, it's 5,000. What the fuck? And you were the one owning them. If you're selling them at those prices, you're like, holy shit. You're probably thinking the same thing. Holy shit, it's $5,000 cashing out. And nobody
I
knew it would
really,
go to.
I really bubbled. I really bubbled off of another coin. Like I had these Bit Beans. I think they're called Bean Cash now. But I had like millions of them.
Oh yeah, that's where you
And when
some money.
Bitcoin went up, so did these coins, dude. I had like, it got to a point where every million of those coins I was selling, I was getting like 3 Bitcoin
Wow.
for it. It was crazy. And I had like, at first I had like um 30 million or something. But as
I
soon as
did
that
too.
coin doubled, I sold a bunch. But eventually it did get to a point where I was selling a million for 3 Bitcoin. It was crazy.
That's not bad, man. Now, in hindsight, 3 Bitcoins, fuck. even back then when Bitcoin's $5,000, 3 Bitcoins it's a lot of fucking money. Especially if you got 30 million of them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I sold a lot of them at first. Like that coin doubled, so I was like, oh shit. So I sold like half of them. You know what I'm saying? I was like, let me get my money back.
You know what happened to
I actually,
Luna when Luna blew up? It just like it went from $110 down to fucking like less than a cent. I was buying it at I was waiting because I seen it go down to like 1 cent and then it bounced up to 3 cents. I'm like, oh dude, that's 3 times your money. Fuck. So I was waiting and waiting. I'm like, oh, it's doing another dip. It's doing another dip. I started buying in at 1/3 of a cent. It was like 1/3 of a cent, and I started dollar cost averaging, and it kept dropping. Like, what the fuck? How does it keep going lower? So I was only buying like 10, $20 at a time. And I didn't want to get too deep into it because I thought I'm probably going to lose all this money. You know what I mean? If I put $300, I'm probably going to lose it all if it doesn't bounce. Like I was thinking it's just going to go up. I wanted to have it go up 50% and start taking profit, but it kept dipping on me. Like, oh fuck. And anyway, I was there when it was crashing, like to the lowest price. And at one point, I was just doing like I couldn't figure it out. Like, how many coins do I want to buy? There were so many decimal places. It was like 9 digits, 9 decimal places from a zero. I'm like, what the fuck? How many do I? So I was just doing market orders for like $1 just to see where I'm at. And I was getting like 1 million coins for $1 of Luna. Like, holy shit. And I think I invested like 100, $150. And then it started going up again. I'm like, okay, it's going up. Like, what is this worth? Oh, dude, if I sell them now, they're worth $500. I only got like 120, $150 in it. Fuck, I did okay. Maybe I should, maybe I should dump this before it goes to zero. So I sold half, and then I started getting cold feet. I'm like, dude, I looked at Coin Market Cap. They had like 9 trillion coins now. 9 trillion. They kept adding more coins. I'm like, oh my god, this is never going to stop. It's going to be like Shiba. They're just going to add trillions and trillions of fucking new Luna coins. It's going to dissolve into nothing. Like, because they kept adding digits, dude. Like, I had to refresh my browser on the exchange because it only went to 5 digits. Like the decimal point and 5 digits over, it was at a decimal point and 9 digits. They went that far over because it was getting that fucking small. The number, it kept going half, half, half. Every time it adds another zero, you lose 99%. Every time there's another digit, you basically lost everything because it just goes down a whole nother level. And anyway, like I said, I had 31 million of those. Had I waited like 12 more hours, I think I would have made like 40 grand just for my little $150. It was like 400x or something crazy. Oh my
damn, bro. Yeah.
god, I
What's that
couldn't
price
hold
at
on
now for that?
12 more fucking hours, dude. I was like so fucking disgusted with myself. And then plus I was getting so many for a fucking 1 million coins for $1. If I would have dumped in another $100, $200, and then sold it the next day, oh my god, dude, I'd be fucking set.
Yeah.
That was the biggest, but it was a total shit coin, dude. It was getting wrecked. Man, the thing just went from
For 150
110 to
bucks.
yeah to a fraction of a penny. I'm like, dude, I got $500, a bird in the hand, right? I'm like, I'll take it. And that would be like if you sold your Bitcoin, you're like, yeah, dude, I bought it at $100 and I sold it at 500. Okay. And then you watch it go to 20 grand. Oh no, sold it at 500.
Oh, that's
I
why you never sell or buy all. You know what I'm saying? You never ape in and you never fucking sell out completely. Like I have every coin I've ever bought. And I have hundreds of coins because why? Why I either killed it on the coin and made a lot of money. So why would you sell it all? And then there's another hand where if I didn't do good on the coin, you know, I'm not taking a loss.
Sometimes you
I
got to
still
take a
got to go.
loss. Like
Nah,
if you
I
let's say,
don't.
yeah, well, listen, if you're holding Luna, let's say you bought in at it was 110, and say you bought in at 50, and it's getting fucking smoked, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna take a 50% loss. If you took a 50% loss on
I wouldn't
Luna,
even do that.
you bought it at 100 and it went to 50, and you're like, fuck it, I'll take a 50. you made out better than 99.9%. If you got out at 50 and it goes to a fraction of a penny, you've saved your fucking self,
Yeah,
dude.
that's true.
And a lot of people can't bite
See,
the bullet.
that's why I go in light on coins, never go in too heavy, and when I
Yeah, but if you're
uh
averaging down, let's say you were averaging down on Luna, right? Luna went to 110. You're like, oh, it's 80. This is fucking great. And then it's like 60, and then it's 50, and you keep averaging in, and pretty soon you're balls deep in a fucking sinking ship.
I don't really average in, I average out. You know what I'm saying? If something looks good, I get in.
Well,
It's
what are you
good.
doing now when the market's dropping? You're averaging in down. Like Bitcoin was at 40, 30, 20. It just keeps going down. Your
Yeah,
dollar.
I hear you. I might buy more if Pancake Swap or something were to go down. I'd probably buy more of it, but I mean, I generally don't do that. You know.
Why? That's how you get more coins. I mean, when you're buying in a bear market, you're trying to like average in over a long period of time, and that way you don't get wrecked in this downtrend. And when the market eventually goes up, you've accumulated a lot at lower prices. So like when I was buying Luna, $1 was getting me a million coins, whereas um, when people were buying it at $1, they were getting one coin, and they probably thought,
Yeah.
dude, it's $1. I'm aping in at $1. It was just 110. I'm fucking aping in with $1,000 or whatever, and you aped in even at what if you aped in at 10 cents or 1 cent? If you aped in at 1 cent, you got fucking wrecked. They went 9 digits over. If you aped
Yeah.
in at a half a cent, you got wrecked.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
It's like you never
What is
know.
it at now? What's it at now?
I think there's like four decimal places. It's like four. It's a decimal point
Oh, you
four
could have
zero.
killed it, bro. Every decimal place is a 10x.
I
You would have
know.
done
I
like
know.
400x or
I was.
30 or
Dude,
40x. I mean,
I would have made a 400x 12 hours after the bottom when I was buying. I was literally buying the bottom when I was
each digit
yeah
is 10x,
10x.
right? Yeah.
You know, and I had 100. I had 30. I had 31 million Luna coins. I haven't checked the price in a while because I just kind of gave up on it. I don't want to. I don't want to go that far down the food chain into a bankrupt, like into something that sketchy. It's already proven itself to be a pile of dog shit. Why there's so many better coins to put my, you know what I mean? Like there's so many better quality places that are beaten down. It's just
You got anything that gives like passive income?
no, not yet. What I'm trying to do is accumulate like a large bag of I want to diversify a bit. And sometimes when you catch one of these crashes, right? Like one of these flash crashes, you see when everyone's getting their shit liquidated on the exchange, you see ridiculously low prices. Like let's say a coin is the cheapest it ever got, like a Litecoin or something. You're watching it's like $40 or whatever. Sometimes during a liquidation, for a brief moment, it'll be like a wick. It'll be a wick on a 1 or 5 minute candle. It'll just wick down there for a minute or so. If you're lucky enough to have your limit orders, you might grab some for $10. Like, dude, I just grabbed some Litecoin for $10. You could hold it out
Yeah,
for because
those wicks get crazy.
well, that's that.
And
Yeah, right. So if you put in some lowball offers, when people get liquidated, there's not enough buyers, so it goes way down the food chain, way down the bid chain,
yeah,
and
yeah.
sometimes you could catch the bottom of those wicks and get a real bargain, and you could 10x it even in a bear market. You'll just 10x it. You're like, oh fuck, it went down from 10,
What,
from
which
60. I'm on
what state are
KuCoin.
you in?
I'm in
Oh yeah,
Michigan.
KuCoin. I use KuCoin too. All right, I can use that. I'm in New York, and New York's crazy with crypto. Like you wouldn't believe the problems I had. Not at first getting into crypto, but they started regulating, and like all of a sudden, exchanges were popping up saying you can't use it in the state you're in. I was like, what the fuck? But
Did you
yeah, I
get
got
a
2 points.
did you get a VPN so you can get around
No,
it?
I don't do all that. I got a few bucks in KuCoin though. Coinbase they let me use. So that's all you need, really.
KuCoin, they have a
I
huge
got
selection of coins. I like it because they have a lot of coins. The problem is it's kind of buggy. It's kind of glitchy. my fucking charts keep getting wiped out. I have to refresh, relog in periodically. I have to enter my trading password all the fucking time at in fucking inopportune times. Like exactly when I want to execute my order, it fucking it logged me out. Even though I was just using it 5 minutes before, it logged me out, and I got to re fucking log in with my trading. That's what I fucking hate. It's
The thing
happened
I
so
use,
many.
the best thing I found is I use MetaMask. It's a wallet, but it has
Uh
a
huh.
browser in it. It has a browser in it, so you just like I do all my shit on the Binance Smart Chain, and the trades are like 50 cents or 60 cents or something per transaction.
Yeah.
And
Mine
and
is a percentage. It's a percentage of the whatever. Say you buy $100, you might pay a 1/10 of 1% or 100th of you pay a percentage of what how much you buy.
yeah, well on the Binance chains they're dumb cheap, but yeah, that's what I use because it works
Sometimes
anywhere.
it's less than 50 cents. Like when I was buying Luna, right? I was buying Luna and I was using market orders, which are more expensive. And basically, Pancake Swap is just market orders. You pay whatever, you can't put limit
Yeah,
orders in.
yeah,
You have
you
to just
can't. Yeah,
that's like I could put low ball offers in, but I was like when Luna was crashing, there were so many people selling, I could just get the market orders filled without and I was going small because I didn't want to bid it up. I'm like, well, I'm not going to put in $100 and fucking wick it up and pay a higher fucking price than I need to. But I'm like, oh my god, dude, I'm getting so many coins for so cheap. I wish I would have stayed there and dumped another couple $100 when it was a million coins for $1. I fucking that would have been my greatest fucking hit. That's something you could like change your whole life. Like well, if you catch
oh
one of
yeah,
those
big time. My life got changed from crypto. Not for anything crazy, but it definitely helped a lot. Like a
yeah, I
lot,
haven't
lot.
gotten there yet, dude. That's why I'm hoping. I've been sitting here in front of my computer for the last year. Like I leave it on. I turned it off the other night. There was a thunderstorm. I didn't want it to get damaged, so I fucking did. And it fucked up all my settings, like all my indicators and everything. I like, oh no, my fucking indicators. I can't like without my
Uh,
indicators, I feel fucking you don't see nothing coming. I can tell. I mean, I never know if the indicators get because sometimes something's oversold. It's like, okay, it should be it's overdue for a bounce or it's overdue for a sell-off. And sometimes it'll fucking get you, dude. It's like, okay, it's way overdue, and it suckers you. It just throws a sucker punch, and people fucking someone dumps a lot, and you hit this big wick. Everyone gets liquidated because everyone's getting in, they're aping in, getting ready for a pump because they see it's oversold. And these market makers sucker you and they fucking liquidate all these longs. All these people going long, they're like, yeah, everyone sees it's oversold. And then you get that one last fucking flush, and that all these people get liquidated, and then you get the pump. Once they liquidate all those longs, then it'll pump. That's the best time to buy. And that's like what Luna was doing was just getting wrecked. Oh man, I really that was like my one chance. Like you were buying Bitcoin at the bottom when it was so fucking cheap. Um,
it was like I was getting in for Bitcoin when it was like $100, $200.
that was 2015, dude. 2015 it was under 200.
Yeah, so I was it. No, I was in it. I was in Bitcoin, and I think it was like yeah, probably like 2014, 2015. Yeah,
Yeah, it was up in that range. It varied. It went as low as 150 or 100 and some change, went up to like 3, 400, but it fluctuated like it always does. But I was surprised, man, because like you think 2015, 2016, Bitcoin was that cheap? Yeah, it fucking was.
uh,
And so, dude, Ethereum was like fucking less than $1 in 2015. It was like 80 cents. It was less than $1, and Ethereum went to $1,400 in 2017, 2018. That fucking thing went nuts. All of them did. If you had
yeah.
bought Litecoin, if you had bought fucking Dash, my friend had Dash. That thing was like a fucking
Oh my
penny.
god, I would love to have a Dash node right now.
Well,
Whoever got busy on Dash, and if you have a Dash node, you're making nice passive income.
if you get it, you could have bought it back in the day. It got Dash got up to $1,600. Now it's around 40 or $50 for Dash. It's in the trash. Dash
Yeah,
is trash.
yeah, but when I was getting into it, it was nothing. Even with the price it's at right now, you'd be killing it with some nice, like a Dash Node. It's like state. It's like
How many do you
proof of
need for a
stake.
code? Like 1,000?
But no, it's something crazy. Like I don't know. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. I think it might be 100,000. I don't know. They
Well,
usually do a shared node.
there's only 10 million Dash, so to get that many would be a lot. And unless it was pennies. If it was like pennies, you
It
could
was
get.
cheap. It was cheap back then. It was like it was like nothing. So
Oh, dude, you know what? If you could have killed it, I mean, Dash, it ran harder than Bitcoin because going. Well, I don't know about that. It went, yeah, it did. At least in that time period, it went from, like you said, pennies, and I think it got up to $1,600 when Bitcoin was doing its big pump. It got up to 1,600, and then it got fucked. It got down to like $30 from 16, and it never really recovered.
I don't
And
know.
this last cycle, it pumped up to like 400, but that was as high as it got, and now it's about $40, $50, somewhere around there. And that's the thing, like even at 40, $50, how many can you buy? You go buy 10 of them for $400 or $500. Do you want to
That's what
blow
I mean.
$500?
That's why I like those coins that are like 5 cents. Like there's this coin Baby Swap right now. I like. It's kind of like a pancake swap thing, but
Yeah.
they got like NFTs and shit. But like if they ever turn out to be, I bubbled off them crazy already once. I was buying them at a nickel. That shit went to like $1, $2. I had
Cardano
20,000. I
did
had
that. Cardano was
no
like
big.
3 or 4 cents. It
Oh,
got to
pardon.
$3. Remember Cardano, ADA? That
88,
fucking thing,
88.
ADA, Cardano.
Yeah.
It's a massive
Yeah.
fucking coin. That the thing was pennies, dude. Just like before the last bull run, like
No.
it was just pennies, 3 cents, and it got up to over $3, and the fucking people wouldn't sell. My friend had 80,000 of them. I'm like, dude, here's
Oh, dude,
I don't
I knew this guy that had 600 grand worth of Doge. I was like,
my
dude,
friend,
sell some, bro.
dude, that's my
He's like,
friend
no, I'm
Nikitas.
waiting for $1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Nikitas, dude. Are you talking about the same guy?
No, this guy had Dogecoin.
Yeah, Nikitas. He had Dogecoin. He had 1 million Dogecoins. He's a flat earther.
Is he?
It might be the same guy. He did
It
sell.
could
He
be.
did.
I know him as a different name.
What's his username?
I don't want to die like give him his personal info away. He's kind of like private.
Not his personal info, but just like his Discord name. Like I'm not using
He
my
doesn't want. Yeah, no, he doesn't want anyone to know. So I don't want to. I
whatever.
don't want to
My
like.
friend, my
Yeah.
friend, his username was Nikitas. He had 1 million Dogecoins, and he sold. He did sell. He did sell 800,000 when it was like I don't know what it was. It was pretty fucking high, but back when when Elon Musk did his thing, it went to like 70 cents or whatever. He
We might
sold
be talking
some.
about the same guy because my guy did sell like 5 grand worth. Yeah, I got busy off Doge. You know what I
No, he
used to
sold
do?
more than that, dude. He sold like 500,000, and then it came down. It came down to like 25 cents or something, and then it repumped like last year in May. I think it was last year. I'm like, dude, it's 55 cents. He still had 200,000. I'm like, you should sell half of that bag. It was 55 cents, and now it's around 5 cents. So I'm like, do you really want to hold that much? Do you really want to hold $100,000 of a shit coin, dude? Like, take another
Yeah, it's
half of
crazy.
that. Take another half of it. He's like, no, I think it's going to $1. I'm like, so what if it does, dude? You got a bird in the hand, right? Take it. Take half of that shit, dude. You like, in other words, if you had 100,000 today, would you go buy Dogecoin? Would you go buy 100,000 of Dogecoin at 55 cents? I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't fucking do that. So you should sell it.
Yeah.
At least half of it. At least half. And now he could have 10x. He could have, if he sold that, even that half, he would have had 55,000. Look, he could buy right now at 5 cents. Look how many he could buy if he wanted to.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even buy it right here. I wouldn't even buy fucking Doge right here. I think it'll
I
go
would buy
under a
some.
penny. Think so?
I would. I would buy some. I would buy a few $100 worth. Of, if he made that much money off it,
Oh,
I would
he made a
definitely buy some.
ton, dude. Yeah, I mean, okay, but if you made a ton like that, get back your 1 million coins. Go buy back your 1 million coins. It won't cost
That's
you
what I mean.
shit.
That's what I mean. I'd spend, if you made 50 grand, I might spend $2 grand
Oh, he
or
made like
something.
500,000, dude. He got them free. He
Oh
minted
yeah.
these.
Yeah, if you made that much, I'd probably spend like 10 grand or something. I don't know.
Buy them back, buy some back. But he didn't sell. Like he didn't like. He kept a huge bag. Like 200,000 was too big of a bag. I'm like 200,000 Dogecoins. I'm like, dude, it's 55 cents. It was just half of this. It rebounded. Usually that's the dead cat bounce. That means get the fuck out. It means like if you go from 75 down to like 25, 30, whatever it went to, and then you have a secondary rebound up to 55, that's your chance, your second chance to get the fuck out of Dodge before it burns. And it did. I mean,
Yeah.
look, it's 55 down to 5 cents. You got fucking ripped. And I don't think it's done. I think it's going to get hit. Before this bear market's over, you're going to see it go under a penny for Doge.
You think so? Yeah, you know what I did? You know what I did with Doge? Go ahead.
Have you ever heard reversion to the mean? Everything reverts to the mean. So if you look at the mean, the average price, that's where it reverts to because people are still bullish on crypto. Like I'm still seeing people aping in and everyone's still like, this is the bottom, this is the bottom. When it is the bottom, everybody's crying. I'm getting the fuck out, I'm done. No one's calling the bottom, right? That's what you need. That's good when people are done and over it, like they were with Bitcoin. They're like, I'm never touching this fucking shit. I'm done. I'm over it. That's the bottom. When everyone's like, oh, I'm getting it. This is it. This is the bottom. When they're calling the bottom and they're FOMOing. People are FOMOing here. They're not in fear. They're FOMOing to miss the bottom. So that's not a good sign.
What I did with
Go ahead.
What I did with Doge is there's these things called faucets, right? And they don't give you much. They give you like,
What's it
you
called?
go, you click a cat.
You cut out. What was
faucet.
it? Faucet?
Hold on, I might have been having mic issues. My mic's fucked up lately.
It cuts out like halfway through the word.
Yeah, let me go change my mic real quick. I'll be right back.
So someone new popped in. I could hear you fine. You got an ape coin as your profile pic. What's that called? I can't read that small print. What's that called? That token? I got it on. Let's see.
How do I?
Peg token.
Is my mic okay now?
Yeah, you're good. It looks like ApeCoin.
Oh, here's what.
The peg token.
Yeah, that was just some old shit.
Is that an actual thing or some kind of meme?
No, it's a token. Feed every gorilla.
Oh, okay.
I got into that a long time ago. Made a few bucks on it. What I did with Dogecoin though was there used to be there still is. There's this thing called the faucet, and they will give you a teeny tiny amount of coins, right? So it'll be like they do it in dollar amount. So like they'll give you like a half a penny or something every time you click a captcha. But it doesn't seem like a lot of money. But they give it to you in crypto though, so they'll give you a half a penny worth of Doge or a half a penny worth of Dash or Bitcoin or something. So I was doing these faucets like crazy back in like 2015, 2016. So they were giving you a massive amount of these coins, right? Like I would do a faucet and get like 5 Dogecoin or something. You know what I'm saying? Which now is 25 cents. But back then
when they were 1 cent. They weren't even 1 cent, dude.
That's what I'm saying. I was getting like 10 Dogecoins every time, or I was getting like, I remember I used to do this Bitcoin faucet. I would get like 200,000 Satoshi from it, right? Just every hour you could do that, which is crazy.
How much is that? How many Satoshis equal a Bitcoin?
I don't know. It's like 1 million, 100 million, or 1 billion or something.
Oh man, that's fucking a lot.
Let me check the Bitcoin price. Well, how much that would be.
I'll tell you right now, it's like 23 and change. 23,190. 23,190.
So yeah, 200,000 Satoshi is $46 right now.
Oh
I was
man, that
getting
ain't shit.
well, I was getting that. You were getting that for free every hour.
Oh well, every hour. Fuck, I'll take that.
Yeah, you could do that faucet once an hour. It was free, totally free. So like, I was just doing that and I was stacking it up in there because you. It
How do
also pays it.
how do you get it? What do you mean this boss? Like, how are you staking? Is that when you stake, you get paid this way?
No, it's just a thing to get people interested in crypto and shit. There used to be tons of faucets. There's not many left. There are a few good ones still, but
Holy fuck. Yeah, but what is it? Like an
they
airdrop?
don't pay it. They don't pay
They,
anything now though. They give you like the Bitcoin faucet I do that I was getting 200,000 Satoshi on before. Now they give
uh-huh.
8 Satoshi. Now they give
Oh,
8 Satoshi.
fuck
So it's
that.
like you're not really gonna bubble. Yeah, it's like a half. It's like a fraction of a penny every time. So like, but back then it was worth it because if all you had to do was hold, like I held my shit. I make like 25 cents a day from that site now because it pays interest on your Bitcoin. So
Uh-huh.
I make like 25 cents a day off of that now.
You know what it sounds like? Celsius. It sounds like how Celsius was loaning out your crypto and paying you interest. They would pay you, and then Celsius blew up. Celsius won't give back the people their fucking shit. Like, let's say you deposited your cash in the bank, and the bank won't give you your cash back. That's what Celsius did. Like, sorry, we can't give it back to you. And they filed bankruptcy. Because here's what was going to happen. They were about to get liquidated to meet their bills, and they filed bankruptcy so they don't have to meet their obligations and they wouldn't have to get liquidated and sell that shit at a really low price. And if they did, it would have fucking the market would have went to Bitcoin like 4,000. They would if they would have put all that in a liquidation on the market, open market, they would have flooded it so hard they would have liquidated
Yeah.
all the leverage players. Dude, you would have saw a complete crash. Yeah, I heard Michael Saylor was close to liquidation on at least part of his shit. He borrowed money to get it on leverage and margin, and he was close to getting liquidated. His margin call, he met his margin call when Bitcoin was down to 17K. He was like fucking inches away from getting liquidated on a big
Yeah.
portion, not all of it, but a good amount.
Right now I'm in a cell phone. That's my new shit. Cell phones. Yeah, seven cell phones going right now. I make about $1.52 off of that. I got my crypto going. I make like $10 a day passively off of that.
What are
I
you
got
doing? You bought a bunch of cell phones. You're mining on them.
no, you can't mine. I tried to mine on them. It's
You
not
don't
even
have enough
fucking worth it.
processor. Yeah, you're gonna burn up your phone and for nothing. I
Yeah, what
tried
I do
mining on my PC. I tried not mining, but a minting or whatever, running and it was like my computer was running like a fucking putting all this strain on it, burning lots of electricity, like all my CPU usage, and it wasn't paying out shit. Like you run
yeah,
it like yeah, it's stupid.
I got one place make a nickel a day on it. But
Yeah. Well, you're gonna put all that wear on your computer for a nickel?
doesn't really her computer's not nice. It doesn't really do much to it. I gotta set it 50%. So but
No, it does. It's putting wear on it, man. It's like the cooling fan was running hard, the CPU was running hard. It was like I got a good computer. It's pretty good.
this one
But
lets you control how much it uses though, so it's like you don't have to go all out. Like I
but
got
then
it
you're not
turned down.
making nothing. You're not
I
making
make it.
like
I know it's a nickel a day.
yeah, but how much electric are you burning? For 24 hours, you're burning more than a nickel worth of electric. And you're running your processor at a 50% or more. It's
Yeah,
putting strain on it.
it's not good for sure. But what I do with the cell phones is I Oh, there's apps that like some of them will pay you to listen to music or just charge your phone while ads play, and other ones like control the phone. Like I just use burner phones from Walmart, like cheap, like $40, $50 smartphones.
You leave them on all
Some
day.
some of them watch videos. Like one plays videos nonstop.
You know who
Two
does
of them
that?
do. Two of them do
Pe-
videos actually. Who?
People in India, they got like these clickbait farms. Like if you want to get likes on Twitter or likes on your video, like if likes on YouTube or likes, like thumbs up, whatever, you could pay to
Yeah,
get subscribers or whatever. And these people were buying fake subscribers. So say they got 100 accounts. If you bought 100 burner phones and you got them all set up somewhere in India, oh, you want 100 likes? Here, pay me, give me $10 and I'll give you 100 subs or whatever. And that's what people like Obama was buying subs on Facebook, Twitter, shit like that.
yeah,
They give you
yeah.
likes. Yeah, here, like my video. I want to get more likes. Okay, pay me. You pay these
Yeah, that
farms.
don't. I think you can buy those. I think it's like you get like 1,000 for like $10 or something.
Yeah, because they have huge amounts. Like there's lots of people pooling together, and it's all
Yeah,
automated. So it's not like a guy that has to go click onto each phone and
tap
push like.
everyone. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So if you got like a million phones or 500,000 phones in a giant farm, and they all have their own, unique stuff. Once you set them up, okay, yeah, you could sell it much cheaper. All those likes. Here, you want a
yeah,
hundred? Yeah, 1,000 likes. Give me $10. Okay, or whatever it is. But for people with big money, like Obama and people like that, they don't give the celebrities like, oh, Kim Kardashian has 50 million followers. No, no, she doesn't. She bought those
yeah,
fuckers.
yeah,
And that's how you get influence, dude. Like PewDiePie. PewDiePie. How did PewDiePie get? He bought a lot of those fucking subs. He bought them, his YouTube subs. But what it did, it grew his channel. Oh my God, he's got 100 million subs. And then people, real people, would latch on. Why does he have so many? Maybe I should follow him. And it's just like that's what they do. People follow the crowd, and you do get real
yeah,
subs. And he also was getting paid. Like a lot of those are bot accounts. They're just bots, and he paid for them. And what happens is his ad revenue from YouTube would go up. The more subs you have, the more you get paid for each video. So he was making at the time when YouTube was paying well for 1 million views. He said he was making like 3 grand for every 1 million views. And some like his average video would get like 5 million views. Maybe it's just bots, but that's fucking good money. Putting out a video all the time, you're getting like 10, 15, 20 grand from one fucking video. You do that every week or a couple times a week, you're making lots of money.
oh
And
yeah,
some of them get more. 50, some you get a video with 50 million views. Holy shit. 150,000 dollars for that video. Like,
yeah,
and you know how I know he was faking it, dude? Because then he went to DLive. I went to DLive. That's when I heard about DLive when he went there. I'm like, okay, let's check this place out. Because it was supposed to be more free speech. And it was at first. It was fucking great. DLive was fucking fun. You could get away with anything in the early days. Like you could say a lot of shit there that you couldn't. You would get banned everywhere else. And
yeah,
I knew that he didn't even bring 1 million people, and he was still buying followers on there because I seen he would get these surges. How's he getting so many new followers? And it was like a steady amount. Like he would get these dumps. Okay, 25,000 randomly, boom, I don't know, because you could see day by day, like how his channel's
yeah,
growing or whatever. And you could see he
yeah,
was getting these giant surges out of nowhere. Like, okay. And then I would go on and see how many people are watching him live, and it wasn't that many. Like, oh, dude, he's not even getting 1% interaction. He's got all these subs, but no one's coming to watch him, barely anybody. Nah, he's fucking buying them.
yeah,
And then he just left. He just left. What it was is like a bargaining tool to get, because YouTube was trying to Jew him down, and he wanted some negotiating power. Like, oh, I'll just start putting my videos on DLive. Fuck, what do I need you for? And then they kind of relented, and it was a negotiating tactic, I think, because
yeah, maybe.
yeah, it definitely was, dude. Because then he said, no, I'm going to be exclusively on YouTube. I'm just moving here, and because they paid him, they caved in and gave him a little bit more. His content sucks though, dude. I'm like, how does anybody want to watch this shit? It's not funny. Stupid. Just him acting stupid.
Yeah.
And especially, I got much better shit to do, dude. Like flat smack people or try and make my own money.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just trying to get my money ticking in, bro. Like that's what I need, dollars and dollars ticking in a day. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
hear you.
anything I can do that'll get money ticking in. Like I don't even trade crypto or nothing like that. Stocks, I got
Oh, I
stocks. I just
do.
I
I
did.
fucking trade them. You know what I do? Here's what I do. The Luna, normally what I did, I sold half the bag and I would have kept some. But I'm thinking, you know what? I thought it was going to zero. I'm like, you know what? Do I really want to burn $250 or should I just pocket it? That was my biggest mistake. If I held half the bag, it would have been worth like 20 grand the next afternoon, like 12 hours later. Like, because at 2 a.m. is when it was actually getting crushed.
Yeah, that's why I only buy. Honestly, I barely even care about the price once I buy something. Like if I buy a coin or a stock or something, I don't even give a fuck about the price because that shit's it has a payment attached to it, like monthly or daily or whatever.
Yeah, you better care
My
about the
crypto,
price. The
my
price means
crypto ticks.
everything.
No, yeah, I know because they usually pay in that coin. So yeah, the price definitely means something. But yeah, I always get money ticking in. That's why I hope one of these shits takes off. Like I
Uh-huh.
need something to do a 10, 20x. That way I can get a nice 3 Gs a month. I had 2 Gs a month ticking in before, but then the prices went down.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't even invest a lot. Like I
Dude,
just had a
that's like
little
some
bit.
life-changing shit, dude. 3 grand a month.
I know
Holy
I
fuck.
quit my job. I had to go back to work though, but that's what I'm saying. If you get $10 a day ticking in from something or $5 a day and that shit does a 20x, like
Uh-huh.
you're good. You're good after that.
Well, that's why I've been waiting, dude. I saw this as my ticket out, my ticket to freedom, and that's why I've been waiting a whole fucking year, more than a year, dude. I've been camping out on my computer. I barely go anywhere. I just do a minimum amount to survive. I'm waiting for that big plunge where I can get a huge bag and just do like what you did, just lay back. Like if I could
Yeah.
catch this one of those big wicks, one of those big dumps, they happen. They're kind of like a black swan event, but they happen more regular than a black swan. A black swan would be like a once in 100 years. These happen every 6 months or so, every 4 to 6 months. You'll get one of these major fucking dumps. Boom, where it dumps like 20 grand in one day. You see like these major dumps. I'm waiting for one of those. If it just goes down slow like this, that's not what I want to see. If it just tick, tick, drip, 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 that's bad because you never know where the bottom is. It just, okay, I think this is the bottom. Boom, and it just drips down more and you get wrecked. Luna was fucking dumping like it was boom, boom, boom. It was flushing lower. Like, oh my God, it's got no bottom. It literally has no bottom. They just keep adding more digits. I'm like, holy fuck. Because I thought, okay, this has to be the bottom. They're out of zeros. There's no more digits. Because I think the exchange only listed like 4 decimal places or something. Like, okay, this is it. This is it. Oh, now they got 5. No, I think it was 5. 5. So when it went to like 4 zeros and then it got to a 1, I'm like, this has to be the bottom. It cannot get lower. Then it went to 9 digits from 5. I'm like, oh my God. Now it's back to 8 digits. They got rid of the 9 digits. Now it's to 8. 8 is 8 decimal places. So I'm not sure what it is, like millionths of a cent or whatever the fuck it is. But people fucking trade that thing, dude. It'll go up or down like 30% sometimes in a day. People will just they still play with it.
There's no passive income attached to that anyhow. There's not a
I
website
don't
that
know.
stakes it or anything.
I haven't done, I think I don't know. I just don't know why people they gamble on it. Like, see, they just randomly gamble. If the price of Bitcoin starts running up, some people will ape into it and you'll just see it sometimes runs up 20-30%. It hasn't been doing that lately. It's been kind of flat. It had its fun
Yeah.
about a month ago. It had its big rebound and it's been kind of sideways. It hasn't really done much after that. I'm waiting for the big one, man. I think there's a bigger one to come, and I'm holding back. I'm just because like right now, if you buy right now, I don't see any life-changing money. Like, I don't see a bull market coming out of nowhere. Like, okay, we're in this fucking recession. Gasoline's $5, or it was close to $5. Everything's getting worse. The Fed is raising fucking rates. I think we're at the beginning of a long fucking bad period of time to come. Like, I think the next 2, 3, 4 years, I could guarantee you next year's going to be worse than this. Like, it's only going
Oh.
fucking worse. I don't see things getting better.
Yeah, that's why I didn't spend all my cash on crypto recently. I did buy like $1,000 or $2 worth in the past, I don't know, couple months, but I'm
Yeah, I
definitely
would
saving some US. I
hold
got
back.
some USDC, some stable coins that I'm just
That's
sitting
what you
on.
need, man. When it really hits the fan, you're gonna see everything look like Dogecoin. You know, Dogecoin when it was cheap. Like, oh my
Yeah,
god, everything's gonna be like unbelievably low that you can't even imagine. Like, no one could imagine right now a $4,000 Bitcoin. It can't happen. It's impossible. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, there's too many large investors. It's not going to camp out there. It'll be a wick. It's not going to just camp like it did last time. It camped out at 3,000-4,000 for a long fucking time. For, you know what I mean, a year or so. It just camped out there, 3,000-4,000. It just stayed there. I don't think it's going to happen because too many people made bank, and too like a Michael Saylor, he's going to snap up. Like, there might be a liquidation wick where you can get Bitcoin that cheap, but it's not going to camp out for weeks and months down there. And then when it does wick down there, I think we'll get a quick rebound up to like 20s where we're at here, maybe even 30. It might crank up a little. It might get a little bit of people FOMOing in. You might get a little
yeah,
rally for a week or so. Sometimes it only lasts 1 or 2 days, those bounces. But I think it'll run a little further if it went really deep, because a lot of the leverage will be flushed out. They're
yeah,
not going to let
maybe.
these guys make money. Like, everyone that's aping in trying to make money here, these market makers are not going to let you make money. They're going to liquidate all these fuckers and then pump it. So once everybody's fucked and liquidated, they don't want you guys like us making money. They don't want us aping in
Yeah,
at the bottom. They want people who already aped in here at 20 grand and said, you know what? This is the fucking bottom. It stopped going down. It's been here for a month. This has got to be the bottom. I'm aping in. They've been going up the last week. I'm getting in, going to catch this ride. And then, boom, they're going to pull the rug. Everyone gets liquidated. And then that's when the big money comes and scoops up big, big bags. You know what I mean? Because now they could scoop it up for 10 cents on the dollar. All these quality coins, they're going to scoop them up for a 90% discount. Then they'll be holding major, major amounts, right? And then all the latecomers will FOMO in, and guess what? They'll dump on them again. They'll fucking do it again, dude. That's how these bear markets work. If you look, and why wouldn't you? Like, let's say you were them. Let's say you were one of these dirty billionaire whatever fucks, and you did the same. You're like, you know what? I just got in, and I did a 10x on Bitcoin. Let's say Bitcoin dropped down to like 3 grand, and then boom, it bounces back and gets to 30 grand. You just 10x. Wouldn't you take some profit and then say, you know what? Let's say you did a 10x on it. I would sell at least half my bag, and then if it crashes again, guess what? Now you can buy them back 10 cents on the dollar. Everyone coming in late is going to get dumped on. That's how they do it during a bear market. You get the rally, it gets pumped up 100%, 200%. Those guys FOMOing in after this big run up, people will FOMO in. They buy the top, and it takes another dip. And that keeps happening. That keeps happening until everyone's fucking broke. And then you'll get a bottom. Like, I think the bottom, like we're getting now, this sideways action, you'll get something like that. Like we saw in all the other bear markets, you see a long sideways period. And this kind of feels like it. It kind of feels like that. But I don't know. I think it could do another leg down. I don't feel confident aping in. I'm like, no, dude, I don't feel safe here.
that's why you got to just buy if you got $1,000, just spend like 200, right? This feels like a good time to spend like a quarter of your bag, maybe 250.
That's what I was doing, dude, and I had much better prices, and I sold. I feel fucking bad for that. I should have fucking held out. I'm like, yeah, because I felt like I'm like, you know what? I've seen it. it did 4 pumps. Since when we hit 17,000, there's been like 4 humps on the chart. If you look at a 12-hour or even a 4-hour, you could see these distinct. It's trading in a channel, like an uptrending channel between the highs and lows. And usually after about 4 times, the 5th one maybe, is when it gives way. It does, boom, it reverses. It's a rising wedge, that channel, and it's like usually it goes up, 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 and
Ah,
it catches,
ah.
yeah, and then they get rug pulled. Like everyone's like, yay, yay, it's going up, and then those fuckers get rug pulled. That's what I'm thinking, and I don't want to be there when I get rug pulled. I don't want to be like, it's hard for me to hold something if I think it's going to lose half its value. Like if I think we're going to do another leg down to 10 or lower, it's hard for me to stay in it. I'm like, you know what? I made a little profit. I actually would like this. I mean, if I traded it better, you could have made 4 nice trades, like swing trades between the
Yeah.
channels, those 2 channels. If
What I
you're like,
like to
what?
do,
What do you like
what
to
I
do?
like to do, I like to get my money back from buying something. So, like, say something goes up, I'll just hold something until it goes up, doubles, and then I'll
Oh yeah,
sell half of it. And
you got
I'm in it
free
for
bet.
free, right?
Yeah,
So now it's like, all right. So that's why I like doing it with the passive shit, because if you do that with a passive coin, you just have free. This is just free money ticking in now.
it's hard to get that though. It's hard to get a double in this bear market. It's hard to buy something, get a double, and then let it ride. It's like in a bull market when everything's going up, you could catch the wind in your
Oh
sails.
yeah, right now,
Yeah,
yeah.
right now you might get let's say you get a 30%. That's what I was doing. I'm like, dude, I got a 25, 30%. I'm gonna take that shit, dude, and see if I can grab it on the next channel down. Like see if it dips down because it's range bound. It's in a range. So if I'm up near the higher end of the
We
range,
got a hammer. Unlock this bathroom door for me. I got stabbed by some box. Quick, I gotta wash my hand off. Bathroom.
Why are you stabbing yourself?
Hold on, Adam. Hold on, bud. Don't touch that finger.
uh-oh, it didn't sound good.
I'm back. Got fucking stabbed with a fish hook. Fucking with my survival box. I got a whole box of survival shit. Emergency blankets, candles, a life straw, shit like that. Hemp. I got some hemp wick in there. Anything you need for survival. Because I will fucking shoot out to the Adirondack woods on some Rambo shit.
Yo, you back? It sounded like you had a little crisis. Jeremy.
Yep. I'm good. Stabbed myself with a fish hook in my survival gear.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to clean out the shed. It's fucking packed in there. It's a chaos shit.
Yeah, if you got a aloe vera plant, like an actual plant, that works the best for cuts. I cut myself sharpening a hatchet, and it like went right to the bone. I was like using a stone, and I was like, doing that little circular motions, and my my little finger, I was holding the stone. I didn't. It was so sharp, I didn't even realize it sliced it open. I'm like, oh fuck, because that was the way I was
Yeah.
holding the stone, and it slit me, dude. I'm like, oh fuck. So I went. I have an aloe vera plant, and I put a piece of it on there, and it like stitched it right back up. Like
Yeah,
put
I'm
it
good, bro. It's just a
to
fish hook.
a pitchfork.
What's up? So it
What'd
was
you
a
say?
fish hook. Fish
Oh,
hook.
fish hook. Oh yeah, that ain't shit.
Yeah.
If you went in past the barb, it would be a problem. And you gotta
Yeah.
fucking
It didn't do that, obviously, yes. That's an issue. Oh man, my uncle hooked me in the neck once when we were fishing. We're out in
oh
Canada in the
god.
middle of nowhere. We took a plane out there, this puddle jumping ass plane that landed on water. Fucking so we're hours from anywhere. And this
Oh
guy hooked
god.
me in the neck.
Oh fuck. How
It
old were
wasn't
you?
bad then. It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. Yeah, it didn't,
No,
well,
it
it
wasn't bad.
didn't
It
snag
came
you
out.
too
It
bad.
didn't go past the barb. Yeah, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good thing he wasn't casting for the fucking, long range fucking, you know what I
Well,
mean? He's
he
just,
was. It just nicked me though. He like barely
oh,
clipped me, so it was all right.
oh yeah, man. If it would have sunk in, a nice
But I
treble
was like,
hook in it.
shit, yeah, dude.
It's like,
Uh,
just fucking leave it. Just leave it. We're gonna snip it off and we'll get the nippers, and I'll fucking have it take it out when I. Well, what you got to do is take it out like you would from a fish. But it's easier said than done because it fucking hurts, dude. That live feedback when
yeah,
you're ripping through your flesh. Here, I got to rip it the wrong way through this barb. Oh,
yeah,
you're better off just cutting it at that point. Let me just cut the fucking remainder and then pull it through the cut.
yeah.
If you had something like that on handy, rather than rip through the fucking flesh with
I
a
always
barb.
got I always got something like that, bro. I walk around with a Leatherman. I wouldn't leave my house without. I actually have two Leathermans. I got a Wave that I keep. I bought a pocket clip for it so I can use it like that. But I got a Leatherman Wave, and then I got a Leatherman PS4 Squirt. It's like a keychain one. Fucking dope. Awesome. I don't know how I made it through life without those.
Will it cut through a fish hook?
Hell yeah.
Oh, all right.
Dude, I've caught nails with that shit.
If you need to cut that hook, if you had, let's say you had that hook embedded and you needed to cut it, see, you could cut it and reverse it out.
Yeah.
You still got, either way, you got to bite the point or the barb. Like it's not, there's no free lunch at that point. You're gonna suffer.
Suffer. That's what I tell the kids.
Yeah, it's not like removing a splinter. Even that, dude, even a splinter is gonna be somewhat painful pulling it out. It's like there's little textures on there and shit.
Yeah.
But once you get it out, you're like relieved, like get out of there. Hey, do you know anything about like GMO food, like GMO corn?
No, Gio's all over that shit. Though. He knows about that stuff probably.
That's what I wanted to ask Gio because he's all into that.
Gio's into that food stuff big time. I should
Yeah,
be because it's
yeah.
huge. Like you are what you know the saying. You are what you eat. Like that's not a. They didn't really like. That's not like some made up shit. Like your body is going to
No.
use the stuff you eat to make up your new parts.
Garbage in, garbage out. Like if you fill your like you wouldn't put that in your car. Like you wouldn't put dirty gasoline in your car, but you're putting
Yeah.
dirty fuel in your body. Like I you know what? I do it. I'm guilty. I eat fucking.
Too.
And
Me too. Yeah.
what I was gonna say too. My nephew, he lives here with me, and he's 10, and he had a pet hamster, and I had some corn on the cob. Like I didn't buy it, but I had some like the little ends of it where you cut off and you stick the barbs, the little holders in there. Anyway,
Yeah.
I I sometimes I feed him shit like that, like vegetables or whatever, and I think I inadvertently killed him because he ate when he ate the fucking corn like the next day. He wasn't looking so hot, and then
Oh
I was
shit.
not like yeah, and then he was like the following day, like 2 days later, was like kind of like keeled over on his stomach. It looked like he was dry heaving. I'm like, oh, doesn't look so good. Like he's at his
Well,
mom's
bro,
house.
have you seen the thing? Have you seen the thing where they'll put a natural organic cob of corn out. They'll like stick it on a spike or something so it's just out there. And then right next to it they'll put a GMO one. And the
The
GMO one,
rats,
like
the rats
the
will eat
G
the good one, won't they?
the GM the animals know they're like this shit's trash. I got this good they would eat the GMO one right next to it. Okay, so picture you walk into a restaurant and they're like, yo, you can have whatever meal you want, and they're just all out there.
Uh huh.
You're gonna pick the lobster and steak or whatever, over the ramen noodles. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what it's like to them, probably.
They know the difference. Yeah, it's like here's your tofu. This is your tofu, and this is the filet mignon. You can have either one. They're like, oh, this shit's fake. I want the real shit. Let me get this filet mignon, and you can have the tofu. Well, anyway, I fed them that, dude, and I think I know they have insect resistant corn, and they've taken Roundup. Like the plant will produce its own version of Roundup, right? The chemical Roundup,
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
produce it naturally. They've modified the DNA of the corn, so if an insect eats it, it's got built-in insecticide in the corn. But they say, no, it's a low enough dose to kill the insect, but not people or animals. And rodents, they do tests on rodents and shit. Maybe like they might have engineered the corn because say you had rats around your grain silo and they're in your grain. You don't want like rat droppings and you don't want them eating your grain. So maybe they built um something to kill the rodents, like something that's highly toxic to the rodents. And I inadvertently fed him that. And because I mean,
Yeah,
how
maybe.
soon how soon after that did he die? And he was like I watched him like it didn't look good. He was like in a painful. It's like, oh my god, I felt horrible. Now he's at
Yeah.
his mom's, and I got to come back and tell him. I don't know what to do. Like I don't want to break it to him right away. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Your hamster's dead. Because it's still like a little creature, it's an animal, it's a pet, whatever. It's like it's gonna be sad.
Yeah, it's tough, man, but what are you gonna
No, well, I mean, I could buy another one and not even let him know, but
do?
the thing is
uh,
that I'm the one who's got to clean out his cage and it stinks and it's fucking he doesn't even do any of that. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just let him deal with it. He already had one that died. He like I don't know, a couple of years ago. He was all sad about it. Why did he die? That's because I don't know. They think they gave him a bath. They washed him, and then something happened when afterwards he started shivering and it died. So that they don't wash him anymore. You don't get him wet or whatever. Don't feed him GMO corn. Fucking sorry, buddy. He's gone. I should wait a little while though. I don't want to like I don't want to hit him with that when he's at his mom's. He'll come back and I don't want to traumatize him right away. And I'll just wait a little while. It sucks though, dude. I felt bad for him. I felt bad for the little guy, man. I'm like, oh no. Like it's just watching him suffer. It's like, I felt guilty.
Yeah.
But if it's in there, if it's killing them, what the fuck? We shouldn't be eating that. And like, if say you feed that to a cow or a pig or chicken or whatever, you feed them that same corn, all that toxicity is getting built up in the meat of that animal that we're going to eat, right? So
Yeah.
it's like the fish, like say like a tuna fish. A tuna fish eats all like the microbes and the plankton and whatnot, or they eat smaller fish that eat the plankton, and then the mercury gets concentrated in the tuna fish because all the feeder fish are eating the smaller stuff, and it accumulates in the larger fish. It's working itself up the food chain. And I think
Yeah.
that's kind of what all this GMO stuff. That's why Bill Gates is buying all these farms. He wants to vaccinate us. He wants to hit us with the GMO food. So that like if he buys up too many farms, there'll be no option but GMO food from Bill Gates. I mean, at least for 80% of people, that will be the only shit they can get. Okay, you want vegetables, you got to buy them from a Bill Gates or other known scumbag person who's feeding you straight GMO poison. You know what, too? I don't know if you were on here the other day. Like I was talking about the Georgia Guidestones blowing up. I think they did it because we were using it as a proof of flat Earth, of a motionless Earth. I mean, I brought that up a few months ago before all this shit happened, and then I'm not saying it was all me, but then I heard Dave Weiss saying the same thing. I'm like, what? You know how you look through the hole? There's a hole. Because I was trying to explain to some asshole how Polaris never moves. I'm like, well, wait, let me. I use sundials. I'm like, there's sundials built in the ground, and then I thought of the Georgia Guidestones. I'm like, yeah, there's a fucking hole in there. It's aimed at fucking Polaris, and that became a thing. It became like a thing where people were using that, and I think they destroyed them because it was proof of flat Earth. It was like an obvious fucking proof. When you could, that thing's been there 40 years, and you could still peep through that hole and see Polaris. Like any fucking time you could see when the sky's dark, you could see Polaris through that fucking hole. And that's a big aha moment, like the light bulb on your head. If you can't figure it out that we're not moving after that, like wait, this thing's been in the ground 40 years, and I could still look at the same star through this hole. What? I thought we're spinning. I thought like I mean,
Yeah.
they had to destroy it, and I think that's why they did it. I think other people were starting to like make that well known. Like, wait, this because a lot of people know about the Georgia Guidestones. A lot of truthers, almost all, like if you're a truther, you know about the Georgia Guidestones before you know about flat Earth. Like I did, I knew about them a long time before I knew the Earth was flat. And when you put those two together, it was taking the truther community who was split on flat Earth. Like there's still a large portion that's split and they think it's just a psyop. And I argue with those assholes, but it's getting less and less every year. Those same people that would defend it, you're just fucking you're biting into a psyop. Like I just can't reason with those people. They don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
You've heard it. I'm sure you argue with the same people all the time. And it's luckily it's less and less. Every year I think it's going down by like half. Like every year half the amount of people are still stuck on their globe. Like they're getting a little more coming over to our side. At least they're not hostile. And the Georgia Guidestones was a big fucking big proof, man. It was just so obvious. Oh yeah, I know about that. Well, did you know you could look? Do you know it predicts high noon every day? Did you know you could follow the sun across? It had all these things. You could follow the sun's path across the horizon. Huh? Through one slit, it tells you when high noon is through another peephole in the top, and then the other one looks at Polaris. So if all these things can tell you with perfect accuracy for 40 years, it's it's in the ground. It hasn't fucking moved an inch. So what's going on? Are we actually moving, or is that shit just moving around, predictably moving around to the point it'll line up with this fucking hole every day? Tell me we're moving 1,000 miles per hour or 66,000 miles. No, we're not fucking moving at all. And that's a moment that someone could like wrap their head around that. The light bulb goes on in their head, which is, it sucks that they kind of destroyed it. You know, I wanted to destroy them, but I'm like, wait, let's use it against them. No, you're not going to use it against us. We'll destroy our own fucking shit. I know they destroyed it. The powers that shouldn't be destroyed it. And if you look on the clock, there was like a 33 on the clock, like 33 seconds or something like that. The moment it exploded, you time the video surveillance film, you look at the timestamp as it explodes, boom, 33. I think they might have superimposed the timestamp. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they could time the explosion that perfectly. So they might have superimposed the actual timer on the explosion footage to leave their little 33. If I could
Yeah, I
catch,
mean, I don't know why they
Go ahead.
took that down, but I mean, it could have been because of the Polaris thing with the whole. But there's a lot of stuff
Not
like
just
that.
that,
No,
Jeremy. It was the sun as well. You could track the sun's path across the horizon throughout the year. There was a slit, a horizontal slit, and you look through it, it will track the sun's path across the sky. And there was another one for high noon every day. High noon every day, it would peep through this hole in the top. So there was 3 different alignment points, not just Polaris. There was 3. The sun also aligned perfectly, and it's at the same level across the horizon. Like, think about it. It's at the same point across the horizon throughout the year that you could track it through a slit. There was like a hole with a slit. It was like wider, like horizontal. And you could follow the sun's path across the sky. Huh?
yeah, but there's tons of shit you could do that with, though. No,
No. Not if the fucking earth is moving. Think about it. If we're moving, you could not fucking do that year after year after year. Track it across the sky, have the like even the sundials, they wouldn't work if we're moving. Like the second you put that sundial into the ground, if we're moving at all, guess what? It's not in alignment anymore. It's fucking moved. It's not going to predict the day after day after day perfect time. There's shit that's hundreds of years old, sundials that still work. It's like this shit is not moving at all, man. If I did that with a watch, a Rolex watch, if I start moving gears around, it's not going to tell time anymore. Man, they're moving the position of shit. Well, they're not moving. Nothing's moving. Only the sun is moving, and the moon and the stars. But I mean, the stuff that's in the ground, that's how it stays accurate for hundreds of years. Like, if you guys can't figure that out, and there's a lot of people that can't wrap their head around it. No, we're moving around the sun. Now tell me, how would this stay in synchronicity? How would this clock work, this sundial? It's literally not moving, right? It's built into the ground, and it still fucking works. It's still fucking. You mean 500 or 1,000 years ago, when it says noon, it's still noon now? Still fucking works? How would they predict if we're doing all these motions? How would they predict 500 years ago the sun's going to do the same thing? Because it does the same thing year after year after year, and day after day, it does the same fucking thing. We need something else. Maybe they'll destroy those other ones, those big sundials. The Vatican has one built into that they'll probably do it and blame it on someone like their domestic terrorists. They'll blame it on flat earthers. Flat earthers destroyed it. No, why would we destroy it, dude? That's a proof. Like we wouldn't destroy the Georgia Guidestones. That fucking shit it was just so good that we could use it against them, their evil fucking thing that they put in our face. Even like the United Nations logo, to use that against them, the World Health Organization, they're going to change that logo. Mark my words. They're going to erase that fucking shit. And they'll come up with a new logo, and maybe there'll be a globe instead of that flat earth in the United Nations. They'll put a fucking ball in there. They ain't going to let us use. I guarantee they will. Once we get nearer and nearer the tipping point, they're going to, because that's how they do it, man. They can't allow any proof. Just like the encyclopedia, that Encyclopedia Americana, like all that, it's hard to get. Like, oh, there's a dome over Antarctica. What? In 1958, they had that in an encyclopedia. It's like, what? Wait, what? Wait, this is a recent fucking thing, dude. 1958. People think that it's been a ball for hundreds of years. Everyone's known it's no 1958. Not hundreds of years ago, dude. That's recent history. Yeah, we really fucking have devolved in not that long of a time, dude. Like our parents' generation could have known this shit if they weren't deceived. Definitely grandparents, going back like to grandparents, they would fucking have known or should have known. Like I don't think it's more than 100 years. Well, that's actually when this shit actually happened. About 120 years ago is when they were switching. They were gradually gaslighting people into fucking a false reality. I mean, it doesn't take very long. Like 9/11, that that was 21 years ago. 9/11, and most of the people, the newer generation of people who grew up after 9/11, they're just going to know the fake story. When enough people die with the truth, the truth dies with them. Because you can't, like all the major places like YouTube, they're not going to be able to find it. Everything's being scrubbed, being erased. So if we don't pass it on, it's gonna die with us. It's just it's a race of who can get there first. Like if they get the false information out to a critical mass, which they already have a head start on us, if they could brainwash the next generation before we wake them up. If we wake them up, we win. If they brainwash them, they win. Like that's it. It's a race against time. And the time is not on our side. Like we'll all be dead like that hamster. I mean, it's fucking working against us. We have short lives, man. Wish that wasn't the case. I mean, because I just now figured shit out. You know what I mean? Like figured out a lot of it. By the time you figure shit out, you don't have many years left. Especially I look at how many people, like how many friends I've lost in just the last 5 years, how many people have died around me. I'm like, fuck, it's like even internet friends that I like Flat Earth Fokker, and my friend James Munder, who's another like just one of my internet friends. I was a mod for these guys. I was friends with them for like 5 years, and then when they die off, it's like it's not like a close personal friend, but it still hurts. It's like, damn, dude. It's like it sucks. They're gone. And you don't expect that. You know what I mean? Like Rob Skiba, even he wasn't a friend of mine. I didn't know him at all. But it's like, oh, he died. It's like, what? I mean, some people say he didn't die. Some people like Russian Viz was saying he didn't die. He even said that about Fokker, but it's like, I don't know about Fokker. Like, why would he? Like, I don't see him as like a big enough player to fake his death. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't. He wasn't a huge, like an Eric Dubé or somebody or Rob Skiba. I just don't see the benefit of it. Unless he was killed off. Like maybe they were killed off for being loudmouths. I don't think Rob Skiba was a loudmouth, but I know Fokker, he was exposing the COVID shit. Like publicly, he was doing it, and he was going into to the point where the newspapers were harassing him and shit. He would go out there publicly, so maybe they killed him off. Maybe said he died of COVID. He's like, "Where's all the sick
Yeah,
people?" He
I
would go
heard.
to the
I
hospital.
heard that him and Skiba both died on ventilators.
Oh God, I hope not. I mean,
Yep,
that's
I think that's what happened, man. A buddy of mine was
they
talking
might
about it the other day.
they were killed. They were killed by the powers that shouldn't be, is what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I've heard that both of them were on ventilators, Skiba and fucking Falco. And I don't know exactly what happened with Antonio either, man. And then you got fucking dude,
Wait, Antonio, what Antonio?
Antonio Subrats. I think he passed also, right? Am I
Really?
wrong?
Holy shit.
And then fucking dude, check us out. There was a dude named Chris Rock back in the day.
The comedian?
Nah, it was this kid. He kind of played on that name, but it was with a W. Rock. I don't know. It was like he was a real Christian cat. And but him around. We were talking. Me and some buddies of mine were talking, and just like about how many people, like Jibby Jedi. I don't know if you know him. I don't know if you do.
Who Jedi? Was his name?
Jibby Jedi.
Oh no, I thought there was a guy called Flat Earth Jedi, or no, was it?
No,
Yeah, Flat Earth.
I know who
He
that. Yeah. No. I'm
he
talking about.
disappeared. Okay, he ain't dead though. Okay.
I don't know about him. I think he was like. I think he was a different guy, but yeah, Jibby Jedi. He's always been Jibby, and
Okay.
there's a bunch of people, or like I'm trying to think of who else it was, but yeah, we were going through like the names, and we were like, damn, that's a lot of flat earthers and shit.
I know. Fuck. Dude, I think, and that's what I mean. I mean, I thinking they're purging us off. The good thing is I've seen some new ones pop up. There's actually some girls popping up on their TikTok girls. There was this one girl that was on Jeranism. I think her name's Jenny. And she talks like a valley girl. Right? She's got big boobs and she kind of talks like that. Like kind of like that. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. That's like one of her things she says a lot. And anyway, but she's like red pilling a whole bunch of people. She's like 25 or something, 24, 25. So she's reaching kids, and the kids that she reaches on TikTok, they're much younger than her. They're like, preteens and shit, early teens. That's who mostly use TikTok. She's almost a boomer for TikTok. TikTok's like all young kids. My nephew was using it when he was like 7 years old. I'm like, what's on here? And I've seen the shit that's on there. I'm like, no, you're not using this shit.
Yeah, never mind. Like, did you see? Like, I think Rogan just did a thing about the terms of services for TikTok.
Dude, they're purging a lot of flat Earth videos. They're turning into YouTube.
Well, not that, but like if you like download TikTok, like if you're like, for instance, like if you work for the U.S. government, you can't download TikTok. And
Yeah,
like,
Trump is going to try and get rid of it, but
well, they already have it, so you can't download it. But like, if I'm not mistaken, like certain officials, whatever. Like, but yeah, I guess it like they take a total like, um, they take like a all the information from your phone, like keystrokes, fucking you name
oh,
it,
really?
contact, everything.
Oh,
Hey, yo, did you hear about fucking Alex Jones's own attorney handing over basically a clone of his telephone to the prosecutors?
yeah, that whole story's a
That's just
fucking
weird.
hoax. You know what I mean? Jones is a controlled op, and that whole the
Yeah,
whole
no,
thing about
I'm not
Sandy Hook.
getting into who Jones is. I'm familiar with Cooper and the rest of it, but it's just interesting that like his own attorney would give over like
Well, that's
a
because
clone.
it's a story, man. It's all a
Well,
fucking
I mean,
game.
right, but I don't like. I mean, I get it. I just you never know what's really real. It's like like people have like you could name any celebrity, and somebody's like, no, 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 they were raised on a farm to be an Illuminati soldier, and you just don't know it. And fucking,
Not
it's
even
like,
that.
I
He
don't know,
worked
man.
for Time.
I don't
He
know.
works for Time Warner, and it's actually Bill Hicks. Like if you
I mean,
look at him,
well, first off, I mean, I first off outrightly reject the whole Bill Hicks thing.
well,
Just,
you haven't looked into it
oh,
enough.
I'm so looked into it, dude. But like, you know, I'm so looked into it. But like, I don't buy that. But I do, you know, like I do think there's probably like some connections between like why people would pay attention to it. I like the fact that everyone right now is there's this clip going around when the attorney asked Jones, he goes, you know, are you you believe that there's a pedophile network of leaders in this? And he goes, you mean like Ghislaine Maxwell and Clinton? You know, and I just thought that was interesting. But you know, because if anything, that's out there for the normies to digest, which is cool. You know, what I'm saying? You know.
Okay, so
Yeah, the thing is though, here's the thing about Jones. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be red pilled. Like he gave me a lot of tools that I otherwise like what is a false flag? Like I learned a lot of terminology and things from him in the early days. Like before I was a flat earther, I thought, "Oh yeah, this guy's great, dude. He's giving us fuck." He does give a lot of truth, but he holds back the big picture. He'll give you a lot. Same with David Icke. David Icke will give you a lot of good shit, but he'll hold back and he'll deceive you on big things like the globe, you know. Oh, there's people on Mars and there's people on the moon, like David Icke, people like that. He'll deceive you on the big picture, but he'll give you lots of truth on other shit. Same with Jones. Jones will give you, he'll tell you about the Jeffrey Epstein, he'll tell you about the Federal Reserve, he'll tell you about the fluoride in the water. He'll go there, but he won't go to the, but he had guests on like Eddie Bravo that talked about flat earth. So he's a mixed bag.
Well, you know what? I'm of also the opinion like even like with the whole flat, like check this out, right? I don't know if you were around with like mechanics of the fourth wall. You know about that? Mechanics
The
of
mechanics.
the fourth wall. It was Nathan Oakley, Antonio Subratz, Martin Leakey, and they just got together and had a podcast back in the day. And this other guy who was the Antarctic guy that everyone's familiar with. So they used to have the show back in the day, right? And like, you know, and they were all friends. And then it was like everybody broke up and like became like, you know, like, you know, kind of at each other's throat over the years, right? So,
Really?
and I always thought it was kind of like, to me, the way that I see it, whether I'm right or wrong about it, it's kind of like there cannot be a guru, right? So in order for there not to be a guru, nobody can be perfect. So like, you know, you take little bits from here, little bits from there, but there's no guru, because that opens you up to like have you seen that documentary called like Kamaru or whatever, the guy who fakes to be a yogi fucking guy, and he like tricks all these people, and then he has to tell him at the end that he tricked him, and he's like, I am Kumaru, like, you know, it's fucking great little documentary if you haven't seen it. He tricks
No,
all
I
these.
haven't.
Oh, it's so good. He tricks all these people. Fucking, you know, and then he tells them at the end, and I'm just so upset that they bought it. You know what I mean? But he tells them at the end. It's really interesting. One person freaks out. Fucking, you know, it's interesting because he's fucked with their emotions in the sense of like their
See,
cognitive.
here's the thing about Jones.
I'm just saying, there's no gurus, bro. There's no gurus.
Nah, he's not even that. He's not even close. He's an agent. But like okay, when he was at the January 6th, I knew there was going to be a fucking some kind of false flag or hoax or whatever, and I fucking called it. I'm like, "Oh, Jones is there?" I guarantee you. And lo and behold, it turned into this giant psyop. It's an insurrection. I fucking called it like the day my friend was there. And everybody fucking got mad at me. Everyone was celebrating. Yay, this is the greatest moment. Blah, blah, blah. I called it out. I was on another server and they fucking banned me, dude. My friend, I'm like, the cocksucker that owned it, he fucking banned me. Oh, you're just always negative. You're always thinking. Like, no, I can see, I feel it, dude. I felt something in my bones. There's going to be some kind of false flag, something like that. And lo and behold, there was. And then Sandy Hook, he called it a hoax. Jones called it a hoax or whatever. And then he fucking, oh no, because he's being sued. He has to admit it's real because he's being sued. Like he was exposed. He had Rob Dew over there in Sandy Hook. It kind of like looking into it. Rob Dew's uncle is a fucking FBI agent. Like I used to follow Alex Jones back around Sandy
Well,
Hook.
think
And
of it
even
like this. Like, here's the thing: is that like I wouldn't expect like, let's say like for instance with the whole Sandy thing or whatever, and all the information's already out there. You know, he doesn't have to die on that hill in court and get wrecked for it like today. The information's already out there about all those
it
events.
is out there.
I don't think like I think when people ask for like we expect you to be a martyr for this. That's when I think it's like again, there's no gurus, there's no fucking Braveheart in this. Like you're your guru, you're your Braveheart, fucking
He won't talk about Israel,
else.
right? He'll say the
Somebody else.
Chinese. He won't talk about Israel, the Jews. He won't talk about that. So he's a gay. His wife is Jewish. I mean, it's literally fucking Bill Hicks. If you look at him and you look at Bill Hicks' teeth and you look at his face and the moles and everything, you could use facial identity software and fucking identify him if you want. But you look at the
Yeah,
face, it's the same teeth, it's the same face, the same ears. Like people
see, like
don't change.
to me personally, that sounds like, and there's Bat Boy in his fucking closet and Bigfoot in his driveway, and it's just like I can't, like you know what I mean. When people go down that
Some
route,
people can't handle it. Some people can't handle it. It's fine.
not about handling it. It's like as a fan of Bill Hicks, like as someone who watched his shit endlessly, to me, they're just not the same person. That's just
All
how I
right.
see it. Like you know what
Well,
I
you
mean?
know
Like I
what,
just
too?
don't see the.
If
I could
people
tell why
find
people see similarities, and I just don't see Bill Hicks like he was too
that's
raw
not
to
even
like.
that important. That's not even that important in the big picture. The big picture is that he can't be trusted because he is
Right, but
disinfo
that's
on
the
a
point.
lot
Is
of
like,
things.
why would you look for somebody to completely trust? You know what I mean? In that sense, it's like,
I don't
and
completely
that's the
trust anyone.
right, and that's my point in all this is that there can be no gurus because ultimately it's about dissemination or discernment for yourself.
Dude, when you find out the earth is flat, you don't trust, at least me, I don't trust anything anymore. Like, nothing is too outrageous. Nothing is too fucking crazy. Like the whole Tartaria thing,
Well,
that's another rabbit hole I went down. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, you know what? There seems to be a lot of evidence.
I'm
When
just
I
saying
start looking,
Tartaria has more credibility than fucking. You know what I mean? Like Tartaria,
Tartaria
like
is
anything to
100%
do with the
real, dude.
earth and fucking shit like that.
It's
Yeah, nobody
it's
knows shit.
100% real, man. It's
I
you
mean,
could go look at
100%. I don't know, but like, I mean, something's
yeah,
out
okay. Well, whatever you want to call it, whatever
there.
you
Right.
want to call it. These buildings, do you think the fucking what are those guys called? The Mormons, right, in Utah, could come there with horse and wagon and build those fucking grand structures out of stone with nothing but a 2-bit axe and a horse? No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. You're lucky if you could build a log cabin. You ain't building a giant structure out of stone with no machine tools, no cranes. It ain't happening. It ain't fucking happening. That shit was there. They didn't build it. Like all this shit. Washington, D.C., that shit was not built when they said it was. They didn't have the tech. How do you cut stone? How do you cut and polish stone with no machine tools, with no electricity? You can't. Something in the timeline is way, way, way false. And the whole technology infrastructure thing. Like there was way advanced technology. It takes sophisticated machine tools to cut and polish stone. Oh, they built it in the Roman times. You ever look at the Roman armor and shit like that? How is it so advanced and so perfect? And like a Fabergé egg from Russia, those things, like all these art and shit. Like, how are they cutting that? Did they have carbide? Did they have like no? How are they cutting these metals and like how ornate things were? It's like there was a sophisticated people that they're not telling us about who built all this shit, and that's why so many of those buildings were destroyed. You just look recently; they burned the roof off of that Notre Dame in France. They burned the roof off. Michelle Obama was over there. He was watching it, and you could see the reflection in a wine glass. He was drinking champagne, and you could see the building burning. That's another one. Like people don't like Michelle Obama, Michael Robinson, a lot of these celebrities, Beyonce, that are all men, and they just can't wrap their head around it. Maybe Michelle Obama's not too far of a stretch. A lot of people will see that, but they won't see their favorite celebrity. Like, oh well, they like Jennifer Aniston's also one, but maybe they like her. Like, no, I like her from Friends. She can't be a tranny. Okay.
Yeah, that might be true. But hey, Issa, I think I respect what you said a second ago about you said be your own
Right,
great
man.
part
Right,
and all
right.
that stuff. I think that is a good point, man.
Fuck yeah,
You know what
dude.
it
It's
is?
like no gurus and like it's like kill your gurus. Like that's
I
all
have
it's
a
about.
long time ago. That's why I don't trust Jones. But I'm saying he did give me a lot of little breadcrumbs that even these terms, like I didn't know what a false flag was years ago, like into the 9/11 shit. What do you mean it's a false flag? Oh, okay. But he sometimes he'll call a hoax a false flag. You know what I mean? Like he won't use the proper terminology, but still these are terms you wouldn't learn on your own. Like it was not talked about in other circles. You're not going to learn it on Breitbart or whatever. You know what I mean? You have to go other places. And then when he exposed that whole time around 2012, I was onto it before that. Like the 9/11 stuff is my rabbit hole. 9/11 actually before that was the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve was the fluoride in the water, the Federal Reserve, and then 9/11. Looking into that, like all of them.
Yeah, did you ever listen to the Hour of the Time?
The what? Hour of Time is it? You cut out a bit.
Sorry, did you ever listen to the Hour of the Time?
Hour of the Time? No, I haven't.
Do you know what that? Bill Cooper. It was his little radio show that
Oh,
he
I've
used to
heard of
do.
Bill Cooper. Yeah, your mic is cutting out like every other word I'm hearing.
Sorry, I'm just in a spot in the house where I don't have no service. But Bill Cooper, the Hour of the Time, and it's just that
Yeah, Bill
interesting because
Cooper
he's like
he
one of
was
the
good,
first
man.
dudes that came out. You know about how he came out with like the whole like if Osama bin Laden gets busted doing some shit, CNN was involved. Do you know about that? And he came out like before Alex Jones did with
Yeah,
it,
he
and then
was one
Alex
of the
Jones
early
came out like
guys. Yeah.
2 weeks after. It was like it was trying to and then like kind of Alex Jones ran with it, and Bill Cooper got killed in November of that year,
We
which is
don't
kind of
know
wild.
that though. We don't know if he got killed. Like there was he Behold the Pale Horse or like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He wrote
and
that book.
who was the FBI agent before him? He was trying to like let people in on it. Fuck, I'm drawing a blank on his name. He was talking about the pedophilia back in the 80s. There was a insider at the FBI who was trying to leak out truth to the people. Can't think of the dude's name. He was supposedly one of the good guys, like Bill Cooper, but he was an FBI guy. Anybody? Anybody? God,
I don't
I'm
know. There was a
drawing a
couple.
blank.
I don't know the guy, but I think I'm thinking of. You got me thinking of a couple different names, but I really don't know.
I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was
There's a bunch.
exposing Pizzagate before it was Pizzagate. There was this. I know who would know it. California Nightmare would know for sure because he did a story about he went into that
Breitbart,
shit deep dive.
Breitbart,
Was
maybe.
not Andrew Breitbart? No. This guy was he's an FBI guy.
Oh, right. I don't know.
Breitbart talked about what's in your closet, John Podesta, and then he got snuffed.
Yeah.
He goes, "We're playing to win." I mean, I used to like Breitbart. Like that was pretty ballsy of him to say that. Like
What was pretty cool too is even like that guy Milo. Remember him back in the day?
Milo, yeah, that guy was cringy though, man. He was like,
Yeah, no. But I dug it because he was just so flamboyant. It was hilarious.
yeah,
It
he was
was
cringy.
entertaining.
He was funny. He was funny. He would say a lot of shit. I don't know what happened to Milo.
I think he got
Yeah,
like
he
canceled
got
off of
canceled,
fucking
man.
everything. Yeah, he got canceled
Yeah, he
hard.
got canceled big time.
He was
I
so
used to like him.
non-PC
Used to
though.
like
That's
him
what I
too,
liked.
man.
Yeah.
He was unpolished. That was the problem. He went too far, man. He was.
He's funny though, dude. That's where comedy is funny when you say things that it's not PC. You're not. That's the whole job of a comedian. And I think he was a comedian. That was his gig. And
Kind of.
comedians have to
He
say,
was a writer. He was a writer.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
but
And that was the problem. If you answer to other people, then you can't truly be a pure stand-up or pure comedian because you can't say anything that you want to say. They cancel your books. That's what they did. He had a book coming out like right then. They canceled it.
So Kosho, you're kind of into the official narrative on everything, pretty much. Like you're
Yeah, that's
always
right, man.
pretty
A-OK.
much
Literally
Everything.
everything.
What are you
everything.
talking
Dude.
about,
They could,
dude?
NASA could come out and say, we're actually inside a black hole. Coach would be right along with it. We're giving you some math and shit for it.
The fuck are you knuckleheads talking about?
I'm saying like
No.
you never go against the grain. You always
That's right.
defend the official story. So let's say on 9/11, do you actually think airplanes did 9/11? Could you actually say
Yeah, I
that?
think Osama bin Laden was flying the fucking plane himself. That's right, dude.
No.
I've talked to you. I've talked to you about it. I'm the fucker who was with you in 24/7 telling you to stop telling kids about the fucking hand gestures that the Sandy Hook kids are really alive and they're doing hand gestures at prom, shit like that. Because I was telling you to ask them about 9/11 and JFK and then feel them out and then, lead them into it that way, whatever. But yeah, I don't believe the fucking mainstream.
Okay, so you don't believe in the
Talked about
airplane
this for
thing.
4 years.
Oh, I can't remember because most of the time you always fucking defend the same bullshit. So how could you know? How could you know that they lied about that? So where are you on the moon landing? You think that's legit?
I used to have doubts about it, but yeah.
You used to have doubts, but now you think it's legit. So see, you can't have any credibility when you say that is legit. I mean, like it's hard for us
Yeah,
to
you got
respect.
no credibility.
I got no credibility. This guy's talking
You know,
about Michelle Obama like he's a dude watching a fucking Notre Dame burn down. I got no
Okay.
credibility.
Now wait. I could show you Michelle Obama is Michael Robinson. There is no there was never a Michelle Obama.
Show them the arms. Show them the arms.
Boom. Michelle Obama debunked. I can't ride with that one, just to be honest.
Wait.
Show them the arms.
Hold on, let me find my pics, dude.
Get the pics of her arms.
Not just the arms, dude, but all the fucking
We got an Adam's apple, or we're working with an Adam's apple.
Where do you think the kids came from, man? His asshole?
They were going to use them for the adrenochrome.
Yo,
Hold on, man. Go ahead, Issa. Go ahead.
No, go
ahead, bro.
They have like a set of parents that they think are the real parents. That's all. Go on.
Yeah,
They're clones.
I was just see whose joke was
And
worse.
that I
But
believe.
Issa didn't go with the joke.
They're clones, bro. Check with Dallas Dave about how they're clones. Is he still over
Dave? Oh,
there?
Dallas
clones.
Dave.
Yeah. Obama's kids, they're clones. Listen, is Dallas Dave still over there or what? I thought he got kicked.
He did get kicked at one point, but he got brought back.
Yeah.
It's just they don't let him talk over there, man.
They don't let him talk?
You know how it is.
He's always running wild with some shit. They let him talk.
And he starts talking to people that got no respect, and they start talking over him. They act like he's not talking.
Dead air. You guys got a lot of dead air over there because you're boring motherfuckers. So they let Dallas Dave fill the dead air spots.
Not often.
You guys are super boring, dude.
Yeah.
I've heard Jem's show before. You don't you're the liveliest one over there. Everyone acts like they're in a fucking halfway into a coma or something. Jem tries to do it, but Jem's not working with a lot because you guys suck.
No, it's because he does his show different than he used to do it. He used to do it where there's only like a couple people on the panel, and then and then he just opened it up to everybody because everybody in it. It's like people who have nothing to say, boring as hell. They come in and start saying boring shit. But
at least does he still do his Sunday show?
Yeah, he does it every other week. He'll probably do it next week.
Man. Hey, yo, would you tell Jem to come in here sometime? I
would, man, but I for some reason I doubt he would.
Well, yo, would you ask him? Just send him word from me that I would love to see him in here sometime. He doesn't have to stay, but I can't.
Tell him Issa wants to touch tips.
Well, I like Jem, and I just think he's healthy for things, even with his positions. Because I dig Jem. Jem just seems pretty I've always fucking liked talking to him. I've defended him and heard more
Alright.
shit from fucking people. But Jem is cool, man. Tell him I said what up even. And if he's not coming, just tell him I said what up and let me know he's not coming. I'd like to know either way.
He's a cool dude, man. But I was
He's
actually,
fucking awesome, dude. He used to be like a bouncer at a club and shit. Like he's fucking awesome, dude.
I think he's a DJ, yeah, or a
Or
manager.
yeah, or yeah, maybe whatever it was. But he used to work. I just like Jem. I don't know. Tell
Well,
him
you
I
know,
said-
I'm trying to do a show with him. Like, I'm going to do this 2v2 show probably, like you're talking about it. But I'm going to do one with him about the moon landing, where there's like two
Nice.
people who have evidence against it. Like I know, maybe not Jin, but somebody who has evidence like Jin.
Come on,
And
bro. You're
and I know,
Fuck
I know,
that
dude. But
shit.
Jin
Oh,
says
it's
he's got
fucked up.
hardcore evidence, so it'd have to be people who have like hardcore evidence. Um,
Oh
but
god.
either way, because Jim's a
So
real
I
hard
know.
hitter.
You know what though? Credit to that game though, because it's like who did it? It was what's that? It was that show that like everyone got mad at each other and stopped doing it. It's what the fuck was it? What is it when you like make a proposition and it's completely irrelevant? Non sequitur. The non sequitur show. Do you remember that show, Kosho? You remember the non sequitur show? Anyone? Anyway,
He remembers. I
they would
remember
go.
it. I remember it.
They would get like somebody who was really staunch in a position that they were just going to make fun of and talk about other shit around. It was just hilarious.
Dude, all them dudes do that.
But
Fight the
bro,
Flat
check it
Earth
out.
does
Check
it.
it. Listen to me, dude. Listen. The show was called Non Sequitur. So everything that anyone tried to make a point about, the funny part was that they said something completely irrelevant because it was a fucking non sequitur, dude. So it's like it's linguistic games, but people were fucking taking it serious.
Yeah, I
That's
was
what.
not sorry, man. I
That's
was
what to
brushing my
me
teeth.
the genius of the troll is.
But I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of the whole crew. Non sequitur, conspiracy. Was it not conspiracy cats?
Wasn't Sean Hawkins or not Sean Hawkins? Who was the guy that I found the bottom for that. Who was the guy that was like embezzling the money or some shit?
Oh, yeah. See, I wasn't. I don't remember that
Yeah,
guy's
they fell
name.
apart over money issues.
Show was their accountant.
I think they weren't sharing it correctly. Anyway, and sorry, I was brushing my teeth. Um, yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, you guys ever seen that documentary, Hypernormalization?
Nah, but I think I saw some of it. It's a weird fucking term,
It's
ain't it?
good. I'm watching it right now with my girl, so I'll go back.
Okay, you see what I posted? Show. He dipped out of here. As soon as I got him the pictures of Big Mike.
Yeah, I got to dip too, but I'll be back.
What do you think? What do you, are you the one skeptical that Michelle Obama's is a man?
I'm not denying she might be. I'm just saying it's like I'm not going in on it. You know what I mean? Like 100.
But do you see the last pic?
Well, oh yeah, that last pic looks photoshopped to me for sure.
No, dude, that's not. And if you look at the birth records, there's only a Michael Boy Robinson. That's
My
him.
fucking. I'm just saying on that last picture, my CGI senses are going bananas.
Okay, go scroll up a little bit more where they're in college. There's Obama.
I'm not denying. Yeah, that picture is what's up. I mean, that picture I've seen, and that raises my eyebrows. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that one right there. I get that. But I just don't know. Man. My thing is, it's not my hill to die on. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying to die on the hill. I'm just saying to acknowledge the truth. Come to the conclusion that what you're seeing is, don't gaslight yourself to believe that what the media wants you to believe. You're gaslighting yourself.
Well, it's not about. I mean, it's just it's like I don't give a shit. Like I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what everyone says about the globe. I don't give a shit if it's flat.
Well, no, hold on. I wouldn't. Let me explain. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like I'm like take like the Skull and Bones do their whole like their play.
It's Baphomet. It's Baphomet worship, dude. That's what it is.
I get it. It makes evidence for your point, is what I'm saying. I understand the evidence. What I'm saying is I don't know for certain. Therefore, it's like interesting. It's on the landscape of the world I live in, right? But it's like I'm not like gonna be like, holy shit, Michelle
That's fine,
Obama.
man. I'm just saying, don't
That's
delude
just me,
yourself.
you know what I mean?
Don't delude yourself into believing the official story.
Like,
what it is.
How about this? I've never met her or him or who, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, so I can't fucking say. But I know,
who's another one? What's his name? Brittany, the one that was in Russian jail. Brittany Griner, 6'9", right? It's a legit dude. You look at his face, the body structure, and it says he's so. Huh?
I've heard the Wookiee, but like I get it, but like I don't fucking know. Again, like
I think what it is, the elites gaslighting us, right? The Goyim, they're gaslighting us.
But then you don't want to gaslight yourself into conspiracy world either, right?
I'm not gaslighting. I'm looking at the evidence. The evidence. Gaslighting is when you repeat a lie over and over.
But you could see how one could gaslight themselves into believing something.
No, gaslighting is when you piss on someone and tell them it's raining. No, wait, you're pissing on me. Well, no,
it's understand like that it works both ways at least.
Not really.
Let's say like, how about this? Like, let's say, just for instance, like, and I'm not saying this because I know you're gonna say, well, you say this about flat Earth, but like, like the idea is like, do you think like, let's say some governmental organization couldn't gaslight conspiracy theorists down a rabbit hole that like totally makes them look ridiculous and makes
not
them,
even.
You know what I mean? You don't think they could do that?
That's what I thought flat Earth was.
Well, no, look at Hot Topic, bro. Look what they did to punk rock.
Punk rock?
Well, look at Hot Topic. You know what I'm saying, Doc? Like, this is just a store in a mall that, will make you look like a punk rocker. Well, I'm just trying to say, like, punk rock wasn't about that, right? It was about something different in a way. You could argue. But my point is that they came up with Hot Topic, and you can go there and look like just like fucking Sid Vicious or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, it goes all ways. It goes in all directions.
Well,
so when it's like, when people come with like Alex Jones, Bill Hicks, and all that, I feel like it's
not even sexuality. It's not, well, someone's gay or trans, it's none of your business. Okay, I don't even care about that. And they don't do it for that. They are high level black magicians. It's a Baphomet thing. Marina Abramovic is another one, a known witch. famous Satanist, no witch, and it's also a transgender. They do that. It's a higher level of black magic when you're a tranny. Just saying. Beyonce is one, and they're
Yeah, that sounds like a T-shirt quote. It's a
what?
higher level of black magic when you're a tranny.
Oh, not even the pun, dude. Not
I
even the
want that
pun
on
that
a
she's
fucking
black.
T-shirt. It's like, it's
I'm
a
just
totally
saying, dude.
higher level of black
What is
magic when you're a
Baphomet?
tranny.
Dude, Baphomet is a tranny. It's got breast and a penis. It's half human, half animal. So these,
Hard black magic right there.
what I'm saying is, if you're a tranny, then you're Baphomet. You're going all in, dude. You're not just posing. You're Baphometing yourself. Um, Bruce Jenner's one. I don't know, like
Don't
Bruce.
Baphomet me, bro.
He's a Baphomet, but he says he is. The thing is, if Michelle Obama came out of the closet and said it, you know what? I was born. Even the book,
Yo, they
becoming.
need Baphomet's Closet. Should be like a clothing store where
It
they could
probably
sell that
is, dude.
shirt. And they could sell
I'm
that
sure
shirt.
they shop there,
Oh
dude.
man,
They shop there. Baphomet's basement, his dungeon.
there you go.
I'm sure they
No,
shop
just
there.
no, Baphomet's walk in.
Where does Michelle Obama buy size 13 lady shoes? You know what I mean? Where do you get a fucking
Oh my god, that would be the greatest store to go to.
Baphomet's closet? I'm just saying that's what they do, and they put it in your face, and then they gaslight you. I have no incentive to gaslight you. Like, what? Why would I need to gaslight you? Like, I'm not in it to gaslight anybody. I'm just presenting what I see as proof, and you draw your own conclusion, whether you like it or not. Like, okay, if you take the cop out, what difference does it make? You know, that's the cop out. Like, okay, maybe it doesn't make a difference at all, but you can't deny reality. I mean, I guess you can. Anyone can deny reality, but it's not healthy. And it's not necessarily like a hill to die on. No, it's this or nothing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the fuckers controlling everything, they lie about everything. Oh, Jeremy, you still there?
I just texted to me.
Hmm.
So, would you guys scare Coach away? He can't handle the truth. He follows the mainstream narrative very closely. Very few things will he stray away from that on. And he used to be a conspiracy theorist, which is weird. Because I don't know how you make that. I could see the switch from following the mainstream to being a conspiracy theorist, but I don't know how you make that switch back after making the switch in the first. Like, how do you go from the conspiracy side back to the mainstream narrative so closely at that? I could see one or two
Right.
things, but like he follows it with almost everything. A lot of these guys.
Yeah, he's got no credibility, man. The dude's I think he's a government agent. Like nobody has that many hours to devote to regurgitating every official narrative, right? Like even asking about the moon landing, which isn't even controversial. That's been a fucking hoax for 50 years. People have questioned that shit. And even in today's age with all the evidence to even be remote, consider yourself like a truther or whatever and remotely entertain that fucking shit. No, I told you about 9/11. Well, I don't know what you told me about 9/11. He never elaborated on the story. Like, oh, I don't think it was airplanes. Well, get to the point then. Okay, it's not airplanes, but he don't want to get into it because he's an Israeli. I think he's talking the dancing Israelis, and I think he's paid by Israel or some agency, and that's his job. His job is to like view the official bullshit. And I think the powers that shouldn't be, they allow like a small number of us to talk amongst ourselves because in the big scheme we really don't matter because there's so few of us and we're just talking to ourselves and they're just monitoring us. They're monitoring what have the goyim learned? What else do they know? It's a way to tap into what we actually know. As long as we stay in the sandbox, they don't care. It's not spreading. It's staying in the sandbox. Can you hear me? Is my mic working?
I hear you. I hear you.
It wasn't working before. I had to leave the chat.
Okay, when you have a gate, you have a wooden gate, you know, a wooden fence gate,
Yeah.
and you're about to, and you know how you build it and it'll sag and drag on the ground? You got to put that V in it. You got to put the V in it. Which way does the V go? Because I don't see.
You want to brace it, a cross brace, you mean?
Yeah, the V.
Brace it from the bottom up.
Does
From
the
the
V
bottom
point
to
towards
the
the?
top corner.
I know. Does the V point towards the latch or away from the latch? Like, is the V? You know what I'm saying? Is it like
I
a
use
greater than or a less
diagonal,
than?
a 45 diagonal. You could use it either way. You could go down from the top down or up. It doesn't matter.
No, there's one way. There's one way where it won't brace it at all, and there's another way where it'll brace it a lot. Like one of the way, if you put the V the wrong way, it's literally no help. I'm gonna have to. I'll YouTube it.
I use a turnbuckle so I could tighten it up. You go from the top down. You want to pull the bottom up. I actually have a gate like that, and I have a cable with a turnbuckle, and it goes from the top corner down, and you lift up on it with the turnbuckle cable. But if you have a gate like that, you could use an X brace. You brace it both directions to stiffen the panel.
Do you when you screw it in? Do you screw it right through the panels?
No, I go into the meat, into the two. I have a 2x4 frame. Go into the 2x4 frame, and
Well,
then you
you
can.
got three. You got three boards going across.
Mine is. I got. Yeah, you got a middle, top, and a bottom on the 2x4s. Go into the 2x4, the bottom corner that would sag, and you lift it to the top hinge, and you get a turnbuckle. They have a turnbuckle like you see in wrestling to tighten the ropes. It's called a turnbuckle, and it's a screw on both ends, and you could take the slack out of the cable, tighten it. As it starts to droop, you can
Yeah, I'm
pull it
not
up.
buying new shit, bro. I got boards here. I'm gonna use.
Use the board then.
Yeah, but where do you screw it into? Do you screw it into the? I'm
Into
gonna
the
use it.
2x4. Yeah, go from the top, and then the bottom 2x. Put a brick under there, prop it up where you want it, and then screw it in place.
Oh, you don't put it inside, touching the fence pieces. You put it.
You could put it
You
through
have
all the
it.
2x4s. You could run it through. Let's say you got one laying over the top of them. You say you got use a 1x piece of pine. You could just run the screws into the 2x4 horizontals, run it into all of them. You just don't want it to sag.
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying to stop the sag exactly.
Right, so prop it up to where you want it. So where the bottom's level, put something under there, some 2x4s or bricks or
Doing it
whatever.
right now.
Yeah. And then you run your screws into all three of them. Then that keeps them from getting racked. They're getting racked. They're getting out of square. Yeah, like a piece of 1x6 pine or whatever would be fine.
I just got like a 1x2 right now.
That'll work. Anything will work. Is better than nothing.
Yeah.
Pre-drill your holes on a 1x2 because it's thin. Use 2 screws in each one, but pre-drill them so they don't split that thin 1x2. It'll crack if you run the screw through it. A lot of times it'll splinter. But if you got like an 1/8 inch bit to make a pilot hole, make your pilot holes so you could run them into 2x4, and at least try and get 2 of them in each one. That'll keep it more square.
Yeah.
I use a
I just got a
3/16.
YouTube it.
You can only use it with
Got a
that like a
YouTuber.
2.5 inch screw. 2 inch should even work, but if you got a 2.5 inch galvanized, you don't want to come out the front side of the fence. But yeah, 2 inch,
Yeah.
2.5 inch.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to come up with the fence. Yeah.
You should be fine if you use 2 screws. Like the 1x is 3/4 thick. Yeah, 2 inch screws will work perfect. You make your pilot holes.
Well, I always put what I do is I always put the wood up to shit. Like I'll put the wood how it's gonna be, and then I'll put the screw. I'll make the screw flush to make sure that it's not gonna go through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if you got pilot holes too, that it's always best to use a pilot hole. Then you don't get no separation between your 1x brace and the 2x. Sometimes they don't necessarily sit flat. It'll always strip out the skinnier piece of wood anyway, but you just don't want to split that board. It's 1x2 is on the narrow side. Dude, I just need one 10x, man. If I could get a fucking 10x, then I could diversify a bit. That's been very elusive. Even getting that double, you're saying you like to get a double and then take out half. That's fucking hard in this market to get a double. Not too much shit is doubling. Most shit is getting cut in half. You buy it, it goes down, gets cut in half. You buy it again, it gets cut in half. It's easy to get cut in half. It's hard to make a double. Sure seems that way, don't it?
Yeah. In a bull market, though, it's easy to get that double up, and then you're in shit for free. When a bull market starts, that's what I do.
Oh, that's
I'll
gold.
double up.
Yo,
Yeah, double up,
10x.
sell
dude.
half. Yeah, but as soon as it doubles, I sell half. That way, I'm in it for free, and I can move on to another coin.
I got
Try to
you.
double up on that one.
Sometimes you can ride it a little longer. Sometimes you like.
Well, the
Like
half
what-
I have left. The half I have left. Yeah.
Well, no. I'm saying like, let's say you got into like Cardano at like 10 cents and it hits 20. You don't want to sell it at 20, but if it goes to $1, you've at least 5x. It's like, oh
No, I
fuck,
sell it
$1.
at 20. I sell it at 20, get my money back for the whole purchase,
Keep it
and now I'm in it
disciplined.
for free. And then the last 50%, if that doubles, I'm good. Still, it doesn't even matter what happens after that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you could make
You
more.
got good though. If you're getting, you shouldn't. That's a good strategy because that way you don't get burned. You're not being too greedy. Some people.
That's what I mean.
like
Yeah,
my-
you don't. Once you double up and sell half, you're good. It doesn't matter if the shit goes to zero after that.
Here's my friend with Dogecoin. He minted them himself, right? He had 1 million Dogecoins. He was stoked when it went to 1 cent. He's like, oh my God, it's 1 cent. Because it was like less than 1/10 of a cent. It went to 1 cent. He had 10x. He didn't sell any of them. Then it went to 5 cents. And he had 1 million. It was worth 50 grand. He didn't sell none. And then it went up really high, like 75. He didn't sell none. I think he sold some on the way down. Or no, he sold them on the way up. I think he sold them on the way up. Like maybe when it hit like 45 cents or something, he sold a large part of them. He's like, I couldn't sleep at night, man. It was just too much. Because like that's if he sold them all, that'd be like 450,000 if it's 45 cents. He didn't sell them all. And then he watched it go up to like 75. Like, oh man, I left a lot on the table. And that he wanted to sell at $1. I'm like, you don't think like that, dude. Because after the Elon Musk Saturday Night Live, it had a massive dump. I forget how low it went, but then on the second rebound, that's what I was saying, dude. You should have sold another half. You're holding way too much, dude. You shouldn't hold $100,000 of a meme coin. That's suicide to me. I don't care if it'll go higher, dude. You got to be happy with at least half of that. Cut that risk in half. Because it's still $100,000, dude. I mean, 50 grand would be a risk. He called it a moon bag. I'm like, dude, that's more than a moon bag. That's $100,000. That's nothing to play around with. Even if it's free, right? Even if you're keeping the free coins, it's still nothing to fucking trifle about. 100 grand. And it's 100 grand today, but what is it worth in 6 months, right?
Bro, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to see which way I gotta put this brace on. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, don't worry.
There's mad different ways to do it.
You could do it inside the frame if you got 2 buys, or you can do it
No,
behind
I
the
can't.
frame.
I'm just gonna do it right over the frame. I don't even
Yeah,
care what
well,
it
you
looks
don't
like. I just need it to stop.
If you don't have a
Stop
miter
sagging.
saw, you need a miter saw to do that.
No, you don't.
No?
No. I'll draw a pencil line and cut it with a. I'll draw a pencil line and cut it with a fucking handsaw, bro. I don't care. I do need my fucking speed square though. Where the fuck? I got it. Because it's got to be at less than a 45-degree angle. Speed square, draw, pencil, and I'm good.
Yeah, it's only a 1x2.
Something that's small, yeah. Looks like a 1x2.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. I
Saw
work
through
with
that
bigger.
shit. I'm not even breaking out the saws. I'm not even breaking out a power tool for it. Fucking saw
Yeah,
through
why
it right
would
with
you?
a. Yeah, it's not worth getting an
never
extension cord
I
out and
never
shit.
work with lumber that small, dude. And 1x2s, I don't think I've ever bought 1x2s. The smallest I had was
Dude,
1x4.
It's leftover wood from a bed that we threw out.
Oh, I got you. Those bottom slats, bed frame stuff.
Yeah, the little slat so the bed doesn't mattress or box spring, whatever,
Yeah.
doesn't fall through.
Yeah. Is that long enough? You must have a short gate. It's just like a short one.
It's barely long enough. I don't know if it's going to go the whole way, but
Yeah, use what you got.
if this doesn't
man.
work, I'll unscrew it and go buy wood, whatever. I got to get this stop lagging. I just got to figure out which way to fucking put it on.
From the bottom corner up, dude. It's the front edge, the outer edge is drooping. So you want to prop it up and screw it to a support diagonally. Is that Show? We'll drop it in.
Good morning.
Good morning. What are you up to this morning? Just hanging out on Discord?
Playing video games and joined to see what you guys were up to.
What up, Silent?
Hey, what's up, Jeremy?
Or getting some shit done around the house.
Are you
Trying
a
to
stay
fix
home
this
dad,
wooden gate.
Jeremy?
No, I had to go back to work.
Because of this bullshit that is happening, huh?
Yeah,
The
I was making
Bitcoin
2
bear
G's.
market.
I was
I
making
know.
2 G's a month, bro.
How many? 3?
2.
I was doing 2 G's a month,
Oh, not
and
bad.
now I only do like 300, like $10 a day.
Even that's not bad, man. If I can make $10 a
Yeah,
day
but
off,
that ain't
can't live off it.
that ain't
That'll
stay
buy
at
me
home
coffee.
dad money.
No, hell no.
Yeah,
Hell
Even
no.
two grand a month is hard to stay at home off $2 a month.
no, I'm good with 2 G's.
You could live off 500 a week. Yeah, well, there's no tax if it's just coming in straight untaxed, $500.
Yeah, that sucks. When this
Yeah,
shit started going
shit'll
down,
bounce back.
I'm gonna be honest. You were the first person that I thought of. Like, how is Jeremy doing now
Yeah, I
that
was like, fuck.
fucking crypto is going shit, man?
Shit'll bounce back, bro. I ain't worried.
It will. It will.
He got in
Yeah.
early though, dude. He was in early on Bitcoin when it was how much was it? $200?
Yeah, it's 100 change. I was talking. Yeah.
I'm at loss on everything right now. I haven't sold not a single one.
When did you get in? What year did you get in on the crypto?
Me?
Yeah.
Nah, last year.
You bought the top, yeah. That's what happens to a lot of people. They come
Yeah.
in late after all the big money's made. They come in late and think it's going to go forever, because that's what everyone's telling them. All the fucking YouTubers, oh, it's going to keep going up. Bitcoin's going to 100 grand. You think, oh, it's okay to get in now. It's going to 100, right? And they sucker everyone in. Everyone new, and the noobs get dumped on, and then usually these fucking things take a long time to bottom out. And by then, a lot of the people that bought in at the top are selling at the bottom. They've fucking, I've had it. I've done. I paid 60 grand for this coin. It's worth 5. I don't want to lose my last 5,000. I'm out. And they fucking tap out. They just have too much suffering. They tap out, and then the cycle repeats. It goes up, and then other people chase in. I want some of this. I want some of this. They just know where people's pain level is. Like most people's pain level, they can't take anymore. And the economy gets bad, so they're forced to sell it. They don't necessarily want to sell their Bitcoin at the bottom, but my friend, a crypto gangster, he had to sell his crypto at the bottom because he had no money. He had all his money tied up in it, and it was that COVID hit in 2020, and he didn't have any cash. He needed cash to live off, and he was forced to sell at the bottom, near the bottom. But he had already made his money, like Jeremy. He had bought it when it was much cheaper.
Yeah, I can't lose at this point. I've taken out so much money out of crypto that if all the shit went to zero, I'm still good. But I mean, I'm trying to get back to that 2 G's a month.
Free chips. The free chips you're playing with right now, you've already taken your money out.
Yeah.
See, your timing was good. Your timing, you were lucky to get in before the giant run up. So everything's did a 10, 20, 100x. You got lots of free money in the game. Like coming in, like the guy that was just talking, he got in last year near the top. He came in with his own money that he saved, and it got cut in half or worse. He's going to have to wait. Like Bitcoin in 2017, end of 2017, it was around 20 grand, and it's about 20 grand today. So if you got in 2017, you're still at the same level. If you didn't cash out any, you just haven't made any money, or you're not underwater, but you just haven't made nothing. It's up like 3,000 from there.
Yeah, I bought into the dip that happened like 2.5 years ago.
Oh, then you got in okay. Did you cash out any at the top?
No, I haven't cashed out any. So, but I'm still sitting at like, I have no losses at this point. I'm still ahead.
The problem is, there's a thing called the round trip. Like if you do the round trip, if you bought on Bitcoin in 2017 at 20 grand, if you bought the top, and then you watch it go all the way to 69, and then come all the way back to where you bought it, and then go below where you bought it again. You don't want to do that. Like watch it go all the way down to 5, and then come up to 100,000. Like that's a painful ride to go all the way up, have it all go away, and then go even lower, and then come up again 2 years later.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
See what Jeremy does is smart. He, even if he misses a lot of upside, he might miss a lot of upside if he like could have kept it a little longer. I did the same thing with Luna. I was probably one of the few people that made money with Luna when it crashed. Most people lost everything, and I cashed out like too early. I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm up. I put in about $150, and it was worth like $550. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm up. Maybe I ought to just take this and go, dude. What if it rolls back over and goes down to where I bought it lower? I'm not even gonna fuck around. This thing's too dangerous. Had I held it like just 12 hours more, I would have made 400 times my money. It's like, ah, so whatever, 400 times 500.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in a position where I could take some out, right? So I could really get all my money back right now.
You're kind of too late to sell. It's like, what coins did you buy? Which ones are you in?
I'm in Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum.
All the big ones? Those three
Yeah,
big
big
ones.
stuff. Yep.
See, the problem
Big
is the problem to take profit in those was a few months ago when it still had a much higher price. And people were still saying it won't go below 40. There's no way. This is the bottom. And then 30. There's no way it'll go below 30. This is where Elon Musk bought. It's not going below. The problem is that we don't know if we have another dip coming because this fucking recession could last years. It's kind of late, but it depends where you bought. I don't know where you bought. If you bought at 10 grand, you might want to get your 10 grand out and keep the free ones. And maybe if we do go down lower, maybe start buying it back in with that money you have there. Put some aside. Put a little bit aside, like the money that you came. If you came to the game with like say 10 grand and it's worth 20 right now, maybe put the 10 grand in your pocket and just wait. That way you don't lose any of your actual money that you came in with. And then try and buy it back lower.
Yeah, I'm contemplating. I don't know. If it makes another little tick up, like if things start to tick up just a little bit, I might do that.
Maybe set a stop loss too. Set a stop loss in case it rolls backwards on you. That you don't lose that half. Like say you want to, if you're still up, if you haven't lost anything yet, and you don't want to sell your whole bag, but maybe protect half of it in case it takes another dip lower. Like when we went from 30 to 20, actually we went to 17 from 30. That was almost cut in half again. So if we drop from this 20 level, 22, 23, we could get cut in half again and go down to 10. It's like, fuck. Then you could double your bag size. Ethereum is actually one to take a little bit of profit. Ethereum has doubled from the bottom. That like XRP
I got
hasn't.
into it. I got into Ethereum at like around 300.
Oh God, yeah, you're up a lot. It's almost it was like almost $1,800. So that would be one.
Yep.
I would cash out. I would cash out some of that because it's already doubled from the bottom. If things start getting shaky, the people who bought that last dip, they're up 100%. They're gonna dump that shit, and you could see a lot of people who bought that dip are up 100%. They're gonna dump it.
It's could drop it down enough to where I could recoup it. Yeah.
Jeremy, you're hot
You could
micing.
rebuy that.
My bad, bro.
You could rebuy that. Okay, let's say you sold it here. It's 1,700 and change. Not sell all of it, but maybe sell enough to get your money back, and then buy it back if it gets cut in half again. If it gets down around $800, start buying it back. Get back your coins. But 300, dude, you're up a lot on that one. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not doing bad, but to be honest with you, my whole entire strategy with even getting into it is I took a decent chunk of change that I had to move around, and I threw it in there, and I know a lot of people that trade crypto often hate to hear people like me, but I threw it in there for like long term, like.
Yeah, you could do that. That's fine, but you're gonna in a bear market, you're gonna watch it go like okay, let's say you bought Ethereum at $300 and now it's at almost $1,800. And let's say this bear market takes another dip down and it goes back to 300. You would watch all that go away. Like all that. If you're up that much from 300 to 1,800, you got to take some of that and put it in a rainy day fund in case we take another dip to the bottom. Then you could like quadruple your bag size, and then you hodl that. Let's say you could buy 1,000 Ethereum instead of having just what you have now. You could grow your bag size. That's if you could trade these swings. I'm not saying I wouldn't do all or nothing, because you never know. Always keep some, but if you're up a whole lot like that, you're up a considerable amount. That's just prudent to take some off the table when we're going this bear market, especially on a big rebound. This has been a big rebound for Ethereum when it's went from under 1,000 back to almost 2,000. That's a huge rebound in a bear market. That was like when Dogecoin, my friend had Dogecoin. The Elon Musk news sent it to like 70 cents, and then it went down to like 30 cents, and it rebounded back to 55. Was, I think, May 10th or something. I'm like, dude, he had 200,000 of them left. I'm like, dude, you should probably sell half of that. There's no way you would come and buy it at 55 cents. You would not take $100,000 out of your bank and buy Dogecoin at 55 cents. You wouldn't do it. So, who would do that? Who would go take, it was actually 110,000. He had 200,000 coins. So would you go to your bank with fresh money and buy this coin at this price? And if the answer is no, then you should sell some. Like, would you come in right now in a bear market and buy Ethereum after it moved 100% and it's at $1,800 or 1,700 and change? Would you buy it right now? And if the answer is no, you should take a little bit off the table and wait for a price that you would buy it at. Like, oh, 300, I'd buy it there. Or even 500, I'd buy it there. But if 1,800, if you wouldn't come in with new money and buy it, that tells you should take a little bit in profit if you're in the profit. At least that's my theory. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, I get it. I've been, that's what I've been contemplating recently. And I haven't jumped on anything yet just because my original intent was to take this money, throw it at a few of the fairly large players, the things that seem like they're going to be around and things that have some use case. And
just ride it out, ride the bear market out.
Yeah, it was a decent chunk of change, but it was money I'm not going to lose sleep over if tomorrow it's all gone, kind of thing, Well,
that's a hodler. That's a person just hodls through all the fucking cycles. The problem with that strategy is the people that, like I said, bought Bitcoin at 20 and now it's right back where they bought it in 2017 and they never took any profits. You don't want to be that guy, because that guy just did the round trip. And then let's say, okay, it's 20 now, but let's say it even does roll back to like $5,000. Let's say it does. Now you're underwater, whereas you could have had a win or even break even, but now you've lost. Now you got to wait for a whole nother 2-year cycle to even break even. Like, these bear markets last usually about 2 years or sometimes more. You don't want to be underwater for over 2 years thinking, oh, maybe it'll come back. I've lost half my money. maybe you have to wait 2 years just to break even again. I would lose sleep over that. I know you said you wouldn't lose sleep over it, but nobody likes to lose half your money or more. Like that's my pain threshold. Like my pain threshold is less than that. Like,
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, that's
But
why
to
I'm
each his own,
contemplating
dude.
drawing a little bit out. I get frustrated with myself because I was in circles and knew about Bitcoin a very, very long time ago. But at that point in my life, I wasn't in a position to really start throwing money at let's just say,
risky
not
assets.
guaranteed returns, right?
Yep. I hear you.
So I
And
was
I knew
into
about
it
Bitcoin. It
super
was
early,
$3.
and my uncle passed away. My cousin got some money. He did investments, bought stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then he contacted me. He's like, hey, I've got 15 grand that I want to throw into something that whatever, I could lose it, whatever. Do you know anything that's going on? And I
You
told
don't
him
need that
about Bitcoin.
much. You don't even need
I,
it. If
I,
you got in with 1,000 back in the day, you could have made
oh,
millions.
I know. That's why I kick myself, is because I would have been taking that extra 25, 50 bucks that I was, starting to save just for like BS, and I would have thrown that into Bitcoin and I would have made a shit ton of money. But my cousin came to me. Bitcoin was about $220.
Yeah.
And he's like, I got this 15 grand. I'm like, fucking throw it into
I
this
wouldn't have done it.
cryptocurrency. What's that?
I wouldn't have done it. Like I knew about Bitcoin when it was $3, and it had come down from like 10 or 15, and it was at 3. And this was like 2010 or something. I didn't know how to buy it back then. I'm like, I don't know how to fucking buy it. And I thought it was nerd money. I'm like, you mean this guy just made his own nerd money and he's selling it? What's to keep someone else from making their own nerd money? And then all this other shit, Ethereum and Litecoin, Dash, all these other cryptos started popping up. I'm like, what gives them value? You could just make a million other coins like it. Like, why is this one special? Like, and for the most part, when when the market crashed with Bitcoin, like I'm talking the earlier crashes, like when you're talking like $200, it was crashed in 2015. It had went up to over $1,000, and then it came down to like 150. It was like early on, like 2012 or 13. It got up over $1,000, $1,300, and then it crashed down to like 200, 150. So those people that bought in at 1,200, they're like hurting, like, oh fuck, man, it's only 200 or 150. What did I do? Why did I buy it? But 2015 was the resurgence. 2015, 16, and 17 is when it started running nuts. And
My frustration with my cousin is this is a dude who runs fast and loose about a ton of shit. I mean, the guy literally runs a under the table poker.
Gambling.
So what's that?
No big deal. He does a gambling like a coffee house.
But it's kind of like it's above board, but it's not above board. He runs in the gray area, but he also lives in a city that is a capital of a specific state.
Yeah.
And the politicians and judges enter his room. So, yeah. But anyways, that's what frustrated me is he calls me for advice about, hey, where can I put something that might be on the edge of like a crazy investment where I might lose it, but I've already done what I wanted to do with all the money I got from my dad, and this is something I can just piss away. And he didn't do it.
I didn't do it either because I didn't, like I said, I only got into it recently. I missed all that shit. I knew about it, but I was reluctant. I'm like, well, wait, Bitcoin already crashed before. And after the crash of the 2017-18 crash, it got down to 3,000. It's kind of stayed there for years and years. And it's like, you know what? It has these runs. Maybe it goes to 10. Maybe it'll come up to 20 again, but it'll probably crash again. And it still might. We still might have another purge because a lot of people are buying it with leverage. Like, let's say you got only $1,000, but you can do 20 to 1. You can do 100 to 1, which is really nuts. But there's people going 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. I actually know a guy, he was at 50 times leverage on Ethereum, and he got liquidated. He was using cross margin. He was up a lot, dude. He was up a whole lot. I'm like, holy shit, dude, you're up 40 grand. Take that fucking profit, dude. He didn't do it, and he lost it all. Like one day it's worth 40 grand, the next day it was worth zero. His whole account blown up. I'm like, dude, first of all, you're using 50 times leverage. It doesn't take much of a move to wipe your ass out, right? 50 times leverage, that fucking 2% move. So what happens is your account, right? If you borrow 50 times your money, if you have $1,000 and you borrow $49,000 from the exchange, the $1,000 is just the collateral. When you fall below the collateral, they liquidate your account, no questions asked. It's just instant boom. So it could just be one wick. It could be like one wick. It dipped down there for like 2 seconds. Your account gets sold at whatever the market price is. It's just gone. Like, fuck you, dude. We need our money. We're not taking it because these markets are fast. And when you see Bitcoin move $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 in just like 1 minute, that's people getting liquidated. Lots of people. And right now, there's a lot of people betting it's going to go up. There's a lot of people that, they've been making money since when it went to 17 and now it's at 23. That's a lot of people that have a nice little profit. But if it goes backwards, they might start getting liquidated and it sets off a chain reaction where the people underneath them keep getting fucked. And it all gets dumped at the same time and there's not enough people to buy it. And you get these really low prices. They don't stay there too long, but you can buy it really cheap in those moments. If you have a limit order, like right now, if you think, let's say you want to buy some Bitcoin at 10,000, you could buy $1,000 worth at 10,000 and put another order underneath that at 7,000 or whatever, spread them out because you actually might get them for that price. It might just, like I said, come down for one moment while everyone's getting all their shit's getting liquidated. You might grab that low price that's only there for like a few seconds or a minute or something. You might get your order filled, and you can't sit there and wait your whole life for it to happen because you turn your head, you go get a drink of water, and it happens when you're not there. You're not going to get much time to get it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Where do you? So if you were doing like a buy order on a dip, is that something?
Limit order.
What's
called
that?
a limit order. It's called a limit order. So you say, let's say if you had $10,000, and let's just use Bitcoin because it's easy to. It's at roughly 20 grand. So let's say you had 10 grand, and you take $2,000, and you could spread that at 5 different price points, or you could do $1,000 at 10 different price points and spread it out. So like each level that it goes down, you're going to buy a whole lot more of it. For each additional $1,000 is going to buy you a whole lot more of it. So it just depends how you want to structure it, how low you think it can go during one of those. If you don't think it could go below 15, you might want to put half of it at 15 and then put some at 12 and some at 10 or some at 8 and just spread them out. You could spread them out equally, 2, 2, 2 at 5 different points, wherever you think like the butter zone is. Like, you know what? I think there's an 80% chance it won't go below this. And that then the low ball offers might never get filled, but it's no loss to you. You want to get as much of it at the lowest price possible, and you want to get filled, but it's also good to keep a little bit extra because you never know how low this shit will go. Like nobody anticipated we would go down to 17,000. Nobody was saying that. They're like, fuck, it'll never go below 40 even. And this is only 6 months ago. People were like, fuck no, 40 is the bottom. It'll never be this cheap again. You better ape in right now, dude. This is last chance to buy cheap Bitcoin. And then they said the same thing at 30, and then at 20, and then at 17. I'm just thinking, with everybody saying this is the bottom, it might get cut in half again. Like, it might go to 10. Who do you use? Do you use Coinbase or are you using a different exchange?
Yeah, I initially used Coinbase, but I have everything pulled off of exchanges.
Okay, so you got it in a wallet. You can use a swap then, like a pancake swap, simple swap. If you got say if you wanted to sell some, put it in a stable coin like a USDC. I wouldn't put it in Tether. I mean, I have some in Tether because those are the only some of the stuff I want to buy only trades in a Tether, like a Tether pair. They pair it with Tether. They don't necessarily pair it up with USDC. So I wouldn't be able to buy it. So I'm forced to hold some of it. But if you're just if you got it in a wallet, you could hold stable coins in a wallet and just wait for you could wait for a lower price and then you could buy them on an exchange like Pancake Swap, Simple Swap, different swap sites. You don't need to use Coinbase. Coinbase fees are really high. The swap sites are even higher, but when you unless you have a stable coin, if you have a stable coin and then you send it to Coinbase, it only takes about 10 minutes for it to 5-10 minutes for it to settle in your account.
Yeah, no, I have so I do actually still have some in Coinbase. It was like when I transferred everything out, like after I purchased everything, I pretty much immediately transferred everything into a wallet. And I transferred all like even amounts. So I kept in a little like the change.
So if you got a few $100, maybe put some limit orders on stuff you'd like to buy cheaper. So if you want to buy like XRP and you think it might go 50% lower, put some limit orders.
Yeah, that's true.
I would do that.
Maybe I do that because like
I would keep 10%. Take 10%, put it on Coinbase in stable coins, and then spread them out on coins that you'd like to buy cheaper. Just keep limit orders, keep them open, because it's only 10% of your account. If it was to get destroyed, it's not the end of the world. But if you could buy like really cheap crypto with that just 10% of your portfolio, your gains could be really big. Like you can get shit cheap. it's to me it's worth the risk. That's why I keep a lot of mine on the exchange because I have limit orders waiting to be filled. I'm waiting. It's a risky strategy. It's not for everyone, but that's what I'm trying. I'm hoping to catch one of these bottoms.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I have I guess I could place small limit orders. My change that was left in there fluctuates, and it's I don't know, some people might look at it as a decent amount of money that's still in there. So there is money to work with.
If it's $1,000 or whatever, take it and spread it out. Which coin would you like to buy the most? Like, is there one you've been waiting to buy?
No, I haven't been paying much attention.
So if you think, I mean, the one that I would take profit on if I was you is the one I'm up. So like you're up a lot on Ethereum. That's a good one to shave off a little profit and then put some limit orders in with that profit. You could rebuy the Ethereum because let's say Ethereum gets slammed. I could see that getting slammed to like $500 in a big sell off. And that's like a 75% lower than where it is here. So let's say you sold it, it's at almost $1,800 if you sold, let's say, one Ethereum, and then you buy back 3. Say I'm going to try and buy some at 500, 400, 300, 600, 800, like spread it out so that if it only gets to 800, at least you get some. And you could buy back your one coin. Say, you know what? If it gets cut in half, I'll buy back what I sold and I'll have one coin back. Plus, I'll have all this extra money and I'll put it at lower price points. It just depends how much you want to sell, if any at all. But to me, it's risk management. If it's up a lot like that, it's prudent to take some off the table in a situation like we're in, where the market's melting down.
Yeah, I've been contemplating doing that. I just need to actually make the decision, make the move.
Risk reward. Like how much potential do you think it has in the next year? the next year, or the next 6 months? Are things getting better or are they getting worse? What made me is the Federal Reserve raising rates. I don't think the bear market's going to be over for at least a year. I think there's a lot more pain coming. So I'm sitting out. I'm just sitting watching this shit. I'm waiting for one of those big slams, like one of those moments where you see the whole thing go to shit, and that's when I want to buy in. When everybody's like dumping, I'm not even going to ape in. I'm going to I'm going to go probably 30%, and I'll wait it out another day. See, like, if it's in meltdown mode, I don't want to be buying it. Like, oh, I'm aping in at, let's say Bitcoin goes to 10 and I ape in and then it goes to 5. I'm like, I already aped in. I lost half my fucking money. And then everything is cut in half. Because I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot to average down. I have to make it maximize my what I can buy. Like, I don't have a huge bag where I could just say, I can pay 5,000 here and 5,000 there and 5,000. I don't have that. So I got to kind of guess where's the best time. And even then, I'm not confident enough to go all in unless I saw something really fucking crazy. Like if we saw it go down to 3,000 again, like Bitcoin, that's when I know I could ape in on all different coins. Everything's going to be wrecked, and I'd feel comfortable just waiting it out. Like, okay, it's not going to get worse than this. It might still get worse. I don't know, but I would feel okay that it's not going to go much worse because it didn't in the past. In the past, the worst it got was around 3,000-4,000. That was the worst beating for Bitcoin. Not to say the future can't get worse because we're in this fucking recession and everything's going to shit and gasoline's $5 and it could say gas goes to $10. What's going to happen to Bitcoin? It's going to get fucking wrecked. When everybody's broke, they're going to sell their shit. And that's why things go super low in these recessions. People are forced to sell. They don't want to sell, but that might be all you have left. You know what I mean? Like if you have no money in the bank and all you have is some Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, and you don't want to sell it at these prices. You don't want to sell it at 5,000, but fucking A, you have to because you got nothing else. That's what happened to my friend during the COVID crash. He was fucked. He had no other money. But if you got other money, you could just hold them. And that's what I would do. By the time it got too low to sell, you don't want to be in that boat where it's too low to sell, where it's like, fuck, dude, it's already Bitcoin's $5,000. It's too low to sell.
Yeah, I'll probably have to make some moves probably fairly soon. I mean, we made moves not too long ago with like equity in the home. Like we purchased below the market when the market was at its low with our household. So once I saw that interest rates were just starting to pick up a little bit, I was like, fuck, let's lock in some of this.
I hope you locked in your interest.
Oh, my interest from our original purchase is locked in. We bought at the low of the market with like the low of the interest rates too.
Oh, you got so lucky, dude.
Dude, and we just happened into it. It's not like I made some super strategic move. It just the house fell into our lap. Yep.
Yeah. My brother got lucky. He bought the 2008 low. He had a condo and he bought it at the right, I think 2010. And 2010. And he didn't get out at the high, but he got out okay. He made good because he got in at the absolute bottom of the market. It was everything was wrecked. Everything was down 50%, and that's when he got in.
Yep, that's where we got in.
That's when my nephew was born, like 10 years ago.
Early 2012 is when we got in, which was like in our area, especially our house specifically, was like the low of the market, and interest rates were like 3%. So locked into that shit.
It was him being born. He needed a place. He wanted his own place with his girlfriend, and it's like his son. He was just having a baby, and that's when he needed a place, and it just happened to be at the bottom of the market.
Yep.
And everything it doubled. It doubled in price.
Dude, we just happened to luck out with a lot of our decisions. We lucked into the house that we eventually bought. We wound up renting it for cash because it was a a home that was in foreclosure, but it was taking so long for everything to process through foreclosure.
Uh.
The pool company had a certificate of title on the house because of a mechanics lien because the owner never paid for the pool. So they had a certificate of title. We knew somebody that worked for the pool company, rented the house from them for like $900 cash. We'd meet them for dinner every month and pay them money. And then it came, foreclosure papers came. We met the investors. We bought it off them before they even had to take it to market. So we got it under market because they didn't have to do shit. And yeah.
You lucked out, yeah. It was just fortunate timing, and you got the right. See, now that's like people who lucked into Bitcoin. Let's say you lucked into it when it was really cheap, like $10, whatever. So you might have been mining it. Like, say you're mining the fucking Bitcoin, and you had it left over on a hard drive. You just forgot about it. Oh man, I was mining Bitcoin back in the day when it was like they were giving you 50 Bitcoin a day. Holy shit, I got 5,000 Bitcoins. Oh shit. And you forgot all about it. You pull out your old laptop, or there they are. Oh my God, 5,000 Bitcoin. Even at 20 grand, you'd be doing pretty fucking good, man.
Yeah.
You know, don't necessarily want to dump them all, but I would fucking take the money and run. I would keep a little bit because it might go higher again. Eventually, in years from now, it will. But I just like say I don't like risk. I don't like taking unnecessary risk. Because you never know like how long one of these things. Let's say this bear market lasts like 2 years or worse. That's a long fucking time. Say it goes down for 2 years and then it takes another 2 years to just get back where we are. That's kind of what it did in 2017. We had that long trough from 2017 to 2020. You had a 3-year fucking waiting period just to break even, which would fucking suck. So if that happened again, we're 2022, 2025, just sitting at a loss for 3 years, being underwater for 3 years is a very painful period. And I don't want to be that guy. That's why I'm kind of nervous right here. I'm like, dude, this was the all-time high for Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Not that long ago. It's 2017 ain't like it ain't like it's 50 years ago. That was the all-time fucking high. And you think it's the bottom? I don't know. Fucking, I don't know. Even Ethereum, like, oh, it was $300 not that long ago. Fuck, it's almost $2,000 right now. It's like $1,800. That shit could go low again, man. It could go to 300 again. Actually, it was down to like $100 Ethereum during the COVID though. That one did the best. It was down to like 100 and some change. It went to like 4,500. That would have been the best one to fucking buy. If you sold some of it at, near the top, near $3,000-4,000. Like even now is not too late, I don't think. At least I would take what you put in. Let's say, because you've already got 3. You got like an 8-bagger, or let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're still up 6 times your money. Take out the 20% and keep the rest if you want, but at least get your initial investment out of it, and then you're on a free ride. There's no pain. If it goes down to $100, no sweat off your ass. You got all your money out.
Yeah, and if it goes up, I'm just making.
It's all free money at that point.
Free money, yeah, true.
That's what Justin did.
The way you're talking, you would never stayed in Bitcoin. You would have sold a long time ago.
I would have sold it at the double. If I got in at Bitcoin at $3, I would have sold it at 10.
Yeah,
See,
but if you're listening to his
honest answer.
Well, if you're listening to his point though, Godric, he's not talking about taking everything out. It's taking gains, right?
I would say take your initial money, your initial investment, and have risk off the table. Take the risk of losing your initial investment. Say you came in with 10 grand, take your 10 grand and put it in your pocket in case things go to shit. Because if you're up 6 times your money, take that initial money out of the risk pool, because we're in a very risky market right now.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, sure, it's not the perfect time. It's like, oh man, I could have had more, but that's just greed. Like, coulda, shoulda, did it. You could have had much more, but these are difficult decisions. It'll be much harder when it goes even lower. Like people will be faced with a tougher. Say it goes to 10, and you're like, ah.
Well, that's the thing about the very cliche, easy phrase of buy low, sell high. If you
How do you know we're high?
exactly,
Fucking...
if you look at it solely from that perspective, it'd be like I could look at it and be like, man, Ethereum was higher. I missed my point, or whatever. Blah blah blah.
It's not bad. Ethereum's easier one to make the decision.
Yeah. Oh no.
It's at $1,700 right now, and it was $800 about 2 weeks ago. It was about $800. This is an easy decision. It's up over 100% from its recent low that it hit, and then you've gotten in at a very low cost base. Even if it goes back to 800, you'd lose it half. So this is one I would take. This Bitcoin's tougher, man, because it's like that's a tougher call. I don't know what price you paid for Bitcoin. If you got it for 10 grand and it's at 20, I don't know. You're still up on it.
Yeah, none of my Bitcoin was above 10 grand.
Oh, you bought it all under 10, so you're still okay on that too.
Yeah.
It just sucks. It sucks doing it here. I get Bitcoin is more sucky than Ethereum because Ethereum you made a huge return.
Yep.
Bitcoin you really didn't do as well, so it's like, yeah, you're tempted to try and hold out for maybe it'll go to 30. Maybe I could do it then. I think a lot of people are in that boat. They're waiting for it to get around 30, maybe cash out a little bit, and it might always it doesn't do what everyone anticipates. Like, man, I just needed it to go another bit more, another 5,000 more. I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what what I got out too early on, way too early on Luna. Like when that dead cat bounced, dude, I still like, oh, why couldn't I have just held it 12 more? And it's not like I need to hold it a year, so it was only 12 more hours, dude. Like kicking myself over that. It's like I could have had $200,000 if I waited 12 more hours. Fuck. But that's just how low my risk tolerance is. I'm like, I don't want to take the risk. Everybody else got fucking smoked. Like everybody. Everyone, when I say everybody, I mean 99% of people who bought Luna got wrecked. They got lost nearly everything. And I felt fortunate. I'm like, dude, what am I doing? I've just made like 4 times of my money. Fuck it. But I did the wrong thing. I should have kept half. I should have just took out what I had and kept half. That still would have been $100,000 of profit.
Hindsight's always 20/20. But yeah, I hear you. I got to start running some equipment, so I'm going to be on mute.
Look, if you sell when your money has doubled, you would never have the exponential return the stock market has given over the last, let's say, 100 years, even 20 years.
Yeah, the stock market is different than the crypto market. The crypto market is crazy volatile, and when you're in a bear market, is you don't want to wait till you're too deep into a bear market. If you could recognize that it's a bear market, like say like a quarter into it, even halfway into it, you can save yourself a lot of losses. Everybody buys it on the way down.
So would you sell at a loss if you figured you're going into a bear market? If you have like
I have done that. Yep, I have done that, and it saved my ass a lot of times. Like I would have lost 80% more. Let's say I took a 10% loss, but it saved me 80%. So the people who bought Luna was $110. If it went down to $70, you're like, man, I'm in this at 100 and it's 70. I'm going to take a 30% loss. And the person who got out at 70 was the best thing he ever did because it went to a fraction of 1 cent. So there's a time to take a loss is the best investment. To get out of a sinking ship, to go down with the ship is not an option. To lose your whole bag on a sinking ship, and that ain't the only coin that went defunct. There's a lot of them have done that, but Luna was massive. It was a $30 billion market cap, huge coin, went to zero. 9 decimals from the zero. So yeah, your bag that was worth, let's say $100,000 is worth fucking $10. I was buying 1 million of those coins for $1. I was buying 1 million because they inflated the supply to over 9 trillion coins. So Celsius is another one. That was a major one. Celsius can go to zero.
What coins went to zero, and why do you think that happened?
Terra Luna went to zero. Celsius is close to going to zero. US they had a US dollar, like a stable coin, Luna. That one's at like I think 5 cents. I don't even know why it's at 5 cents, but it is. It was backed by Terra Luna. I think it's US. Wait, what is it? I don't know the ticker on it, but it's the Terra Luna stable coin. It's still worth about 3 to 5 cents, and it shouldn't be worth anything, but it is. For whatever reason, people are still gambling on it. And then other times, like okay, let's say you're in a bear market. If you had Bitcoin and it was 50,000 or 45,000 or even 40,000. Say you bought Bitcoin at 50,000. It was as high as 69, but you bought it at 50 and you watch it go to 45 and then 40. And then you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to take any more losses. The person who sold at 40 is smart because it's now 20. You've saved half of your money. And now you can decide, do you want to get back in the game? You can get, let's say you had 1 Bitcoin, now you can buy 2. Do you really want to get in now? Do you want to get halfway in, get your 1 Bitcoin back and save the other half? Save it for later in case it gets worse? There's times to get the fuck out when things are bad.
No, no guts, no glory.
Well, what do you invest? Do you have money in it?
I just do stocks, so I can't comment on crypto.
So no guts. You got no guts. Like if you step in right here, if you want no guts, no glory, step in and buy some. You might make out. This might be bottom.
I just don't understand Bitcoin or any coins. I don't understand why what the value is.
There's only There is no value. It's only a perceived value. I mean, it could be worthless tomorrow. My point. Like it could be worth 60 grand one day, and it could be worth nothing the next. Luna was worth $110, and then it's worth a fraction of a cent, right? It was literally worth $110 2 weeks before it crashed, down to like a fraction of. When I say a fraction of a cent, I mean like a millionth of a cent. You could get a million coins for $1. It was just like nothing. Got so wrecked. And I know a couple people who were like buying it at $1 and then buying it at 50 cents. They're like, it can't go lower, dude. It's only $1. I'm fucking going in. They were going in hard. Thinking, oh, dude, it's only $1. It can't go lower than this. And then I was thinking the same thing, but it was down to less than 1 cent. It was a third of a cent. I'm like, man, how much lower can it go? And it kept going lower. I kept losing half my money, but I was only buying like $20 at a time. Like, I'll buy another $20, another and another. Oh, it's only 1/10. Oh, it's 100. I kept buying it like small amounts, and I got lucky. I got lucky that it bounced enough, and I was getting enough coins. But I thought I was going to lose I only was in it like 150. You know what? This $150 is gone. I don't think I'll ever see it. So I'm probably gonna. But it wasn't a huge amount. It's not enough to like bury me.
No, that's how you get busy, bro. That's what I did with that Bitbean coin. You just buy $20-$50 here, $20 there,
Yeah.
Get on it and then just hope.
I was grabbing dude, it was literally sinking as fast as I could put the money. It kept getting, every time I bought, it would go down 50%. I'm like, oh my God, I'll just buy twice. I was
That's a dangerous fucking game you're playing with a coin that's actively crashing.
Well, it worked. I mean, that's how I caught the bottom. But I mean, I was waiting between the crashes. I was waiting 15 minutes. I'm like, dude, it literally it can't go cheaper than this, dude. It's like, well, I wasn't going to put my whole bag in it. I had my tap out was right around where I was, but I just wish I put another like $100 in it when it was super low.
Yeah.
When I was getting 1 million coins, I'm like, dude, I'm getting 1 million coins for $1. I should have.
I'll tell you right now, if you're looking for a cheap coin, Baby Swap, Pancake Swap, good cheap coins out there.
How cheap?
I love Baby Swap. I bubbled off Baby Swap before. I was buying it at a nickel, 10 cents, 15 cents. This shit went to $1, $1.50. Sold a whole bunch.
People are saying like, if Luna ever went to 1 cent, yeah, if Luna went to 1 cent, you would make 1,000 times your money. Like, it ain't going to 1 cent, dude. That would be like Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu is not going to 1 cent. Nowhere near it.
Shiba Inu went up past 1 cent. Shiba Inu is well above a cent.
Never was, dude. Yeah. You don't even know what you're talking about. Never was 1 cent.
Okay. Shiba Inu.
If Shiba Inu was at a penny at one point, we wouldn't even be talking right now. I'd be a millionaire. I have millions of Shiba Inu coins.
I had like 1 billion. You're right. It must have been way less.
If it was ever at a penny, like I wouldn't even.
Dude, if it was a penny, it would be like 100 trillion market cap, or something even more ridiculous.
That's why when people say, "Oh, if this coin ever goes to a penny," it's like, do you know what the market cap would have to be on that? Happen?
It would only be 1,000 times, times bigger than Bitcoin's market cap for a meme coin. Yeah, that's plausible. That's plausible, and I could turn shit into gold. I'll take a shit and it'll be solid gold. That's how implausible that is.
Yeah.
You must not look at the charts. Oh, it was it was a cent. No. My friend the same at Doge.
No,
Doge,
I sold.
You sold.
I sold
what?
like a year ago, Shiba Inu, and then like a few weeks later, I heard it shot up in price to like, I don't know, 0.0007.
You mean 7 zeros in front of the digit?
No, like 4 zeros in front of the decimal
In front of
or
the
behind it.
decimal? Okay. I was buying.
Yeah, like a 10,000.
The Luna had 9 decimal points when I was buying it. There was a decimal point with 9 digits out, and I think I was buying like yeah, it was crazy. I was catching the falling
Well, if you
knife,
put like
but I was doing it
like
not
20,
much. No,
20,
at
30
the
bucks,
I
and
had
each coin like
150
that.
in it. I was buying it at a higher price with like $20 at a time. And then when it was getting stupid low, I was only putting $1, $2, $3, but I was getting 1,000,000 coins. I'm like, oh my God. And I looked, there was like, they inflated it to over 9 trillion coins. I'm like, oh my God, dude, it keeps going up. It keeps going up. They're going to add 100 trillion. What are they? They're not going to stop. And that's what made me panic
Well,
sell it. I panic
they
sold
cut
it.
them.
And
So I mean,
made money on it. I got out. I made $500. But
nice.
I regret it. No, it's not nice, dude, because like I've totally fucked up. I had so many coins it would have made me like just the bounce, like 12-hour bounce after that, I would have made like 200,000 if I held on to it.
Yeah.
Just 12 more
Yeah,
hours.
same. I fucked up that way as well.
Shiba did this. Fucking Shiba did this even more, man. Shiba, if you had bought $150 of Shiba at the right time, you would be worth fucking $50-100 million, man. You'd be worth shit tons because your multiplier effect is so large. You're having billions of coins. Like me, I had a 31 million multiplier, and I could have, dude. If I would have dumped in another $50, I would have had another 50 million. It was only a fucking dollar bought you 1,000,000 back then. It wasn't down there that very long. It was only down there for a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes. But like I said, I was dabbling. I'm like, I couldn't even figure out the price. Like I couldn't figure out how much. I didn't have time to do all that math. Like, okay, how much would if I want to buy this many? I have to divide this, all these digits out, and it was too complicated. I didn't have to, so I was just market ordering like $1. I want to see what it would do. I got 1,000,000. I'm like, oh fuck, I'll do $2, $5. Da, 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 da. I should have kept doing that for another 50, $100. But I thought I was just burning my money. Like, dude, this is never coming back. This is probably going to zero. But that was my Bitcoin moment. I could have been like a Bitcoin billionaire, dude. That one just fucking from the shittiest coin ever. Shiba's the
Same.
shittiest. Luna is a bankrupt coin. I mean, almost no one walked out alive. There's horror stories, man. There's so many
Shiba
horror stories.
Inu?
No.
9 G's
Luna.
off.
People got
Luna,
so
Luna.
fucked on Luna, dude. So many people. They were buying it, aping it at $1.
Never
Big
got
time.
into that one. Never got
No,
into
it was-
that one.
it was
I killed it off of Shiba Inu though. I made like 9 G's off Shiba Inu. At one point though, it cost so much to sell it.
Your fees were really high
I
to
was spending
sell
like $200. I was spending like $200 a trade.
What? Why?
I didn't care though because I was, dude, Ethereum. It's on the
Oh,
Ethereum network.
Hey, dude, it's ERC
Spending like
20.
Yeah, I was spending $200 a trade. I didn't care though because I was selling like 4 G's worth of it. So I'm like, whatever, $200, fine. If I have to.
Who's the guy that had Ethereum? There was a guy here. He was up on his Ethereum.
Well, the biggest power move, the biggest investment in history has been Shiba Inu.
Yes.
Some guy bought like
Better than Bitcoin.
$8,000 worth, and it turned into like 8 billion or something. Like nobody's ever put that much money into something and walked away with that much.
Did he cash out?
I don't know. Even if he cashes out now, it's still worth like a shit ton of money. So
Yeah, dude. If you could turn a few thousand into a billionaire, if you could be a billionaire for a couple $1,000, that's like the biggest fucking win ever. That's unheard of. And you're selling in a bear market. At the bear market price, you're still a billionaire? Fuck. That's not even a decision, dude. Not even a decision. It's like, wait a minute, we might be going into a long fucking bad recession that lasts years, right? Like we think we've seen it's hard times now. It is fucking bad, but what if it gets a lot worse? Like a lot. Now you're really fucked because you don't have that option to get out. Like, and that's like someone asked me, like, hey, have you sold shit for a loss? Yes, and it was the best thing I ever did. I've saved my whole account by bailing out. Like I would have lost like 90% had I not made. It was painful too. It was like fucking painful losing a third. It's like fuck, dude, it's gonna be hard to make it back. But I would have lost it all. I'd be gone. I'd be empty. So it's like, you know what? I did the right thing. It fucking was a very tough decision. It's always tough to take a loss. That's like those are the hardest. When you're up, it's easy. There is no pain. It's like, well, I could have made a lot more. Like, okay, I made money on Luna. Doesn't matter. I made money. Everyone else got wrecked. So I should be blessed. Even though I missed out on the biggest opportunity in my lifetime, I'm still okay. I didn't lose.
Yeah.
I mean, it hurts to think how like I could right now be just because it wasn't a long period of time. It's not like, well, a year later it was worth this. No, dude, like literally 12 hours. It's fuck. Those kind of hurt, but it hurts worse to lose your actual money. It hurts a lot worse than what you could have made.
Oh, the gate's working fucking perfect now. It looks like shit, but it fucking doesn't sag, closes properly. Awesome. Fucking put this fence up with another guy. Good, great guy. He didn't know about gates though. And neither did I. Never put a fucking fence up before.
I made 25,000 off of Tron like 4 years ago.
Tron was dope. Hell yeah, Tron was a good one. Made a few bucks off that. Not that much, but
It shot up to like 27 cents around there, maybe a little higher.
dude, when all these
From
coins,
like it's
when all these coins started coming out, fucking killed it, bro. I got what Miggy. You know what Miggy is?
No, I haven't heard of
24/7?
that one.
No, Miggy is the guy from 24/7. Anyways, I got with him. We had a nice little crypto crew, bro. We were fucking killing it. Dude. I made thousands off of coins you never even heard of.
Yeah, those altcoins, man. Yeah, things like Tron, where they have a decent company behind them, and they have some kind of decentralized, like blockchain technology that they're pushing. You never
What'd
know
you get
with
into
them.
Tron for?
So.
How much
Well,
were you
I got
buying
into Tron. Yeah, years ago. I got into Tron because my buddy kind of
How much were you
recommended it.
paying for it?
I think it was just around 2 to 3 cents. Like two
Oh
cents.
yeah, nice. Would it go up? It went up to like would it go up
20,
to like 10, 15
20
cents? 20?
It went up to like 27, yeah, for a good, I don't know how
Yeah,
long, maybe
nice.
a week. Yeah. I
Nice,
sold
yeah.
around 21, 19, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it was great.
I probably made like 500. I probably made like 500 on Tron or something. Not crazy. I was in BTT too, though. I made a couple grand off of that.
Yeah.
It was like a Tron altcoin or something.
Problem, I took like half of it out, paid off some credit card debt, but with the rest, I bought back into Tron, which was a mistake because I bought back in when it was like at 20 cents still, thinking that it would rise. Because
are you getting any passive income off it?
No, like ever since I put it back in, like I lost that. I considered it a wash and just basically held on to the coin for way too long. And I had like 26,000.
You still got it?
Yeah. It's I'll actually have to check my wallet, but it's worth like under $100.
$100 worth of Tron right now?
No,
oh, you got $100 worth? All right.
Yeah, 26,000 Tron. Yeah. I have left.
Yeah, you could get passive income on it through certain places.
Through like a bot.
Atomic. I think Atomic Wallet. No, just wallets and shit. I think Atomic Wallet gives you passive income on Tron. There's a couple other places.
Yeah.
It's not for $100 though. You're not gonna get much. You know what I mean?
No.
It's like 5. Yeah.
I basically just sell it and then send it over to a crypto gambling site where you can gamble with Bitcoin. You can also there's this gambling site that has wallets, and like you can send Tron right to the Tron wallet and you play with the coin. It's pretty fun.
I like that. What do you do with it?
Like stake.com. It's basically yeah, so you have a wallet with all the crypto addresses. So if you have Tron, you can send Tron right to that crypto wallet.
Yeah, I love staking. Yeah, I'm big on staking.
Oh yeah,
I get interest on my I get interest on my Bitcoin, Dogecoin. I'm getting interest on tons of shit.
Nice.
I only buy stuff that I can get. Yeah, I only buy stuff that I can get passive income on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't buy. I mean, I used to. Obviously have shit into and shit, but from here on out, like I only buy stocks or crypto or any if it doesn't pay back in some way, I don't even bother with it.
I like to look at what coins are going to drop on Binance next, and then try to buy them on an alt market.
Bro, I did that once.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Any Binance smart chains, you could go to CoinGecko, and they have a list of recently added coins. I don't know to CoinGecko maybe, but I bought all the ones that came out in one day. I think it was like 11 or 12. It might have been 10 of them. Right? I spent like I don't know, maybe $10 on each of them or something, and I ended up making good money off of that. Like they went up, and I fucking cashed some out, and I think I like doubled my money or something. Like that's a good strategy if you just find new coins that come out, buy a few bucks worth of them,
and
just wait.
Yeah, exactly. especially if it's on an alt platform like Trust Wallet or one of these random coin places where you can buy those obscure ones, and you know that eventually it's going to
Oh
get
yeah, I fuck
onto.
around on
Mhm.
Pancakes on MetaMask. Same thing as Trust
Pancake
Wallet,
swap.
pretty much.
Yeah, I use that.
It's just like
Swap.
Trust Wallet.
Hmm.
Yeah, I use it on MetaMask though, but you could use it on whatever. But yeah, that's how I was getting all those like obscure fucking coins and shit. Like I was fucking with
Yep.
Shiba before anyone, not anyone, but I mean I was on Shiba early because it hadn't hit those when the coins first drop. That's where they drop at on,
Yeah.
and then Binance or another exchanges will start getting them.
Yeah.
And when that
Coinbase
happens,
and all them. Yep.
yeah,
It
when that
shoots up.
happens, yeah, bro, we killed it, dude. Miggy, it was me, Miggy, Chocolate saying, whole bunch of dudes had this whole bunch of like it was like a flat Earth crypto clique we had going, and we fucking killed it. They're still doing their thing. I gotta start
Nice.
fucking with them guys, man. I made a lot of money with them dudes. Miggy's fucking smart.
Yeah, when I bought Tron, it was at the very, very top of like the Binance list as the cheapest price. It was the cheapest thing on the Binance thing. And I was keeping an eye on like the other 10 coins that are around it and seeing how Tron was passing them. So I knew Tron, like once it picked up some steam, that it wouldn't be in the top 10 last or lowest prices, you know?
On my gate, at this wooden gate for my fence, and it's been dragging on the cement sidewalk for like fucking 3 years now, bro. I finally put braces on it, got the latch working good. It's just money now. I'm so happy.
You put a little
But yeah, man, I need to.
you put a little wheel under there, like you could attach a wheel.
No. I put a brace on it. I just braced it.
Okay.
Like
Wheel.
cross, it's got to be sharper than a 45-degree angle, and you put these braces on, and it holds it up.
Nice.
But yeah, I need that. I need like I love the passive, man, because when they bubble, like say you buy a passive coin, right, and you're getting $10 a day, and that shit does the 10x. Now you're making $100 a day.
Oh yeah.
Like $10 a day is not gonna do really much for you, but $100 a day, you're fucking, you're chilling. I always cash out a lot of it though, because it doesn't stay like that always.
Well, it's hard not
It's nice to make
cash out.
$100. Yeah, well, not when you're making $100 a day. It's not hard to cash out because you're like, yo, I'm getting $100 a day. You know what I'm saying? But knowing that it's not going to stay there forever, you gotta take some profit when you can get it. I always just take that profit, invest it in other coins, save a little bit for if the market dips. Like just now, I had like 2,500 or 3Gs or something when the market dipped. So like I just the past like month, maybe 2 months, I've been buying up a whole bunch of coins, like pancake swaps, like $3-4. I saw it at $3 like a few weeks ago. I started buying it up. I bought a whole bunch. I probably bought $500-$700 worth. I don't know. I got a bunch of different wallets. My shit is so unorganized, but I have like 6-7 MetaMask wallets, just so that because I've seen people's wallets get hacked, and it's like, dude, all right, if you get one of my wallets, fine. I do use good security, but it's not good to have all your shit in one wallet just because, if your wallet gets hacked or something happens, man, you don't want to lose your whole bag. I'd rather have it be a mess and only get hit for a 10th.
Yeah. Diversify the portfolio. I got into day trading too. Like I would just sell some of my Tron profit, like 20%, something like that. And then I would buy any random really cheap coin that was doing bad. And then I would sell like within hours, same day kind of thing if it shot up. and then I'd rebuy into Tron. So I'd keep upping the amount of Tron I had that way.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to do it.
But sometimes it would go bad, you know, like you'd take out 20% and the investments would go sour.
Yeah.
It's a gamble, but it's fun.
I'm just trying to get my dollars a day up, man. I need to have dollars a day ticking in. The more dollars a day ticking in, like, the better. You know what I mean? Like, how many dollars a day do you need before you don't have to work anymore? 75, 100. You know, you go with 3 G's a month.
Oof. 75. I could probably do off 75 a day.
I mean, some people could do it off 50. That's $1,500 a month. Like, if your rent's only like 600, that leaves you 900 for food and bills and shit. Like, yeah, but $100, you know, $75 is, I don't know what the math is on that, 2 G's or something. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you only need to get like 70. I wish I had known this when I was a kid, because I'm in my 40s now. But if I had known this when I was a kid, I would have been buying dividend stocks the whole time and shit. Like, I got a bunch of different ways. I get like $1 a day here, $10 a day here, $2 a day here on different shit. But like, if I'd been doing this for the past 20 years, I'd be straight right now. I try to get my kids into it and shit. They're not interested. They want to play Roblox. Shit. You know, because if you start off now, especially, it's so easy now. You know, the second you turn 18, you can get stocks. You can start fucking with crypto. If you have no money, if you gave me like a 10-year-old kid that was interested in crypto and investments and finances and shit, by the time he turned 18, I'd have him making at least like $5 a day.
Oh yeah, a kid like
which
that
is
would be
not a
making
lot of
bank,
money.
right?
That's not a lot. Money, but when you I could have used. There's a lot of times in my life where I could have used $5 a day. You know, it's $150 a month. That's your cell phone bill, or that's your car insurance, or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that helps, and that's a good start on life, because, like I said, you only need to get X amount of dollars a day before you're good. That's people work their whole lives to get those X amount of dollars a day from Social Security or their pension or their 401k or whatever. Like, that's what you work for, those dollars a day. Yeah, I'm all about the passive income. I got cell phone. I farm cell phones. I got like 8 cell phones I got going right now. Get like $2 a day off it. Big whoop, $2 a day, right? But now I only need $73 a day. Then I make $10 a day off passive crypto shit. Now I only need $63 more a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I probably make $2 a day off stocks. Now I only need $61 more a day. Like, it just helps. All the little shit. I use that site StakeCube. I get interest on my Bitcoin and Doge there. Then I use another site. It's a faucet, actually. They pay interest. I get like 20 cents a day there. Like, I just make like 10, 20, 50 cents a day on like so many different places. My list is huge. I have a giant list of shit. Like, I'm getting interest on Doge. I got to move the rest of my Dogecoin over to that site. I only put a little bit there because it was new. But they've been going for a while now, and they're pretty stable. So I think I'm gonna move more Doge over there, because I think I get like 5 cents a day from them. But so I could put the rest of my Doge there and probably get like 50 cents a day or something.
I mean, given how much of a portfolio you have, you might as well get like bots, or like send it all to a bot. You can pay for a bot service the same way, and the bot will reinvest your crypto and then withdraw it, and then reinvest it and withdraw it and make you profit.
What, a trading bot?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to necessarily say download a bot or anything like that. You don't have to pay for a bot. What you do is you pay someone else to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
So like they make money off of your profits, but also you're basically using a bot to keep reinvesting and selling when it's high. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying I've heard a lot of people doing that, and with the amount of wallets you have, like you could start by sending just a few over to this bot account. You could see how much profit. I think it would be more than 5 cents a day. That's for sure.
I mean, yeah, in a bull market, bots do fucking great, right? In a bear market, though, I don't know if they do so.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I always figured bots would be able to do well any market because they're just the speed at which they sell and buy.
If you can put short orders in, yeah, they should be great in bear markets. But you can't put short orders in. A lot of the crypto market is strictly, buy, it goes up, you sell. Whereas like there's things with stocks and for foreign exchanges and shit where you can actually make money when something goes down. That's what a bot would need to do good in a bear market, I feel.
And it kind of does. Like it'll sell even if it goes up by like say 0.2. If you have it set to those parameters, it'll sell. Whereas you probably would have held it yourself. You know what I mean? So like the bot's automatically going to sell if it goes up by a bit.
Yeah.
It is risky, or like it is a different type of investing. You're investing in a bot.
Yeah. I want to just buy some shit, hold it, and just get money every day. Like dividends. I do that with dividend stocks a lot. That's all I buy is dividend stocks now. Because I just want that money ticking in. I got to get a penny a day. Otherwise, I won't buy it. Like, I won't buy anything that gives me 5 cents a month or something. I'm big on the monthly dividend stocks, honestly. Like, I think it's Realty Inc. or something. The ticker for it's O. All right. And they pay monthly dividends. So there's a bunch of monthly dividend stocks. That way I can make sure I'll get 30 cents from the dividend. That way I get a penny a day. I know that seems stupid, but pennies turn to dollars. So I do the same thing with stocks. I got stocks everywhere. I got an E-Trade account, an Ameritrade account, a fucking I got stocks in Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
For real. People like people send money and shit, and I send people money, and then whenever I have like 10, 20 bucks, I'll just buy a little stock.
Cash App's huge.
I think I get like 3 cents a day from Cash App with all the stocks I got. Just over time, over the past like year or two, I just been doing it. $10 here, $30 there, whatever.
Yep.
Sometimes I'll have an extra $100. I'll just pull it out of my account real quick. I do the same shit with crypto. Like on my MetaMask, I'll just buy shit that's either stakes or I can get interest on it or something because I gotta have that money taken in. Otherwise, it's not even worth it. Because that's your goal. That's everyone's goal in life, right? Whether they know it or not, is they're working towards that Social Security income so they can retire and not have to work anymore. For that, you need dollars a day. However many it depends on your lifestyle. You want to go get a $7 Starbucks every day and drive a dope ass car and do all kinds of crazy shit. You're gonna need more than the other person who just is willing to live a modest, frugal existence.
It's a good hustle, man. No one wants to live. Everybody wants generational wealth, and to be able to pass that on down to their kids and grandkids, whether they
But
know
why
it or
didn't our
not.
parents? Why didn't our parents do that?
Well, some did.
You know?
I have a few buddies where their grandparents passed them down a farm, and then like their dad passed them down dirt bikes and all sorts of vehicles and things, and so that generational wealth like goes a long way. They sell that or they upgrade and buy things with it. If you have assets to give to your kids, and then they give it to their kids. I don't know. Yeah, but you're right. My family, like, for example, lost all of its generational wealth when it moved to Canada. So like my grandparents' home in Greece, like we might get money from that when it's sold, but it's going to get split up between 7 brothers and sisters. So
Yeah, it's tough.
yeah, but that's the goal, man.
Hopefully,
Generational wealth.
yeah. Like hopefully, when I die, I can pass my stocks, my crypto on to my kids, and they'll be set by then.
The reverse of that is generational poverty, and you don't want to live in the ghetto or like Detroit or some shit. You're never getting out of there.
Yeah, I think I'm about to send my Doge maybe later today or tomorrow or something. Send all my Doge to this one spot where it gives interest. It's not a lot. I probably end up getting like 50 cents a day or something. Maybe $1. Dollars a day, bro. Dollars a day. Like even $10 a day, bro, is fucking huge for a lot of people. There's a lot of people that could use an extra $300 a month.
Sorry, I was typing something stupid.
I think my Atomic wallet makes like 5 cents a day. I stake what do I got stake in there? I think I got Atomic wallet coin stake in there actually. And So many wallets. My favorite shit right now is these phones. I got 8 phones going. Get about $1.50 a day, $2 a day maybe from it. Bullshit, $50 phones from Walmart. Spent like $400 on phones. I already got like 300 bucks on my PayPal from it. Really quick ROI on that. I wish I had a huge like following on YouTube or social media or something. Because if you could just get like 100 referrals, you fucking kill it. Referrals are dumb hard to get though. Yeah, I wish my family and friends were in it. Like, I can't talk anyone into doing it ever. No one wants $2 a day. Like, you know what I mean? That's not a big thing for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it also depends on how much you're investing, because like that could be $20 a day if you put in 10 times as much.
Scale. It doesn't.
Oh, it
scale.
doesn't?
No. Because you can, well, I mean, it depends on how many IP addresses you have. You can, because a lot of these things you can only have one account per IP address. So, but if you had like 10 IP addresses or something, you could fucking crush it. I'd be making $20 a day. You can scale it if you have IP addresses. So you put like 8 phones on one IP, 8 phones on another IP. Now you got fucking tons of phones, dude. That shit takes space. The electricity is like nothing for it. So maybe it depends on where you live. I don't know. Electric prices went up crazy recently. They're like price gouging with electric. I heard in some places. Yeah, I mean, if you can get a coordinated effort of people to do this, and you had, like, say you had all of America or something, or you have 400 million people, and they all like had a system to refer each other to where everyone got enough referral, like if everyone got 100 referrals, they'd be making what's 20 cents? What's 20 cents times 100? $20?
Each one has a different referral program.
Yeah, what's 20 cents times 100 though? $20? $2. $20. Yeah, $20. So if you get 100 referrals, you get 20. That's $20 a day. So how many times? You know how many people could do that in America? Get an extra $20 a day if just everyone did it. It'd be crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And I've seen better deals where it's like anytime your referral deposits 100, you get 30. Just
well, these are like
they get 30.
This referral's like so I make $2 a day off the phones, and they usually give like 10%. So like I would get, if I referred one person to everything, I would get 20 cents a day from them. For referring, like over and over again, every day, like clockwork. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty good
So
one.
if you get 100 people to do that, you're at $20 a day now. That's fucking dope right there. That's dope as fuck, dude. That's $600 a month.
Yeah, I think Coinbase might have it where if your referral deposits 100 or like makes a trade of 100, you get 10% of whatever it is. Like every time they make a trade.
Banging.
Yeah, and imagine just fucking like 5 really rich people, if you're getting 10% of every trade, that's insane. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you refer 5 whales or something. They're doing $1 million trades every day. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. That would be like a charity thing. If a whale came to you and was like, ever, you just give him your referral, you'd make so much money off of him, like a little prey fish attached to a shark, whatever those are called.
Were you the one saying that you use stake.com or something? Stake.us?
Yeah, I use Stake a lot. It's a
Yeah,
gambling
so
website. Yeah.
well, and they stake coins though, right?
No,
You
it's
stake.
an actual, yeah, it's an actual gambling, like just like pokerstars.com or party
Oh, I
poker.
thought you could stake your coins there. Are you sure there's no
Yeah.
staking feature?
I'm pretty sure, like, you use coins to bet with, so it shows you, like, say you have 20 Tron and it equals $1. You'll basically, you can do like 4 roulette spins for 25 cents each, or you could do like 1 for $1. You're basically just, it's a huge coin wallet that you use to gamble with. You can also bet on sports and all that stuff too.
I thought it was a stake. I always thought it was a staking website. Huh.
No. Stake is like, if you go on Twitch, you'll see like people gambling Bitcoin and stuff. They're usually using stake.com. Like, I don't know if you know XQC or like some of these gamblers that are on Twitch. Oh well. But I do know about staking coins and stuff. Like, I was following along with what you were saying.
Yeah, staking coins is it's one of my favorite things. At one point, I had like 15 wallets going on desktops. Now I just stake it on online, which is more risky, but whatever. I can't have 15 fucked wallets going because it starts to slow computers down and shit. Like you're staking five, 6 wallets, even on a decent computer. You're gonna feel it.
You got to consolidate them into one. It's not hard to send crypto from one wallet to another.
Yeah, but no, I don't like staking all the same coins though. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have a different. Each coin has a different wallet when you stake it on your computer.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of always kept Binance and Coinbase as my main wallets, and I've never had a external wallet or a USB stick or anything. I kind of trust Binance and Coinbase at this point, where I don't take my wallet out. I just use them as a wallet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of gotten to the point where those are it's too big to fail, or like, I don't know what the word is, but they're like it's like having your money in Scotiabank. You're like, okay, obviously Scotiabank's not going to go under. I don't know if you guys have Scotiabank, but it's Canadian. It's like CIBC or, TD.
TD Ameritrade, I got that.
Well, I was just saying Binance and Coinbase are like TD, you know, they're like a name brand and they're not going to fail. I kind of trust
Well,
them.
maybe. I've seen big exchanges go under, so.
That's true. That's true. I'm just saying, like, in terms of consolidating your wallets into one market, I use Binance and Coinbase, and I've never had an issue so far. But if they did go down, I'd be fucked, you know. Also, I don't like BNB, the Binance token. Binance has its own token now.
Yeah, no, I know.
And like every trade that's made on that market goes through BNB first. Kind of like the petrodollar. You know how like Saudis and Russians have to sell their oil into the dollar first? And then
They're
they sell it.
changing that. They're
Yeah.
about to change that shit, bro. I think Russia and China just did a deal.
Well, regardless if they are changing it or not, that's the way Binance tokens work. So every trade that's made on Binance gets traded in Binance tokens first, which increases its market value, and then it gets traded into whatever coin. Anywho, you should go to stake.com and try it out. It's fun.
I'm not a gambler, bro.
No way. All right, all right.
What the fuck is squeaking on this gate? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, there we go. I found it. On the fucking squeaky part. I almost signed up for that site before. This guy told me to stake coins there. No more squeak, motherfuckers. Oh, that shit echoed through the whole neighborhood. I had to fix that. All right, we're all set now. I sprayed WD-40 on the whole shit. I got the shit drenched with WD-40 right now. It's brutal.
So it's so hot outside. Oh,
Oh, I was literally dripping a minute ago. Sweat. It was just dripping off my fucking face.
it's like 35 or 40 with humidity here. Fuck's sakes.
Oh, you're on the East Coast, right? You said Nova Scotia?
I'm in Ottawa, Canada, Ontario. Close, East Coast, yeah.
East Coast, yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm in upstate New York. So
Oh, nice.
we used to go to Montreal all the time when we were kids. I fucking love I love Canada.
Yeah, New York State is like the closest. I think it's the closest. It's like 45 minutes to the border from here. It's one of the closest states to Ontario.
Yeah, I reorganized the shed. Now I can't find my broom. And I desperately need it right fucking now because it's starting to rain. And I got a mess out there. Son of a bitch. Why'd I put it up there though? Fuck, I found it.
Are your parents more highly educated than you are? Just a question. Mine aren't, definitely.
No.
Yeah.
No.
After getting into flat Earth, I'm probably the smartest person that's ever lived in my family.
Well, I mean, even coming out of high school and college, I noticed that I was just outpacing them in every way. It wasn't just like after university that I realized it. It was definitely growing up, you know. That's a weird thing though. Some people's parents are way more highly educated than they are. I can't imagine having a family where my dad is or mom is teaching me, you know, about God or something like awesome spiritual, something good. They're just very educated. Like, why are my parents atheist and kind of dumb? I don't get it. I mean, they're not atheists, but they definitely don't give a fuck, or like they don't care at all. Like when it comes to any of the vaccine or the politics stuff.
My father was anti-vax, and my mom is pro-vax. Kind of funny.
Well, thank God for your father, right? I mean, like my dad and my mom are vastly different, and I have no idea how I'm related to my mom, but I can definitely see how I'm related to my dad. You know, it's just insane that the level of education and the ability to work or pick up a fucking shop vac or to throw a ball. Like, I don't know how the hell. All of that came from high school, I guess.
My dad knew the government was full of shit, full of BS, and he saw a lot of propaganda everywhere and kind of like spoke against many things. He was very like a community person, and it was more oriented towards the community and trying to keep things organized in the community and stuff. My mom was just she was a worker and kind of like follow whatever the TV said in a way. Like the government says something, it must be true.
Yep. Same here, man. The mainstream media has a pretty strong grip on my mom. And yeah, my dad, same. Like, he came from a communist kind of place and knows what it's like to lose his freedoms. So he's been a little wary of the government as well. sort of the mainstream narrative.
I think for you know, I think the access to information in a way has kind of opened more windows for many people. Because in the past, like our parents, at least mine's, they didn't have the access to the internet in a way, and they had to rely on history books and access to, I don't know, newspapers or information from
And
other.
that's why they put so much.
Yeah.
They put so much emphasis on college and university. That's why, for sure. We do definitely have way more access to a vaster library, more vast library of knowledge.
Yeah, my dad was pretty in a practical sense of things. He was a mechanic. He knew about, building a house. He was able to build his own house, that kind of stuff. So he was pretty practical and that kind of things. Skillful in many things. He was also like a salesperson, community guy.
Like jack of all trades.
Yeah, he did a lot of
Yeah.
things. But
Well, that's good.
still, he was kind of like trying to go into the politics and try to change the system from within. And I think he was caught up with that. He thought he was able to change things with kind of like in the politics side, but that took a lot of time from him, because fighting the politics of organizations and municipalities and stuff. It took a lot of his time trying to change that world.
Yep. Kind of. I get you.
I never spoke to, because I was young when he passed away. I mean, I wasn't young, but I didn't know about Flutter when he passed away. I wish if he was alive, I'm certain that if I had this conversation with him, he will definitely know. He will. I'm so certain. My mom will be a little, I don't care. Like, she'll be like, yeah. But my dad will be more practical. He will get it.
Yeah, I'd say the same with same here with mine. Or if I told him about like Zionism or something, global New World Order stuff, he would understand.
Yeah. He was like like an investment guy as well, and in a way, he owned businesses and sold them and that kind of stuff, and he used to deal with gold, silver, jewelry, and also items. He will sell many different things. I'm pretty sure if I spoke to him about cryptocurrencies, he'll be like, okay, let's do it. He will like that conversation too. I don't know. He liked the economics of things as well. It wasn't like he lived for the economics, but he liked using the system to make some money and living an okay life. He knew how to manage money in many ways, but he didn't care about having money and living for it, but he knew how to manage it, to how to make money. If he needed to make money, he will know how to and how to sell something. He definitely knew something was off about the vaccines.
Good. Mine are kind of still, they're like 50-50 brainwashed by mainstream media on the jab. But they took all three.
If they're okay, most likely they got the saline solution because big batches of the vials are just saline water that they inject to people. Nothing happens. Another
Yeah.
percentage is the actual stuff that makes you sick.
Yeah, I agree. They might have gotten the placebo, or they got the one that wasn't. Yeah. Just they got a placebo.
That there's people that have gotten the first one, everything fine. They got the second one, everything fine. They got the third one, they end up paralytic or something. It's like you got lucky 2 times, but the third one you're fucked.
Yeah. I don't know if they build on top of one another, and also, like you said, the first one might be a saline, or the second one might be saline. The first one was real, but you need like 2 or 3 in order for the effects to compound enough on each other.
Yeah. But hey, at least the high-level CEOs and many of the politicians, they're not taking the vaccine. It's kind of funny the way they act the whole thing through, and people just follow what they say and do what they say on the TV. But the people in high places, they know what's what's good. They don't take their own products, many of them. So when you see some of these people in TV taking shots, who knows if it's the saline solution, some of them. But we do have the reports of people, like a lot of people do getting sick. I think one of the not too recent, but one of the famous ones recently, Justin Bieber, he had like a half of his
Oh yeah,
face was like
the palsy.
paralyzed.
Yeah,
Palsy,
the Pfizer smile. Yeah, there's a bunch of memes where it has like Justin Bieber's face and then a few other people's, and it's called the Pfizer smile. It's really funny.
So
Yeah.
you gotta get lucky, or is this the timing? Because let's say a batch of the saline solution goes to your near hospital, and you go that day and got the saline solution. You're lucky, right? Yeah, you got the saline and you're fine. But then if you are in a community that got the batch that has the good stuff, the juicy stuff, then you're not that lucky. You might get that one. Who knows? How do you know which one is which? Some people say that also depend on medical records and stuff. They pick vials from different refrigerators depending on who you are or whatever. There's an organization called ICANN. In 2019, they sued the CDC and Human Resources of the U.S. and they asked the government to provide the scientific studies that they have been doing for the last 30 years that provide them with evidence that is safe to inject children and pregnant women with the vaccines. And they say they provided some studies but had nothing to do with safety. So at the end, the conclusion of the court was that the CDC and the Human Resources haven't done their job for 30 years of safety studies, right? So most recently, they asked in court the CDC to provide the studies that show that these vaccines don't cause the variants that we're seeing. And the CDC says, we don't have any studies for that. So vaccinated people getting the variants. Surprise, surprise. There's another story that came out saying that these vaccines are causing immune diseases. Not surprising.
Oh yeah. That's all. You're preaching to the choir. I know. It's all, everything's up like 1,000%. All the side effects, all the what are comorbidities, like all cause death is up 5,000%. So people don't see it. They don't realize it. A lot of people do see it, but anyone who doesn't see it at this point is just lost and hopeless. There's no point of trying to give them statistics. It's like the news is telling us every day, this is the most dangerous thing, that most dangerous experiment. Like, it's killed more people than ever before, any other experiment. And here we are, like, people on Discord are questioning, like, oh, is that true? Where'd you hear that? Did Alex Jones say that? It's like, I don't care to explain. Yeah, we don't care anymore to the point where we have to explain it to them. Like, if they don't see it, if they don't listen to Fauci saying it, and these like Dr. Birx, they've 100% reversed their words, you know. So these idiots, they're like, do you have any proof for that? It's like, yeah, it was on mainstream media for the past 2 years. You just don't care about the science.
Bro, I was in the Panda server, and they were arguing about vaccines, and some lady said there's been like 5 or something, 10 doctors or something that died from the vaccine, and this guy came, that's a lie, you don't know, show me the evidence, blah blah, right? And they were looking through the news report, because there was a news report about the doctors dying in the same, like they went to the same, they were from Ontario, from the same area or whatever, doctors. And they were reading, and they were saying, oh, but look, read this. And they were talking about this, some of these doctors had cancer or history of diseases or whatever. So you see, they had history of diseases, so they didn't die from the vaccine. And I'm like, bro, everything you're talking about, all the diseases they have, like heart issues and cancer, that might have come from the vaccines that they come in the past. And now they got these new vaccines, and then they suddenly died, and you're saying the vaccines had nothing to do with it? That's just crazy. They're fully juiced, fully vaxxed, and they die like 40 years old, 50 years old, and even younger. Some of the doctors were like in their 40s, dying from after getting vaccines, and people say, no, it wasn't the vaccine. They had cancer. Bro, vaccines can cause cancer too.
Oh, that's the whole lie. It's like they're giving like this plausible deniability. Like, oh yeah, we don't know what caused the stroke. It wasn't a blood clot caused by the vaccine. We don't know what caused the fucking stroke or the heart attack. They're really, it's cognitive dissonance. I know exactly what you're saying, and so does anyone with any sort of education. So when someone disagrees with you on that, like, you can pretty much I can guarantee you that person is just an idiot, like a sheep idiot. So, like, you're 100% right, and anyone who disagrees with you there, like, you can pretty much, you can assume that they're a young idiot. That's all I gotta say. Anyone who's denying these injuries and the comorbidities and the 1,000% increase in myocarditis, or the 1,000% increase in heart problems, or the 1,000% increase in all these other issues, anyone who's denying that is just wrong and an idiot. Yeah, what's up?
Big trend at the moment is people dying from unknown illnesses. They're saying, oh, this person died, but we don't know what he died from. Like, they're saying it's ill. I think there's a let me see, let me look it up. They said illness or unknown causes is surpassing the other causes of death. Like,
oh yeah, unknown causes is the leading cause right now.
A bunch of other ones.
Yeah, I saw. The leading cause of death in New Zealand right now is unknown causes.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Yeah. We know the cause. They are lying to you. We know.
Am I roboting a little bit, or am I clear?
No, you're clear. It's probably me. I'm walking through a big ass stairwell.
Okay. Let me think about it for a second. Let's see. My app crashed. Maybe it's better now. This is in Alberta, Canada. Alberta. Look, the number one source, government of Alberta.
Mhm.
Ill-defined and unknown causes. 3,362 deaths.
Yeah, it's truly insane. Anyone with an education understands what you're saying here, and the vocal minority is propped up by mainstream media. So the only reason why they're getting away with this right now is because they did it in the guise that it was for our own health. They did it for our own safety. That's why it's taking so long right now to punish like any kind of these perpetrators.
Oh
Because
yeah.
Fauci or all these people, like, they can say, "Oh, I wanted to lock everything down because I thought it would be beneficial. I thought it would help." They have these excuses, even though we all know it was 100% planned and it's all by design. Even the fucking language Fauci used to use, he purposefully kept everything vague by design, so that when this stuff comes out, just like his AIDS stuff back in the 90s, he wouldn't get in trouble. Kept everything vague.
Bro, now
He was like, "Wear two masks.
right now
Wear
they're
two masks. Wear
describing
one mask."
they're describing the next winter like a winter of death or something like that. People are actually describing
Whoa,
this
yeah.
coming winter or something like
They said that about the
scary about
last
that.
one too. Yeah. They say like
I don't know if you're speaking, but you're cut out. If you're there,
yo, my bad. My phone ran out of battery. I just plugged it in.
oh, let it charge.
Yeah, it's charging now. Like, I plugged it in and it turned off, but then I turned it back on, so it's at 1%.
Bro, you mentioned the myocarditis about the vaccine or something. Look at the list. Number 9, strokes, 612. Uh,
Yeah,
number
all
6, acute myocardial infarction, which is bro. Number 9 is stroke, vaccine related. Number 8, diabetes mellitus, vaccine. That's juvenile diabetes. That's vaccine related because from multiple of the vaccines in the insert, one of the adverse reactions of the vaccines is diabetes mellitus, which is juvenile diabetes, type 1 diabetes,
oh yeah.
which is vaccine related. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. I would say many of those diseases definitely vaccine related as well, in combination of all other things, but the vaccines definitely open windows for that.
100% they are, and we fucking know it. We know it for a fact. Doctors all over the world are saying it. It's only mainstream media that denies this shit. So, like, all the actual doctors are like Dr. Peter McCullough and Vladimir Zelenko and all these actual doctors. What's happening to them is they're getting blacklisted and muted and fucking blocked off of all these platforms like Twitter and shit.
I have a friend. She's pregnant. She has already 4 children, but her 5th children right now. She here in the U.S. She went to the doctor, and they told her, "Hey, you gotta get the vaccines to protect you and protect the child." She was like, "You know what? I'm gonna hold out on that. Whatever." She didn't take it, and they were pressuring her to take the vaccines. Because it could be dangerous to not have them. She went to Colombia because she has family in Colombia, and she saw a doctor over there, like an old school doctor, and she asked her, "Hey, what do you think about the COVID vaccines and the vaccine?" And he told her, if that shit was working, there would be no problems, no issues. But you see, all the problems that we have in these days is in relation to all of these vaccines. The doctor told her that in Colombia. And so in Colombia, the old school doctor is telling her something. And here in Boston, Massachusetts, the young doctors in the practicing hospitals, these doctors that are practicing coming from the universities, fresh from the universities, are telling her, "Hey, take your vaccines," and shit.
Oh yeah, I know. And that's why the education system has been fucked up for so long. I mean, I've already connected all these dots. They've already destroyed the military and the police force by feminizing them. So feminizing the medical industry and creating a whole generation of nurses that just basically listen to whatever the authority figure says. They think they're doing a good job reading these packets and doing what the WHO says to do. They honestly think they're doing a good job, but the problem is we've hired and educated a really dumb generation of kids, and now like that was the plan all from the start, is to get the worst kind of people moderating us, to get the worst kind of people reviewing our movies and creating our TV shows, to get the worst kinds of bloggers verified and check marked on all the platforms so that they can seem like they're the majority opinion when in fact they're the vocal minority.
And all that people are inside of, including us, inside of an environment that is flooded with bad information and propaganda. So it's not that they're stupid or dumb; it's that since we're born, we're being given, these injections, right? The newborns are being given vaccines since day one, and drugs, and they get fevers and they get sick. They get drugs like every month, and then they get new vaccines every month, whatever. And then they grow. Many of them have like brain damages and many diseases by the time they make it to the university. And then at the university, they're already indoctrinated from high school, and then at the university they're being told how to be a doctor, and it's based on these guidelines from the government and from the pharmaceuticals that basically own the universities basically. And when they make it to the practice room and take care of the patient, they're telling them whatever they learn from there. So
Yeah.
it's damaged.
Same with the doctor.
Many of them are damaged, coded program machines, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I was gonna say, like, just to add to that, they're programmed throughout elementary school and high school to follow orders, like to do the best in that style of learning. So, like, private schools are different, obviously, and like homeschooling is different for a reason, because you don't get that kind of one teacher with 50 students. Whoever is the best yes man gets the best grade. But yeah, I mean, the packets, man, like the box of shots, the COVID shots, the box that it came in, they would just fucking read the packet and say, "Oh, okay, every 4 months you give this to a fucking patient, right?" Like, if you go 5 months, it's better. If you do it 6 months, it's better. There's less chance of you know, some weird side effect if you space them out a bit more. So they're just following the CDC and the WHO's instructions, which is the big fucking shame. And any kind of research that they would personally do.
Now I'm gonna go back to the party again. I'm sorry, bro. Give me 1 second.
Oh, good.
Okay. Because that's gonna change. I got my daughter came to speak to me. Good baby, okay? I got 2 daughters, and when they were born, they were pushing all the vaccine shit. I said, thanks for the offer, but no, thank you. I got these doctors coming to our room in the hospital like multiple times. Hey, the vaccines, they save life and they protect you from diseases. I was like, yeah.
They're liars.
Yeah. I had this doctor. She got on her knees and said, please allow us to do this, because they wanted to do the vaccine. They wanted to take the baby, my first daughter, they wanted to take her to a room, and they went, we're going to go to this room. I said, my daughter's not going anywhere without me. and I went with them to the next room or whatever, and they started talking about the vaccine. I was like, you know what? We're not gonna do any injections, any antibiotics, any of that. Just do the normal thing without any drugs or any medications. Nothing, zero. And the nurse looked at me. She spoke to the doctors, and for the few days that we were there, many doctors came. And one of the doctors got on her knees because they wanted to do the antibiotics in her eyes, the vaccine, and they wanted to do a test. They call it a test, but they said it was a knife that they will cut the bottom of her foot, to draw blood.
Jesus Christ.
And they're doing this for most children these days, because they're saying that with that blood they are checking for future diseases or something like that. They markings for future. It has a name, that new test that they're doing. So they basically just got the feet and one of the foot, and they draw the blood, and they say, hey, your child is prone to I don't know, diabetes or this and that, and we're gonna start medications to protect your child or whatever.
Well,
And I was like, you know what, guys? Because when the baby was born, at the moment, like in the first hours, everything was fine. They checked the vital signs, everything is good. She was moving her head already, like raising her head and pushing herself already, and I'm opening her eyes, looking at everybody, and the nurses were like, "Oh my, your baby, she looks so healthy. Everything is good. Oh, she's healthy. She's good. Okay, great, good that you said that. Make sure you write it down on the paper that she's healthy and she's good." So when they came with all the offers, I was like, "Thanks for the offer, but no thank you," to all of them.
Good man.
Yeah,
that's going to happen more and more and more, like, as time goes on, because all like these TikTok dancing nurses and all this fake bullshit where they're begging on their knees, oh, please let us vaccinate your kids so that we can make a bunch of money. Oh, please, let's go on a ventilator. We can make $30,000 if you go on a ventilator. Like, it's complete bullshit. We know it's 100% bullshit for the money. Please let us. It costs a lot of money.
I would have worn like a pro, like a GoPro, the whole experience, because it was something.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
was
dude,
something
well,
that
I've seen video. I've seen it. Like, I've seen an old woman coming out of surgery, and they're trying to convince her. They're trying to convince her to take the shot, and they're like, "If you don't take the shot, you're gonna have to stay here," and blah 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 blah. And then like, the woman's son comes in and is like, "No, she's not taking it. We're leaving now," you know. And they can't hold her or anything, but they lie right to her face, and they say, you know, "Oh, if you don't take it, blah 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 blah, and we're gonna have to keep you here," and blah blah blah. They
bro.
bank on these elderly people.
But the thing is, under that environment, that stressful environment, they kind of use that timing to kind of just
100%.
push everything, rush everything.
100%.
But then, since I have my guards up and I already prepare my wife, because they will ask my wife too, "Hey, you want to do this to your child?" Because he said no, and she'll be like, "Yeah."
Your mic is your mic's a little off right now.
My bad.
But yeah, that is what they do. They wait till you're in a vulnerable position, and that's why I said, like, this woman just got out of surgery, and I'm there's another case where they injected him while he was under in surgery. Like, they just thought it would be a good idea to boost him up.
Yeah.
They just do it when you're coming out of the dentist or whatever. They're off of their narcotics or what.
Can you hear me?
Kinda. It's very blurry. Like, it's like
Let me come
muffled.
back.
Oh, that's better. Okay. When you said "let me come back," it sounded good.
It should be better now.
Yeah, much better.
So, that experience with my first daughter, we had all these offers, and they were pushing, and the doctor got on her knees in front of nurses and other doctors, begging us, and I was like, "No, we're gonna consult our doctor, our primary doctor. We're gonna consult them," and that's what I said. And after that, in the time in the room, there's nurses that come in and check on my wife and checking that everything is okay. And one of these nurses came to us, and she was very quiet. She was like, "You guys said no to the vaccines and all that stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, we know the baby. They said the baby's good. The baby doesn't need any of that. The baby's taking the mommy's milk, the mommy's breast." And the nurse said, "You guys are so smart." And she was praising my wife.
Oh, thank God! Yeah, a lot of those nurses do.
Brave. You're so smart because you shouldn't be doing any of that stuff. But don't tell them I said that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm following, and I know a lot of nurses, like, on Twitter and all sorts of other apps, that they all either got fired or they're returning to work now, and that is their attitude. They understand that the injuries and the people coming in, they get it. Even doctors and pilots, they're protesting, and pilots are, the ones, they would lose their license after taking the shot because they had risk of stroke and heart attack now if they fly.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's tons and tons of nurses, doctors, and pilots all over the world that have seen this shit firsthand and understand. So, like, one of those actual nurses, they're the best kinds of people, but the ones that dance on TikTok and try to get you afraid that there's a pandemic and everything's so busy and they have time to choreograph a dance, like, that whole thing is nonsense. The pandemic is the vaccine. Like, they 100%.
People are acting like there was no vaccines before the pandemic, and bro, the pandemic started because a bunch of everybody was getting vaccinated. The flu shots. Oh, flu shot. I want 3 flu shots every year. Like, bro, are you fucking dumb?
Yeah.
And they get and people just talk about the flu shot, but people were getting flu shot vaccines, measles vaccines, a bunch of different vaccines within 1 year, and then they're sick multiple times a year, and they're saying, "No, it's normal. It's normal to be sick. It's just normal."
Well, what's funny is our body has memory cells that, like, remember the past sickness. So when how Biden's
got COVID again for the 4th time. Did you know that?
He has tested positive 6 days 6 days in a row.
Yeah, and each time it's like a different version of a virus, because his body should be able to remember and fight it off, but he keeps taking these injections, so it's like a different version of like something's killing him slowly, and he's never gonna have an immunity to it. And it's the same with all these people that are getting triple jabbed. Their immune systems are shot. They literally have AIDS.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hearing about AIDS and HIV 2 years ago when the shots started coming out. Everyone thought it was crazy. Everyone thought I was a conspiracy theorist, which I am, but now every day all you hear is about AIDS, monkeypox, gay AIDS, monkeypox. Fuck.
Yeah, and I see what's going on in a way, because you said first-hand knowledge, and it's crazy that it has to take an experience to kind of realize things, because I have a twin brother, and we were my dad didn't believe in vaccines, right? So we made it till 3rd grade without being vaccinated. And my mom and my dad, they got divorced for whatever reason. They were like, whatever. My dad has his own way of doing things, and my mom, I don't know, whatever happened back then. And then when we went to the new school for 4th or 5th grade or something, we didn't have any vaccines, and the school told my mother, hey, they need the MMR vaccine, bro. And listen. So I remember sitting down in the waiting room, and I think vaccines have to do something. Something has to do spiritual and mentality and something. But there is something weird, because I saw the thing that I remember clearly. I looked up in the waiting room, and I saw this propaganda paper in the wall, and it was like a character pointing with his finger. And I read the thing. It says, you have diabetes if you have these symptoms. And he had like a list of symptoms. And I read the whole thing. And I said, I don't have any of those symptoms, right? And I went to the room, and I got the MMR vaccine, which in the insert, in the adverse reaction, says adverse reactions, endocrine system, diabetes mellitus, right? Juvenile diabetes. And guess what? Like months after that, I lost like almost 20 pounds, and then I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, juvenile diabetes.
Jeez.
And yeah, so it's kind of crazy that.
Yeah,
I remember it's kind of weird as well that propaganda like was in the back of my mind, and that little character pointing the finger and saying you have diabetes. And then when they diagnosed me, I had all the symptoms that I read from that propaganda wallpaper. I have those symptoms.
They
That's kind of
prepare
crazy.
your mind. That's like the mind pre-programming, like what they do with the movies. They pre-program, yeah. I dated a girl who her 4-year-old kid went in to get vaccines, like the first set of them, and believe it or not, ever since those vaccines, her kid was completely different and had like tics and Alzheimer's, weird tics, like he was a normal boy, and then she went in, and then like months went by after, and now he has like ticks, like he like, not ticks as in the insect, like
like nervous reaction, reflexes in the body. Yeah.
And like weird lisp, stuttering, like he's got this kind of what's it called, where it's like autism, like an
brain
autism.
damage, just brain damage.
Yeah, well, she's they went in and like did a bunch of tests and stuff, and he's got apparently like mercury or something like from the vaccine in his brain. Like it's fucked with his myelin sheath and the whole thing, you know what I mean?
Well, in the adverse reaction says that it might cause a brain inflammation, encephalopathy, and that kind of stuff. So obviously, if a bunch of these chemicals are opening the blood-brain barrier and passing towards the brain and causing
Oh yeah.
inflammation, and then when the you see these children with huge inflamed heads, have you noticed children with their heads are like huge, and then they have like eye issues, like they can't see pretty well because of the inflammation is causing pressure on the eyes, right? And they get blurry vision and stuff and problems in the eyes. That's also part of it. And I was telling you that the first-hand knowledge. Then when I was growing, and I didn't know better. I was a child, and diabetes, whatever the doctor said, so I have to take the insulin every day, blah blah blah. But then I
Mhm.
was growing. My father told me, "Hey, that's your health. You have to, learn how to deal with it, and blah blah blah." And he was very worried about me and stuff. And after a while, I grew. I was like almost in my 20s, and I started to look into things. And I started to look into my health, and then I started to look into the type 1 diabetes and what might be causing it and how to reverse it, blah blah blah. And then I found out that there is a common occurrence in the vaccine makers admit that one of the adverse reactions from the vaccines is diabetes mellitus, type 1 diabetes. And then I
Yep.
was like, that's kind of crazy. And then I started, listening to people that talk about vaccines, doctor that had to quit their jobs. So this doctor called Susan Humphrey, that she was having patients, and after vaccinating them, she noticed that they were having like liver issues
Yep.
and
Yep.
heart issues, and she was like, what's going on with this? They were healthy, and now they're damaged somehow. Like, what are we doing wrong? And she noticed that the vaccines was caused. She started doing like research about the vaccines, and she brought it up to her hospital's higher ups, and they said, no, this is what we do. We vaccinate. This is part of the. This is what we do. So we're gonna keep doing it. And she had to quit because of principle. And then I kept looking into that stuff. And then when I got married and we decided to have children and stuff, I told my wife, hey, I've been looking into this stuff, vaccine stuff, for a long time. And if we have children, we're not gonna vaccinate them, right? And she was kind of skeptical all the time, but I explained it to her, and she got it. She understood. She wasn't kind of believing me because I wasn't a doctor or a medical professional. But then I showed her a lot of evidence, and I showed her a lot of cases, children, mothers speaking, and parents speaking about this stuff, and she was like, you know what, it makes sense to me. So we got on the same page, even though the family circle around us, they were calling me like kind of crazy, like, no, the vaccines are the best invention of humanity, that kind of shit, propaganda. And they were calling me crazy because I told them, hey, the vaccines are damaging children, they cause my type 1 diabetes, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. And then I told them, one day these crazy motherfuckers are gonna come, and they're gonna want you to take the vaccines forcefully. They're gonna force you to take the vaccines. That was years before COVID. And then COVID came about, and I told them, hey, they're gonna come and they're gonna tell you have to take the vaccine to go to work. And then that day, those announcements came in, and they were like, you were right. Oh yeah, I know, I was right. I've been telling you for a long time. These fuckers want to vaccinate you to make you a customer. They want you as a customer for life.
Hang on, I'll be back.
Hey.
What up, Nate? I'm in a fucking penthouse, so I can't hear anything.
Nobody's speaking at the moment, only you. I mean, I was saying something earlier, but yeah.
No.
Caloric.
Yo. Hold up.
Hello?
You went pretty quiet there.
Me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking, bro. What's good though?
When you said hold up, it was nice and clear, and then you came back and it was quiet.
Oh. Yeah, but I haven't said a single word, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying
What's good
hi.
in the hood though? You good, bro?
Not much, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 40 out and really humid.
Yeah. You at work?
That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm at work.
Oh damn.
Yeah, the past fucking month or two, I'm working days now, like different job, different position, got a promotion.
Yo, that's what's up, bro. Like, are you in management now?
Well, more than ever. Yeah, more than ever. Like I'm definitely I'm making POs, I'm fucking doing orders, I'm taking invoices and paying companies.
Jeez.
I'm doing a
More
lot of
money, more
fucking
problems,
paperwork
man.
now.
That's what's up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so like you doing the paperwork, but you bossing people around to like, go inspect this spot, inspect that spot type of thing.
Yeah. Well, and any kind of damage or deficiencies in our buildings, like I'm making all the payments and calls now. Like
That's
getting
what's
all
up,
the texts in. Yeah.
No, I'm proud of you, man. Yeah, I mean, you work fucking hard, bro. You deserve
Oh,
it, man.
this is nothing, man. Like these people I work with, I'm telling you, I could be part of a SWAT team. Like this is nothing. This is nothing. Like they think I'm a good worker. I'm a good employee. Obviously, I'm at any job I fucking do. I've always
Yeah.
been one of the best employees. But this is honestly nothing. You know, like women that are 40 can do what I'm doing. It's really fucking weird. I should be a Roman warrior with a spear. But these fuckers, like I'm sitting side by side cucks and elderly women, and we all think we're doing a good job here. It's a really pathetic life. It's so pathetic.
No, I'm still proud of you though, bro. It's like watching
Well,
your eldest
it is
son
nice.
grow up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, bro, someone gotta do it.
Somebody's got to do it, man.
Yeah.
That's what's up, bro.
Someone's got to do it, but you get into the lunchroom with these people, and it's like a high school. You're back in high school, And I've never thought in a million years that I would be sitting side by side, like, with these adult children. Like, I know I'm a goofy kid. I know I'm a goofy guy. But when it comes to work and being, say, condescending to a coworker or something like that, I never do that. I'm at work, I'm just a regular good employee, you know? I want to treat the tenants nice and make everybody happy. But, like, I used to do another job that was 1,000 times more risky and more responsibility. And I know that, like, a 40-year-old mom wouldn't be able to do it. So the way I work now is, like, I feel like I might as well be a 40-year-old mom.
Does your job make you feel old or something? Like, I want to see.
Yeah. It's like the cubicle shit. Like you don't need a 31-year-old strong 6'1" dude for this job. What you need is a 45-year-old white trash mom. You know, or maybe not a white trash mom. Maybe some Asian lady.
Yeah, but I mean that's how it is when you move up the corporate ladder. Like instead of being a foot soldier out in the field, you know, doing the heavy lifting, you now got to handle finances. You got to delegate and stuff. And yeah, you might feel like it's not that much responsibility, but if things go wrong, it's your head. Like in the past, if something went wrong, they would have blamed your boss, not you. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but now if one of the guys underneath you fuck up,
I blame them. Yeah, and then I get responsibility.
Yeah, but the company's gonna blame you because you in charge of them, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, that's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
I feel like my talents are being wasted, though. Like,
I hear you.
Well, how you feel when you get the check, your paycheck? How do you feel?
Happy as
okay,
fuck.
well, it's a 50-50 thing because as soon as I get the paycheck, literally the next morning, I take half of it and I'm throwing it into bills. I'm throwing it into the house, and I'm giving my parents fucking $500. You know, like, so. It's the more you make, the more you're throwing away. You're. I'm not saving it. You know, I wish I was saving it.
No problems, bro. Like,
yeah,
that's how it is.
But seriously, I fucking just toss it away as soon as I get it. Like the next Saturday, I'm broke. Yeah, it's friggin' paycheck to paycheck.
So like your paycheck doesn't make it to like the end of the month, right? Basically.
The end of the 2 weeks. Like I get paid every 2 weeks, but yeah, it barely makes it. Barely makes it to the end of the 2 week period. Yeah.
Jeez. Wait, you don't invest any? You don't buy any crypto?
Well, it's investing into a house, if you want to put it that way.
Okay.
Like, it is going into a house. However, it's really hard. You know, like you just don't see the money. You're putting it into the house. It maybe when we sell it, obviously.
Is the house for under your parents or under your name?
It's split between my brother and sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are paying it all together.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I guess that's better than just
what
paying.
happens
That's better than
if
just
one of you
paying
wants to
rent
sell it
for
to
someone else.
Sorry, I couldn't. You guys kind of interrupted.
Oh, sorry, man. What happens if
if
one of you wants to sell it?
So we've talked about that. I can buy his half or his quarter or his third.
Okay.
Or we could actually sell it and just split it. But yeah, so I could buy his percentage or my sister's.
Okay.
You take out home equity loan. You give them their chunk. If it's like 30K, 40K.
Yeah, then you pay the bank back.
Yeah, and then you just keep paying your regular payments, and eventually you'll own 50% rather than 33. Yeah.
Yeah, and then since you have the majority share, you make all the shots now. It's basically a house.
What year did you guys first bought the home?
It's been well over 8 years now. I don't know actually, like 20.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So the house was under. I mean, I guess because these days people saying that the house market has kind of like is
Yeah.
higher now.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it
it
went
shot
up
up.
in value.
Double, yeah, basically double.
Yeah, you gotta remember though, he's a Canadian, so I don't know what was
Yeah,
thinking.
our housing went up like crazy.
Yeah.
Like double. Yeah.
Because of COVID or what?
Yeah, I guess like it is not because of COVID, because even prior to that, like there was a big bubble blooming. It was definitely there.
Yeah.
Well, but during COVID, they injected all these trillions of dollars into the economy, so people started just throwing the money into the markets, and that's why the prices of everything went up, because there was less supply of things and more money to pay for those things.
Yeah. And when that bubble burst, you just had like Chinese billionaires and Russian oligarchs buying like entire streets. So I have no idea. I think COVID definitely popped the bubble.
I think there's like a huge event coming up about that inflation. It's possible that we might have some type of big correction in the prices, but then who knows what's going to happen after that. It's just going to be like I think it might be something similar to the 2008 scares, but they already, with the COVID, these companies, they bailed out themselves. It's just that they put a different name on it. Because in 2008, it was like billions of dollars, but in these past 2 years, it's been trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that they gave themselves. And hush money for the middle class and the poor people. Just take this $5,000 and shut up.
Yeah, that $1,200 paycheck.
Yeah, I've seen like people that own businesses. I know a guy that he owns like a beauty salon. They gave him like $600,000 for his business. Like I was like, what? That much money? Like $600,000, and he has a beauty salon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just last year, like houses that were on sale for 300,000, they were selling for 500 and up, 500,000 and up. Like they literally were selling for double here.
I heard that big companies have been paying like over market prices just to take the property from people, just to buy it because they want to hold on the properties.
Yeah, well, there's also a shortage in like F-150 parts, like Ford F-150s. So if you bought like a Ford in the past few years, you'd get more than you paid for it. And a lot of my friends and a lot of people were selling their Fords because Americans were buying them for way more than they were worth.
Yeah, that's still going on a little bit. It's showing signs of slowing down, the car market or whatever. And even the house, I see a lot of houses for sale at the moment that are not selling for some reason. So that might be a signal that the prices might be coming down just to sell the property. Yeah,
well, originally they sold it to all these. They sold it to the millennial generation, saying there's 0% interest, blah 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 blah, and then 2 years into COVID, they changed it from 0% to 5%. So the average kid cannot pay 5%. Like, so they bought all these homes thinking that they were going to be able to afford it, but they raised the interest rates and all this stuff on them. So it's kind of like a trap. They trapped them into it. So they all have to basically sell at a loss. Like, we're fucked. This millennial, like our millennial generation and the Zoomers and shit, we're all fucked. There's going to be a big housing crisis very soon.
I think they they kind of like how do I say, this whole economic system, they put it towards certain markets like the housing, and it's obviously a bunch of bubbles on top of each other. But these past 2 years that they injected all of this money, and now and giving all these loans or whatever to people, I think the debt is gonna be so big for everybody that you just have you seen in, right now there's countries that people are deciding not to pay their mortgages, and people are not paying their electric bills, and there's like a big trend of people stopping their payments to the banks and stuff. And I think there's some type of event at the horizon that will cause some changes in the financial system. It's something big that is coming in the
Definitely.
finances. Yeah.
Definitely. And little things will be implemented, like say some kind of debt cancellation or tuition fees. Like there'll be some kind of relief, like where Biden will sign a bill that distracts everyone into thinking, oh sweet, I'm going to get $1,000 next August, and that'll just tide them over, like. But it's going to happen. There's going to be a huge crisis, and meanwhile, we're not going to really know about it till it happens. Until then, all we can do is basically get the free checks and like just play this fucking charade. Like Biden will definitely make it seem as if it's not happening. They'll do whatever they can to make it seem like it's not happening, so that you don't pull out your stocks or whatnot, or so you don't sell. They'll be like, the housing market is definitely not crashing. Do not sell. Do not sell. Do not sell. And then, you'll listen to them, just like you listen to them for, the other thing, the shots. And it'll be to your own detriment that you listened.
I think property is something that definitely has a lot of value. People, owning their own properties and stuff. But under these markets and the way that it's been done, you barely ever own anything. And these, houses paying the banks, even though the house has been paid for already, because when you sign that contract, that promissory note, that's a monetary instrument. So the bank already got basically the bank never gave you any money to buy the house. You made the money yourself with the monetary instrument that was signed for the amount. So I think the fraud, the debt system. Hey, how long can this last? They gotta have some type of I think with the new financial system and the crypto that they're talking about, I think there's gonna be some type of solution for this whole thing that might look and feel good. And I think what you said about debt relief and maybe debt forgiveness might be one of the things that might be thrown into the whole equation. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that'll keep people distracted. Yeah.
Yeah, some type of debt forgiveness or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and that'll allow kids to pay their tuition fees or their housing bill, and not have to worry about tuition fees yet. Like, just for a couple years, they'll take the money that they made or saved, they'll spend it on a car or a house, and they'll realize, like, oh, the tuition fee thing, like, that was all to get me to buy a house. That was all to get me to buy a car and to put me into more debt, It wasn't for their benefit. It's never for their benefit,
I think they were talking about forgiving student loans and some other stuff like that. That's a lot. That's trillions of dollars in debt that students have at the moment.
Yeah, and that'll basically artificially inflate the housing market. So if they gave them that money back,
all of a sudden these kids would spend it, and it would seem like the market is doing fine, but you know that it's ticking on its last legs. Like that's when you know we're fucked.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like that. If you've ever seen the Chappelle Show, they give, there's an episode where they give reparation money to the black people. Have you heard of that? Like,
oh, that
I've
show is
heard
hilarious, bro. That
yeah,
show is
yeah.
funny.
So that episode, they give the black people what they're owed for slavery, which is 40 acres and a mule is apparently what they're owed. So they gave them a bunch of money, and then within the same day, like diamonds and gold, everything shoots up in price because all the black people started buying jewelry and watches and stuff, right? So I don't know. It seems like a good idea, but then when you read the fine print, it's like, oh, they're putting us into a worse and worse spot day by day. Like, you'll own nothing and be happy, as Klaus Schwab says. You'll own nothing and be happy. Even your cell phone. You will not own your cell phone. It will be a monthly subscription, and at the end of the 2 years contract, you give it back.
I think we are kind of like at the edge of some type of technology revolution or upgrade of the system, because
Great.
these people, they can release a lot of the technology patents that have been held for a long time, and with the new, let's say, financial technology, they can expand the access to money for everybody, kind of making it like a more level field. But you know how the automatization of goods and services, is also related to people, as long as people get the food at the supermarket and they get their Netflix and they get some money, they'll be okay in a way. So I think the market overall, since they already made it to a kind of like a global system, like they call it, the global economic, with the new crypto system, they'll be able to connect all the money globally, the way they say, right, worldwide. And in a way, the system that we've been in for decades at the moment might be upgraded into kind of like a better system, and people are gonna be happy. People are gonna just be, everything feels good. I'm getting everything from Walmart or the supermarket, and everything is good. And I have money in my bank account, so I can pay my bills, whatever, my services. So I have this feeling that we're not gonna go to a third world country situation in a way. Like, I don't. People are saying, "Oh, the U.S. is fucked, and we all gonna be, like."
No. It's not trending that way. It's trending towards a totalitarian, like futuristic kind of pre-crime, like Minority Report type of
something
world.
like that. But it's not gonna be too obvious. But you're gonna have to, behave, be a good citizen, do your job, and that kind of stuff. But obviously, it's gonna be like, if you don't follow the rules, you're gonna have to pay the price. You're gonna. But I don't know. It's gonna. I think the finances, these people have been playing with it and adjusting it for such a long time, that we're gonna have this debt crisis that we have at the moment. Financial, the car industry, the house industry, the food industry, the look at now, all the people that are getting sick, and a whole generation of injected people that are gonna have diseases and stuff, right? And so
you're going to be watching the news, and it's going to say, "Did you or a loved one take the COVID vaccine? Well, you may be entitled to benefits." You'll read there'll be a lawyer on the TV. Yeah.
And what I was telling you earlier, the batches that actually make people sick, that's a percentage of it. There's a lot of other people that got the shot, but they're not gonna get the adverse reactions, but they only got saline water injected, right?
Yeah.
So the pharmaceuticals still got a percentage of people that are gonna be lifelong, how do you say, consumers of
Customers.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So they did upgrade their consumer numbers for sure. But I think the economics of it is kind of verging into a point that we're gonna have a lot of these issues, but there's gonna be some type of solution on the economic sense of things, and we're just gonna take it, and people are just gonna be happy, even if they have type 1 diabetes or whatever, high pressure or cholesterol issues. People are gonna have kind of like money in their bank accounts, and they're gonna be able to buy their Coca-Cola and pay their rent and pay the car and maybe go to vacations once a year, and people are just gonna be happy.
It's wishful thinking, but have you heard of a social credit score and like?
Yeah.
So what rich people are going to be able to do, or carbon credits, if say you're a regular average middle class guy, and you don't travel much compared to a rich person. So a rich person will be able to buy your carbon credits off of you, giving you a little bit of money, so that they can go fly around in a private jet more often.
Oh wow. Yeah.
That's how it works. Yeah. It's not like we're gonna actually make an impact on the earth. This has nothing to do with saving the environment. It's literally so rich people can buy your carbon credits.
Bro, actually, I think there's something huge about what you just said, because there is something about the new technology that has to do with the money and the cryptos. They saying it has to be green. It has to be conforming to, I think, the World Bank or the IMF. It has to do something with not being pollutant or CO2. So I think with the economics of things, that the system they're implementing, it will do a lot with how much damage or whatever you're doing to the environment or whatever. Yeah. So I guess it can extrapolate into many things like what you just said.
Yeah. I'm not just talking out of my ass and I'm not making this stuff up. This is like expert opinion. Like, I'm relaying information that expert lawyers and fucking coroners, when it comes to vaccine side effects and stuff, like I'm referring to what doctors are saying, coroners are saying, the autopsy reports. I'm not just like, that's what some of these sheep don't understand, is they think we're just making it up. Like we just got all our information from BitChute. It's like, nah. Anyway, who cares about them?
Same thing about the economics that I said, because I've been listening to the meetings and the language they've been talking about the economics and how money is gonna be used and upgraded, the financial systems and stuff, and they're talking kind of like expanding the access to money. Because when the dollar, normally when you have it physically, you can only access so much and carry so much, but now with the digital systems, they're gonna be able to flow the money more efficiently, even worldwide. And they also they add in a caveat to that it has to do with the environment and how green this technology has to be able to be used and applied.
Yeah. It's bullshit. The whole thing, the global warming, climate change agenda. It's all about this carbon credit and getting us on a digital currency, not necessarily a cryptocurrency, but a digital currency. The banks of the world are going to make a digital currency. It's not going to be a coin. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And the way you'll pay at the store is a fingerprint or the same way you sign into your phone, like facial recognition. It won't be a coin wallet. It won't be anything like that. Anyway, it's all about this digital ID shit. That's why the Chinese in Wuhan and in Hong Kong, when they were protesting prior to COVID, They had umbrellas, masks, and sunglasses because of all the facial recognition shit, all the Face ID stuff. They weren't able to go to the store afterwards. If they were part of a protest, their bank accounts, just like the Canadians here, Canadian truckers and stuff. If you donated to the truckers, your bank account got closed. They literally stopped your crypto payment. So
well, right now they have these IDs, these digital IDs that you could access to be able to verify your identity that only you can access. They ask you for, if you have a Facebook account, you can kind of like, that's one step, that's one verification, right? And then you have a bank account that is related to your actual information, so you add that as well. Then you have like an email that you might be using for I don't know, bank accounts. And they add a lot of different things, like a map of the user that they probably have about us. There's like a digital version of ourselves. So now this ID is gonna be related to a lot of these different things to be able to verify that it's you. And to access the credit score or to open new accounts in the banks, you're gonna have to be part of have this digital version of yourself that is verified. But it's kind of crazy.
That is the point.
Yeah, I think that's gonna relate to accessing money and be able to get paid and that kind of stuff, I guess, in the digital sense. Yeah.
It'll also tell them your vaccine status and whether or not you're a good contributing member to society, and it'll tell them all sorts of shit.
Actually, yeah, you can upload your vaccine card to some of these digital IDs.
Well, that's the whole point. Yeah. The whole point of the entire pandemic was this. Like, go look at the first videos. I mean, 3 years ago, I was posting all of this shit on my Twitter page. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, that sounded dark, Piz. Oh my god. Like, you just painted a whole fucking movie, But, yeah, that most likely is what's gonna happen. I just don't understand why you guys see that as a bad thing, though.
Well, the reason why it's a bad thing is the men and women who are behind it. It's the fine print. So,
But what do you mean it's the fine print? What's in the fine print?
So, like, if it's like you don't see how an altruistic, nice government could do that, or like could turn this into a bad thing. But if say they hire, say we elected an actual Nazi, like an actual Hitler or a Trump too, and he took the digital ID thing and used it to his advantage. So you have to think of, like, obviously on paper, a benevolent dictator is a good thing. Like, a benevolent dictator that wants the best for Canada and wants the best for me, and he's a really good benevolent guy, right? Like, so it's a dictator, but he's benevolent. It's on paper, it sounds amazing, but as soon as there's
not to do with digital IDs, come on, man.
Okay, well, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. As soon as the dictator is replaced with not a benevolent dictator, then we're like, oh, this is how it could go wrong. This is how having one guy at the top could go wrong. So then we come up with another system. So with a digital ID system, if you say you accidentally hit someone on the highway and you get charged with murder or something, suddenly your digital ID it's always going to have this stain on it. You might not be able to go into certain stores, you know, whatever it is, you might not be able to buy or sell a product with a digital ID. What? Go ahead.
Are you saying you won't be able to do any of this stuff because of a hit and run charge? Or?
Sure, hit and run, or you know, that's a stupid example, but like, yeah, say the president doesn't like you. You're Nancy Pelosi, okay? And I mean, say whoever it is that's in power just doesn't like you. You're a competitor. You're a competing business. They can shut off your ID. If you go against the Chinese government, that's what happens, is they shut off your ID. You can no longer buy or sell.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, a lot of tools in the wrong hands are dangerous. You know.
Yeah,
but that
especially
doesn't mean you don't take the risk of creating the technology, because there's also the chance that it might end up in the right hands. You know, some people might use it the right way, and some people might benefit from it.
That I don't care about. When it's being used the right way, then life goes on. Dandy. Like,
yeah, but I mean, for example, take credit cards, right? Credit cards is a type of digital ID, right? You have your ID at the bank where you keep your money, this, that, and the third. If used the right way, a credit card can help you, you know, buy things you might not be able to afford in the immediate moment, you know, important things. It makes life easier. But if you use it the wrong way, you're going to accumulate debt, and then you're in a debt trap, and it's after you. You know, it's up to you how you go about using this tool. If they are digital IDs and you are a law-abiding citizen, like, what do you have to worry about? You know, if something happens to you, people can find you immediately.
Well, see, the thing is I'd be considered a bioterrorist by Trudeau for not being vaccinated.
Why?
For not being vaccinated. They called truckers and Nazis. They turned off the truckers' credit cards. They turned off all those protesters' credit cards and bank accounts. Like,
yeah, and by extension, if you are not vaccinated and you are a terrorist, bioterrorist, we should make some rules and just make a line, put you guys in a line and shoot you on the head.
Yeah, literally, like, I wouldn't be able to enter a store because the doors wouldn't open because it would scan my face and be like, you haven't been jabbed. You're not following Trudeau's mandates. Like,
come on, really?
Okay, with literally the truckers and all the protesters there in Ottawa, their bank accounts got closed. And not only that, when they sent cryptocurrency to the bankers, when they sent cryptocurrency to the truckers, they even blocked that. So those transactions were blocked as well.
Well, what you mean crypto? The government cannot control crypto, bro.
What they did control was the page, the GoFundMe page, or whatever, the actual the account that you're sending the money to. They can control, like, the GoFundMe page. They can take down the ad. That's what they did. They just took down the GoFundMe page. So anyone who sent money to it basically got it back. The crypto transactions were all declined.
Yeah, they can. Yeah,
If they sent it to a wallet, like a personal wallet, they couldn't. They wouldn't be able to. But they sent it to, like, a wallet that's on a GoFundMe page. And it's like, oh, now you're supporting terrorism. Blah 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 blah. Your bank account is closed. So they closed down all the people who donated to the truckers.
Aren't like like these days, a lot of people are kind of like fed up with kind of the administrators, right? Like it looks like in many nations, people are actually like fed up, and you can kind of tell the people calling bullshit about the government and stuff. But
I mean, people are getting smarter too.
That could be a good thing or a really bad thing because it might be some type of storyline that is being passed. So hey, okay, the government are not good. We're gonna give you this solution, and that's the trap right there. The solution.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's what the whole shot was. The solution was the problem, and Biden even said it. He mistakenly said it a bunch of multiple times. He's like, he actually said it accidentally that the virus is the problem. Or sorry, that the vaccine is the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Biden is one of the best worst actors who ever got into the White House.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely a clown show. Like we all know it's fake bullshit. This guy can barely speak a sentence, let alone write a speech. Like we know everything he says is pre-written for him. We know he's an old idiot. And we also know that he couldn't come up with all this stuff at his age. Like he wouldn't be able to think of some of the stuff that he says. Where when he talks about lesbians or like the LGBT or Black Lives Matter, this guy's like 77. He has no idea what he's saying. He's reading what was written down for him on the prompter. Like imagine going up to your dad or mom and being like, "Hey mom, do you know about Antifa?" And she'd be like, "What the hell are you talking about? You talking about the Egyptian uprising? You know, like she'd think it's some Facebook natural thing that grew on Facebook and now like it freed the people." Fucking clowns.
Ask Biden how to work, how to use Discord. He'll be able to tell you.
Yeah, literally, the guy couldn't type a sentence. Like, I'm speaking more coherently than he does. He's literally an old idiot. I don't understand how anyone's fooled by it. His opinions on everything, including China, are ancient. Everything he says is written down by like a recent graduate of liberal arts. Liberal arts, fucking Bachelor of Arts morons. That's what I was saying earlier when we created a generation of nurses and a generation of henchmen. I understand that plumbing and engineering, electrical work, like that, those are really good trades. But what we've created is a generation of moron like nurses and moron gender studies professionals.
I mean, many of them are fully vaccinated, so brain damage is a thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're kind of taking care of themselves. And, you know, the satanic ritual abuse includes humiliation. So satanic ritual abuse includes allowing the victim to know, or at least giving the victims knowledge of what's happening. And if they still fall for it, it's their own fault. That's part of satanic ritual abuse. So if they run and line up to get their shots and they listen, then it's in their mind, it's their own fault. That's kind of how satanic ritual abuse occurs. So right now we've been traumatized twice. 9/11 was your first, I'm guessing, because you're probably about my age. 9/11 was your first traumatic experience. And it was a ritual abuse, like the whole entire thing. And this COVID thing is another ritual abuse. So all those fucking troops that signed up and were like, yeah, let's go kill those terrorists. It's like your own people bombed the World Trade Centers. You're going to kill Afghanistan. Like, you're going to kill cavemen that don't have helicopters. They barely have Humvees, and they don't have missiles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you fell for this trap, and now you're dead because you thought you were being patriotic. And now here we are, 2022. You're dead because you thought you were doing the right thing, listening to the so-called experts. That's what they thought. They thought they were doing the right thing. And that's what satanic ritual abuse is.
Hey, we have to go to this country 15,000 miles from here and kill the farmers, because, you know, if we don't kill
Yeah.
them now, they might develop nukes and kill us.
Yeah, and get rid of your freedoms. Give us more control. Allow us to put in scanners
get rid
in
of
the
your
airport.
freedoms
Yeah.
and let us inject you with this shit so you can
Yep.
be a better soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come back home, we're just gonna forget about you.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to be seen as heroes. No one's going to care.
And the freedoms that you were fighting for, they're gone.
They're going to get stripped away as you're fighting. While you're over there fighting, we're going to make sure that fucking people aren't allowed to assemble in public. We're going to make sure that people don't have the freedom of speech to say what they want. While you're out there fucking fighting for your life for trillionaires and bankers. But that's the same thing that happened in 2019. These people are speaking on behalf of the machine. They are arguing with you on behalf of the machine. They're like, no, give me proof. Give me evidence that Dr. Peter McCullough said that. Let me give me proof that Dr. Zelenko actually said that. Then you send them a fucking video of these doctors saying it, and they're like, oh, blah, 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 that's a BitChute link. That's a Rumble link. That's not on YouTube. If it was on YouTube, I might say, okay. But that's not on YouTube. It's the exact opposite of what they used to say. It's like, oh, where'd you hear that? YouTube? No, I heard it on BitChute. Oh, that's even worse. Where'd you hear that? Facebook? Because Facebook's the only reliable source of information right now.
I heard it in TikTok University.
Yeah. What, sorry?
I've heard it in a TikTok University.
Yeah, TikTok University. Yeah. No, the nurses, they have lunch breaks. They're really busy during work, overwhelmed with COVID patients. They get a lunch break and they just spend all their time choreographing dances for TikTok. I'm like yelling at the I'm yelling at the choir here. They make up excuses for like why a shit ton of these nurses danced around during the biggest pandemic ever at the most busy time at the you know when they were flooded with patients. They were all fucking dancing in the street. Dancing in the hallways, making TikTok videos. Have you seen these? I feel like you're not responding enough to the dancing TikTok nurses.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. I remember they were saying these hospitals are full.
Yeah, they're full. They're so full.
People dying. We have bags of people left and right, and the nurses were dancing in TikTok.
Yeah, they're all fucking dancing. They're all happy. It's fucking bullshit. The whole thing was bullshit. Then you go drive by your hospital and everything's empty. The hallways are empty. What they say is, oh, there's a different wing of the hospital where the COVID patients go. And then if you're giving childbirth, then you go to this part of the hospital. So you don't ever get to see the patient. You don't get to see the COVID patients. Great cognitive dissonance, you crazy idiots. Oh well, I've actually stopped trying to convince any of the sheep. Like I honestly I'm at the point where I just say go get boosted. Go die. I don't care. Go get boosted. You're first of all, you've already got 3, so you're already an atheist. You're already a fucking weird idiot who's a, half a man. So go, get out of here. They want you dead. You'll notice a pattern, a repeating pattern. Fake Christians, fake Muslims, fully boosted, asking you to provide them evidence because they
Bro,
don't watch the news.
Have you seen these videos of pastors in churches with thousands of people saying, "Yeah, we have to get the vaccines," and people are like, "Yeah, go get the vaccines, everybody."
Yeah, and those evangelical churches, they're some of the most demonic and worst people. Like one of the greatest sins is to lead kids and children, to lead them astray, lead them away from God. And that's what these evangelical churches and these ones that fly around in jets, that's what they're guilty of. Some of the biggest sins. I think there's only 2 unforgivable sins in the Bible. And one of them is leading a child away from God by being like a deceptive, shitty idiot or a priest or something.
Yeah.
The other one is mocking the Holy Spirit or making fun of it, the Holy Spirit. You can make fun of God and Jesus, but you can't make fun of the Holy Spirit, apparently.
What the fuck is the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, so the thing that's good. So the thing that's good. You can't make fun of it because we have no idea what it is. It's just goodness. It's like whatever good soul.
So if you make fun of it, you not going to heaven?
Well, the thing is you can't really make fun of it. You can't. Like it to a human.
If you can't make fun of it, why is it an unforgivable sin to make fun of it if it's not possible?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is you can make you can make fun of what you think it is. Like you can
really make fun of it because no one knows what it is. I get it. But if that's the rule, then why is it? If it's impossible to make fun of it, why is it an unforgivable sin to make fun of it? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's like saying it's illegal for human beings to fly with their wings. So human beings don't have wings. Like, why make that illegal?
Well, let me try to explain. Because in order to make fun of it, you have to understand it. So if you're like a highly knowledgeable or if you have a fairly good Bible scholarship and you do understand the Holy Spirit and then you make fun of it, that's an unforgivable sin. It's like
so it is possible to know what it is.
To understand it. I think to understand it, you have to kind of have the belief that God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are all one and the same. You have to understand or believe that first, and then you have to.
Do you understand and believe that?
What I would say is I understand that they might be the same soul. The same Holy Spirit that sent Jesus is like the same Holy Spirit that sends all of our souls. So like the same Holy Spirit that sent Krishna, the super soul, is the same one that sent Jesus. So they both have good souls, which is the Holy Spirit. And like I know an evil soul when I see it and feel it and hear it, and I know a good soul when I see it, hear it, feel it.
Like, what's the mechanism? Like, how do you do it?
But well, their spiritual battle is displayed in their outwardly expressions, in their outwardly appearance. It's wherever they are in their spiritual battle is reflected in their external appearance and internal thoughts, like their political leanings, everything. It's all a reflection of how they're doing in the spiritual battle.
Oh. So it's all a spiritual battle for your soul, and they doing it using facial recognition and all this new technology.
Well, I mean, the earth is a spiritual battle for your soul. Like you're always under this influence, regardless of what we make of it or like how corrupt our politicians are and stuff. Like your experience here on earth is to make decisions and make choices. Yeah, to have free will. But yeah, I'm a believer that if you're losing the spiritual battle, you can basically tell with a quick glance or a smile. Like you can see it. You can see who's doing well and who's doing poorly. I think, Nate, you're doing well. I don't think you're like losing any spiritual battle here. I think you're a nice, kind of generally happy, good human,
Yeah.
And there's definitely like this other type of human that's just they're not making the same choices, and they're doing evil. They're working in the shadows, like against mankind.
That's scary, bro.
Yeah, it's scary, but very realistic and obvious. It's kind of like living in two villages, like in Viking era. It's like obviously there's going to be psychopaths that come into my camp. Obviously, we're going to have our own psychopaths that wake up in the middle of the night and think that there's wolves, keeping everyone on alert for no reason. But I think humans are generally good, but a business like is like a human. A business wants to be recognized in the law as like a entity, as a person.
It doesn't, bro.
A business does.
It's just like a vehicle, a tool human beings can use in order to make profit and transact.
Sure. So let's take like Walmart, McDonald's, any kind of business, and think
this is
about
not created by humans, bro. I mean, it's a family behind these things.
Okay, so when you pass that business down to your offspring, then your offspring take the business and they want to do what's best for the business, right? And then what's best for themselves, what's best for the business. So the business only cares about profit and its survival. If you think about the business as a beast or like an animal, it wants to be powerful. Like it always wants to grow and continue to make money because it's not a human, it's a business, right? So if your grandchildren take the business and like in order to do what's best for the business, they have to fire some good people. Then that's what they do. They fire some good people because that's what's best for the business, right? And businesses in law class, in law school, all you do is learn about how businesses are entities and how they are trying to become entities in the eyes of the law.
Yeah,
A beast.
The law provides for
system.
that because there are times where maybe you on your own can't raise enough capital. So what you do is you band with other people, and this connection, this agreement you and these other people have is what we call a business. And this agreement is recognized by being given certain,
and it
human
lasts.
characteristics.
Yeah.
Certain rights, certain liberties. This business can own property. It can be sued.
And it can outlive you, and it can outlive you and your grandchildren, and it can be passed down through generations,
but
and
it's
it can
just
get
an
stronger.
agreement between people. Yeah.
But it can also get stronger to the point where if it's best for the business to have, say, only, I don't know, Chinese workers, then that's what happens is they only pay like 60 cents on the dollar or whatever for Chinese workers because the business doesn't care. The business is an entity. It's a beast. And that's the kind of the whole capitalist thing. Like when you look at the world as a business, it doesn't care. Like it's going to continue to go in one direction, which is homogenize the world. The world banks are going to continue to be owned by less and less people. Like it's going to get conglomerated into one. Because business doesn't care about humanity. It just cares about its bottom dollar. It outlives multiple generations of us. I don't know how else to say. You have to think about
that's
it.
what they're supposed to do, bro. Like,
What's
I'm
not saying it's
that,
no, it's not inherently bad. It's not inherently evil or anything. That's the nature of the beast. And the Romans and like ancient philosophers knew about this beast. They know that civilizations get to a point where they're very comfortable, and these kinds of beast systems arise out of these comfortable civilizations. Like it's the up and down flow of like capitalism. So when it comes to like a digital ID beast system, like we can't fathom the fine print. Like when we were trying to describe some of the fine print, it's kind of like describing the side effects of the shots. You're like, okay, no one's gonna believe me, but myocarditis is up 1,000%, and it. Anywho, what else were we talking about, guys? Kosho, Gemsy, sup, dudes?
I'm going to get PS5.
PS5.
That's what's.
Are those things still like? Are they like $4.99 or what?
Maybe. But you should get you one, man. They're pretty cool.
I mean, like what about your PC, dude? Like, it can play NBA 2K21 pretty well, right?
But the new God of War is coming out, so I need a PS5.
On PC? Oh.
The brand new God of War, not like God of War Ragnarok. It's not
cool.
Yeah, I really want to play that.
That's only on PlayStation?
Only on PlayStation exclusive, bro.
Yeah. That and Metal Gear and like SOCOM. Those were console sellers. I used to buy PlayStation 3, like those are the reasons why I bought that console. Yeah. But now you buy Metal Gear on PC and you buy fucking, all these formerly exclusive games like Uncharted, you can get them on PC now. So, yeah. And not only that, like I could play them at 4K with 120 hertz and no lag, so I don't know. I'm no longer a fan of the PlayStation. I used to be a Sony fanboy, like way over Sony and PC Master Race. You know.
Yeah, I grew up with Nintendo because for some reason my mom felt like PlayStation was too mature,
Or violent. I had that. Yeah, I get that.
and like Nintendo was more family friendly.
I had the GameCube for a bit before I got a PS2.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Hot lady.
But in the real world, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess that Russian war still happening, right? Did you hear about the 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 basketball lady that got 9 years for what the fuck did she have? Was it like oil or some shit like weed oil?
Oh, weird. No.
Yeah, like some American basketball player, but a female, Brittany something. She's in the WNBA. This bitch tall as fuck, bro. She's like, I think she's 6'6". Crazy. But she um got caught in Russia with like,
Oh,
I think it
I
was
saw
hemp
a
oil or
screenshot.
weed oil. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
And
her
then
face.
they threw the fucking book at her, bro. She got 9
That's an
years.
actual. That's an actual dude that passed as a girl.
Yeah, I saw the Photoshop where they take off the hair. It looks like Jay-Z.
The fuck?
Like a slimmer
She's a
Jay-Z.
lesbian. I think he's married to a woman. Yeah.
Imagine a dude passing as a girl being a lesbian.
Yeah, some dudes actually do that. It's a bit weird. But what they want to do is now, because they threw the book at her and gave her 9 years, they want to do like a prisoner swap with us. So we
yeah.
have a Russian arms dealer, and they want to swap her for him.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah.
That's so fucking stupid, yeah. They did that with Iran, like I remember this. They did the same kind of thing where they traded like 4 terrorists for like 1 idiot volleyball player or something.
Yeah. Yeah, man, the world a weird place right now. But it's not all doom and gloom, man. Like you guys paint such a scary picture. Like, it is like, yeah, it's over. Like we have no chance, and there's no one on our side. I mean, they're good people in governments, So it's not like everyone's bad, Like it's not like everyone's out to get you, and you can't trust nothing.
No, there is a commercial world where the smart people are gonna take advantage of the dumb ones. So
Like that's
you just
so
gotta
bleak,
be
bro. It's like no one has hope.
you just gotta be
Goddamn.
smart. You just gotta be smart, and you gotta flow with the system. It's not everything is bad. There's a lot of good people, trying to be productive, going out there to get things done. Running the families, running the communities, and a lot of people trying to be productive. But then there is also the people in high places that need the slaves and the workers to do work for them, because they're not gonna clean their toilets or go to the fields and do the harvesting. They want you to do it. That's why they're gonna kind of control you and have you do the hard work while they sit in their Lamborghini boats and
Bro,
cruises
if
and
you
all that
had
stuff.
$1 billion and you owned oil pipelines, would you be going like like underneath the ocean, putting the pipelines in yourself and drilling and doing all the hard
Well,
work?
man,
Or would
I'm
you
gonna
pay
have you
people to
do it.
do
I'm
it?
gonna pay
Like, come
you. I'm
on,
gonna pay
man.
you to do it.
Exactly. You're not gonna
Exactly.
do the
Yeah.
work yourself if you can afford to pay other people. Like,
Why would I
I
do it
don't
if I have
like.
you? I'm too smart to do it. I put the dumb one to do it.
Yeah, whatever. But you ain't gonna do it yourself, bro. That's all I'm
No,
saying. And
definitely not. If I can
yeah,
pay a Mexican lady to clean my toilet, I'll pay her to clean my toilet.
I mean,
I feel bad for Classic, man. And Nate.
like, you would if you could. You would. I mean, why not?
Why not? That's
Yeah,
the
if
way
she's
it is.
willing to do it, if she's willing to get paid to do it, why not?
No,
You ain't
she
forcing
it's
her.
not that she wants to do it. It's that she has to pay rent and pay. She wants milk in the refrigerator, and
It's
she
not
has to,
that.
Yeah,
you know.
but there's so many other
Yeah.
things she could do. She could go work at Walmart, Costco. She could pick up garbage. That's the job she chose to do, bro. No one forced her to take that specific job.
Yeah, if I have 20 billions in my bank account, I need another 20.
Well, one thing's for sure is you wouldn't pay some white guy $15 an hour. You'd go for the Mexican lady and pay her $7 an hour, right?
Yeah, and every time she says something, I'll say, "See, see, see."
And then if she says anything bad, you just say, "Hey, there's 100 other poor Mexicans waiting for your job, so try to complain, bitch."
Yeah.
Right? Because that's how capitalism works. Yay.
Yeah, there's competition out there. Better get to work, bitch.
Yeah. And I don't think that lady or that, those people, they don't have many options,
You
They
guys
have
have no hope, no faith in people. Like you guys have given up on humanity, haven't you?
Well, you are. I'm not giving up on humanity. You are.
It sounds like you guys have given up. Like you guys believe all people with money are just bad, just mean, just evil.
Who said
No.
that?
Like
Who said
it's
that?
what you guys are
You're
saying.
saying that.
What I
You are
said
saying that.
was they bank on your ignorance, so they are playing they want to trick the stupid people, They do blatantly put information out there, and if a dumb person disregards that information, then they aren't a victim anymore. They disregarded the information.
Yeah, we need a certain percentage of humanity to be dumb. That's why we want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. That's why we give you vaccines and grains. That's for slaves. We need slaves.
And fluoride, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You
But
guys
And that's
realize
not
You
for
guys are
hey,
so
listen, don't get me wrong,
pessimistic.
don't get me wrong.
Like you
Don't
guys,
get me
you
wrong.
guys
That's not
just feel.
listen. Don't get me wrong. That's not for everyone. It's a certain percentage of people that we need as slaves. Another percentage, we need people to part. We need other rich people to party at the billionaire clubs. So we do. We're not gonna fuck everybody up. We also need other people to come up the ladder and then party with us. But we do need the slaves because if it was for the slaves, there'd be no party.
slaves are
There'll be
so.
no Mexican lady cleaning the restaurants after we party and do the coke and all that stuff. That we need someone to clean the restrooms and the house and to fix everything up after we party.
What movie is this from? Like, come on, man.
that's the Trump lifestyle. It's what Ozzy Osbourne's daughter said on The View. She said, "Hey, if you deport all the Mexicans, Mr. Trump, who's going to clean your toilets?" And then everyone gasped. They're like, "Oh, she just said that. Oh my God, we should ban her from The View." Anyway.
Bro, if
Yeah,
we don't
but
have
I mean,
if we don't have slave, how you gonna get a hamburger at McDonald's without slaves?
It'll be made of ants, and it won't be made of real meat anymore. I don't know. I have no
Bro,
idea where it's headed yet.
bro, how you gonna have fresh avocado at the store if you don't have slaves? Come on.
burgers made of ants now. Like, do you guys see the picture? you guys are painting here, it's so bleak. It's so pessimistic. It's so
No,
doomsday.
no, it's not pessimistic.
Like we have no
It's
hope.
layers.
There's nothing we
It's
can do.
layers
We're
of the
fucked.
ladder.
All your hope's
It's a
gone.
ladder.
Like it's just all this crazy shit that's gonna happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. They're all
Nah,
powerful. We have no hope.
It's not like
We're
that.
super cheap.
There is
They got
hope. There is hope.
they treat Mexican ladies bad. The world's just going to hell. Like
Bro,
really?
no. It's not like
Goddamn.
that. Stop being so pessimistic. Come on, bro.
That's you guys. What do you
That's
mean?
you. That's not
That's
me.
what you guys are saying. Someone
No.
just said
That's
that
not what I'm
the
saying.
burgers
You're
ain't gonna
saying
be
that.
real meat anymore. They're gonna be ants. You guys are talking about us being slaves.
Bro, there's no
slaves
way there's not
that
gonna be
make the
real
burgers.
meat. There's
Like,
always
come
gonna be
on,
real
man.
meat. But
You guys
for
are talking
you,
about
the
fake,
slaves, we're gonna
fake
listen.
avocados.
You,
And I'm the
you, the
pessimistic guy.
listen. You, the slaves, so you're not gonna go hunting for the meat. You're gonna go to the store, and at the store, we're gonna give you
But
the
I'm
fake meat.
pessimistic.
But
Get the fuck out of here.
while you eat the fake meat, I'm gonna be eating ribeye every day. Get it?
Whatever, man.
You
I'm just saying you guys
It's not
need to have
pessimistic.
a bit more hope.
It's realistic, dude. It's realistic. We are wheat growing amongst weeds. Hang on, be right back.
Hey man, just eat your vegan burger and shut up.
Well, you guys will live in your fantasy dystopia. Meanwhile, the richest person in the world is an African American, and there's
Who's that?
prosperity to go around. Elon Musk.
He's the richest person in the world?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
He did.
Oh, he told you?
Yeah, he trades. He goes back and forth between him and Jeff Bezos.
Who said that? Google?
No, this is based on the people who report their money.
So they have like the most money in the bank. That's why the richest ones.
No, they have assets worth more than money.
Oh, he has a lot of Dogecoins. That's why he's the richest one. He has a lot of Dogecoins.
Oh, shit, I think he went down on the list.
It's not pessimistic. It's realistic, and we don't change our lives according to these thoughts. We still live and treat people nice and be good Christians. That's just because we talk about these things that like with righteous anger, like the possible outrageousness of the future. We're talking about like possible outcomes for the future. The way we're headed right now is not looking good, But it's not being pessimistic and all this shit that you say. Like it's not affecting.
But you guys are telling me this is what's gonna happen. You guys,
No, you're confusing things that happen to the world and the world ending. No, bro. For things to happen, the world has to continue. The world cannot end and things will happen, bro. Come on, that doesn't make sense.
There.
The world is gonna continue, and there's gonna the billionaires are gonna need slaves to be billionaires. It's obvious.
There's evil in this world and disgusting people in this world for a reason, and they are growing and developing alongside good people, and they're going to be here until the end times. They're going to be here. There's no getting rid of them.
There'll be no billionaires without slaves, right?
It's not true. It used to be true, but it's not true anymore.
Don't you have like an iPhone? Don't you have like an iPhone that comes from some countries that pay like $2 an hour to the people that make them?
Yeah, no, I don't. But yeah, that was in the past. Now they have what's called automation, and slaves are about to be redundant.
Yeah, we do. I see that. I mentioned that earlier. Automation, right? Like machines doing work, and that's a good thing. I'm not saying that we're gonna progress in many sectors. We are progressing. We have progress in many sectors, but you're still gonna need a certain percentage of the population as workers and as people that have to do the hard job for you to have a good standard of living.
Matthew 13:25, Nate. It says, "The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field, but while everyone was asleep, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and slipped away."
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. When the wheat sprouted and bore grain, then the weeds also appeared. The owner's servant came to him and said, "Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? Where did the weeds come from?" Mm-hmm. An enemy did this, he replied. So the servants asked him, "Do you want us to go up and pull them?" "No," he said. "If you pull the weeds now, you might uproot the wheat with them." "Let both grow together until the harvest. At that time, I will tell the harvesters, first collect the weeds and tie them into bundles, and gather the wheat into my barn." Anyway, the whole point of this is that there's evil growing amongst us, and it's not our responsibility. It's not our job to go and like weed them out. It's not our job to change our lifestyle and go on a big course correction. We let the evil grow alongside of the good, and at the end of days, like when God does his judgment, he divides us. He separates the weed and the chaff. So this pessimistic point of view that you think we have is just, it's realistic. It's just, we are here, and there's an evil mindset that hates the Holy Spirit. There's this evil spiritual battle that is constantly at war with goodness. It's up to us to point it out. It's up to like good Muslims, good Christians, good Hindus to point out, like, hey, don't harm the earth. Hey, being stretching and doing healthy breathing exercises is good. Praying to God and self-reflection and meditation, it's good. It's up to these people to bring in the light and the goodness, but we're not going to convince any of these weeds. The weeds are weeds. There's no convincing them. They already are triple boosted, and they're already dead. They're hopeless. Only God can save those people.
Yeah, you cannot reverse brain damage like that. Only God can reverse that.
If you triple boosted, you dead?
You're dead in Christ. In my eyes, you're dead in Christ. Like you will not be recognized. Yeah. There's
Was Jesus against vaccines?
No, he wasn't. He liked medicine and loved medicine, like, and there's no even I would say I like vaccines, the actual vaccines. Obviously these are different.
Yeah, we like the good vaccines, not the ones that people are getting these days.
What is a good vaccine? Could you give me an example of a good vaccine?
All the past ones the ones that did studies and the proper ones. You know, this COVID one isn't one of those.
Give me like one example. Like I just want one. Come on, man.
What's the name of that one?
Hepatitis.
The TRB, the tuberculosis one that helps you to protect you against tuberculosis.
TB.
That one works pretty well.
Yeah, the TB.
Why
There's
do you- why do
hepatitis.
you
There's
do
a lot.
What's so special about that one that you guys trusted?
Those aren't trials, and they were heavily tested prior to injecting people.
Yeah, and fairly safe. When people take it, there's barely any like mild adverse reactions. So it's proven to work okay, and does the job that it's claimed to do. So I will say that one is fairly safe.
Decades of scrutiny, decades of follow-up studies where they follow the injections like throughout their childhood development. You know, they take decades to understand, right? Even Fauci says, like, you have to wait. You get a trial group, and then you inject them, then you wait months and months and months, then you inject them again, then you wait months and months and months, and then you wait 10 years, and then you wait 20 years, and these are long-term, midterm side effects. You know,
To your point, in 2018, the CDC board that they approved which vaccines are gonna go into the schedule, they were introducing new adjuvants, so therefore new type of vaccines into the schedule. So they noticed, and they have these, they call it red flags. They were saying that with these new adjuvants, some of the vaccines they had signals of causing heart attacks and myocarditis and heart damage to the people that were taking the new ones. But they say we're gonna approve them and we're gonna see what happens after market. And look where we are today with these new vaccines causing heart problems. So what you said about the trials, we are in the trials right now. They said let's check what happens after market, and this is the aftermarket right now.
Yeah,
they are in
human
record.
trials.
They are in record making the votes of approving or not approving these adjuvants and new vaccines. And they say, hey, let's check what happens after market. And here we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of there's commercials where it's like, if you or a loved one took the polio vaccine and are suffering from A, B, and C, please contact so-and-so lawyers. You know, that's kind of the shit. It's 10, 20 years down the line where it's like 100% confirmed. You know, every doctor doesn't deny it anymore. And then the insurance companies get involved and they start making claims on all the money they've lost out on.
And then when they go to discovery and they go to the trials and bring the experts in, it's demonstrated that the ones making this product that is being sued, they actually lied in their testings, and they lied and they paid people just to put the product in the market.
Or in Pfizer's case, they wanted to wait 70 years, you know, before putting out their data.
You know that the vaccine, there was a company, one of the companies in the US, before they released the vaccine, they asked for immunity because
liability.
They didn't know liability immunity because they don't know what's going to happen to the people. So,
they knew exactly. Yeah, exactly. They knew exactly what was going to happen, but I get what you're saying.
Well, that's the tricky part, because when you inject someone, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. There's a spectrum of things that can happen.
True.
That's why
any pre-existing condition will get exacerbated. But they knew that they would be paying out the wazoo and getting into trouble if they didn't have that liability exemption.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by they knew they had to have the liability exemption because they knew that all of these side effects are 100% caused by their shot.
Yeah, that's why they give you a list. Hey, we're gonna give you this shot, but it might cause brain inflammation, arthritis, diabetes.
Yeah, and they give you a whole thing of they give you a list of shit to sign.
Myocarditis. Yeah, just take it, but we telling you, you might get a heart attack.
Yep. Well, insurance companies are saying you participated in a trial, so therefore your death insurance doesn't. It's considered suicide. If you participate in a trial and die, that's not on your health insurance. You know, you decided to go participate in a trial. I could go skydiving and jump off of a building and die. You know, no health insurance company is going to be like, yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have died. The parachute should have deployed. It's no, I put myself in that situation. Therefore, the insurance companies aren't liable. So they're claiming basically it's suicide for all these death insurances. That's when the truth comes out, is when the money gets fucked with, when you can't claim death insurance because you partook in a trial. Do you understand what I mean? Like, the family of the deceased goes and tries to claim death insurance, and the insurance companies are saying he technically committed suicide because he partook in a trial that all the adverse reactions and all the statistics were clearly labeled. He signed away all liability. Therefore, he has no death insurance.
Yeah, I mean, what if he signed all those things away? I don't get it, bro. Like,
yeah. I mean, oh no, that makes 100% sense. Like, if you go to the clinic and you sign a bunch of packets that say myocarditis, you have a risk in 1 in 5,000. You know, aneurysm, you have a risk of 1 in 3,000, and you sign at the bottom. There you go. There goes all your liability. Like, you are participating in a trial. Like, what people argue is like, oh, this isn't an experiment. They're really hung up on this semantics game. Like, it's not an experiment, it's a trial. It's like, yeah, the insurance companies are considering you a suicide if you die.
Bro, there is a tax attached to every vaccine vial bought. This tax that is paid goes into a account that is for the Vaccine Compensation Act. And people say, no, vaccines are safe and effective, no problem. And why do they have a compensation act? Because of vaccine damages? No,
well,
they're safe and effective.
Yeah. And the Compensation Act is only for people in the know that like have the wherewithal to be able to fight these issues. But for the most part, they're banking on the average citizen just withering away and collapsing. You know, like they don't think that the average citizen is gonna tap into that insurance claim.
Bro, if you look at the list of adverse reactions in the Vaccine Compensation Act, it has to happen within a certain frame of time. And if you got if you have the adverse reaction an hour after the certain period of time, you cannot claim it.
Yeah, and same with the way they calculate deaths and all that. It's like if you're considered unvaccinated if it's been less than 14 days. So if you die within 14 days, you're considered an unvaccinated death of COVID. So like all the statistics are fucked.
So Harvard was paid like I think it was over $1 million to check the vaccine adverse reaction reporting system, and they said that about 1% of the actual adverse reactions are reported into the system. So 99% of the actual adverse reactions are not being reported.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. And the doctors mentioned that, like any doctor that's worth his salt is mentioning that. They're saying like, so 50,000 deaths were reported, 2 months ago, but that's the VAERS report. So we can actually increase that number times, 10 times 20, whatever it is.
Yeah, but no, vaccines don't cause any damages, right? Even though
No.
even though they have paid like over what is it, like almost $4 billion on damages. That's the virus system.
Yeah, that's just COVID. Yeah. See, Biden isn't getting hurt by the vaccines. He's getting hurt by COVID. All 4 times, yeah.
Oh, Biden is fully vaxxed but still getting COVID. What's happening?
That's the lie. I'm joking. What they say, what mainstream media says, is Biden has tested positive for COVID again. Biden has tested positive for COVID again. Meanwhile, what I'm saying is, obviously, that's not COVID. Obviously, he has vaccine-induced AIDS.
Oh yeah, he has AIDS for sure. Everybody that is being vaccinated with these vaccines, they definitely have AIDS.
Well, I don't know about all of them, and I wouldn't say like 100% one way. However, yeah, it could be like 35%. It could be higher.
I mean,
like you
the
said,
ones that didn't get the saline solution, because there's a big percentage of batches of the vaccines that are just saline.
I also
No,
make
listen.
people global earthers.
Like Doofus, without going into the like, obviously I'm a globe earther. I don't take that as a gauge of your intelligence. I think you're a smart guy. You and like I think you're generally a smart guy. Which is why I get emotional about these subjects. It's like, how could a smart person just
So how do you feel about all the Western governments saying that masks are useless, like in the first months of the COVID pandemic? Pizzle?
Oh, sorry. Someone muted NASA show. That sucks. What? Sorry.
So how? So if you think people like if you think it's totally stupid to assume that masks are useless, well, how do you feel about all the governments like the American, the German, and many other governments in the beginning of the COVID pandemic saying masks are useless? There's no proof of them being useful.
Bro,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
said
Even
that,
Fauci
listen,
said
they
it,
said that in TV. They got in front of the TV cameras. They say, "Hey, wear your mask, and then after the programming was over, they took the mask off.
But even no, I mean literally,
Yeah.
they actually said in the first months that you shouldn't, that masks are pointless. You shouldn't even use them in the first months of 2020.
Yeah.
You know.
They were
Have you
also
noticed
saying
all
like
have you noticed
hospitals are
all these
running out.
Have you noticed all these people with masks always coughing and coughing nonstop for months and months? Have you noticed that?
I have, and
I have.
they just kind of never recover from their cold, or it takes twice as long for them to recover.
So sorry. So you remember? So I'm because I think you were interrupted in answering. So you remember how they all said the masks are pointless, and then suddenly they say masks are mandatory. Why would you think is
Yeah.
that?
100%. I mean,
So why would you think is that?
why? Well, at one point they wanted the hospitals to have a good supply.
Okay,
I know that.
Good. So you admit that our governments are willing to openly lie to us. When
Oh,
it suits them.
100%. 100%.
Okay,
Like
so
Paymassa Shill's the guy who was disagreeing. We all agree here.
okay, so you're a global third, but you I mean that's okay, fair enough. But you understand that they lie. That their how is it called? Their communication is instrumental. Let's say.
Yeah, they lie, and they also omit truth by just they lie by leaving out information as well. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they it's not even a lie, but it's sometimes worse. Then they do a gender setting. You know what that is?
Wait, sorry, gender what? Sorry?
Agenda setting.
Oh, agenda setting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's actually, in my opinion, that's the greatest problem. Basically, with the collusion of mass media across the West and the government, they basically decide what we even discuss. Like people don't discuss the things. Basically, as long as the topic isn't in the media, the government can just do whatever they want because nobody is, how's it called?
Pushing back. Or
Yeah,
questioning it.
batting an eyelash, or how it's called. Yeah, basically that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's the real thing. That's the real thing. As long as everyone is busy talking about Ukraine and COVID and transgender people, nobody is discussing how we are getting screwed over on the economy, on workers' rights, and so on and on. Yeah.
I agree with
Yeah,
you,
or
dude.
we'll look for.
Yeah, people are we're very entertained in so many topics, and yeah, there's huge transfers of wealth happening at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, the biggest transfer of wealth in history. Yeah, and I don't see how shills wouldn't be able to see that. But yeah, it's called problem, reaction, solution. And what they do is they cause the problem, they wait for our reaction, and then they propose a solution which furthers their whole agenda, which was the whole goal in the first place, was for us to go begging them for a solution. Like, oh yeah, green passport, and digital ID. We need that.
Yeah, but if you see that people come into the whole discussion already believing that, right, that the government is full of shit, right, and do unethical things and lie to us whenever it suits them, that people then would be suspicious about things like having a liquid mandatorily injected into them by the government order.
Mhm.
I mean, it's kind of obvious that
Well, that's kind of why
ringing
I
all
get
the alarm
lumped in.
bells.
I get lumped in with flat earthers because I care about these fucking these snakes in power, and I have a conspiratorial idea of what's taking place, I guess. So they kind of lump me in with other conspiracy theorists. Like NASA Shill thinks anyone who's unvaxxed is a flat earther. Also,
I think in
they
the
like
mainstream
he
you get.
lumps them.
I think in the mainstream you get even lumped in. It's even easier if you're basically a neo-Nazi conspiracy theorist, whatever government
Oh
does.
yeah, I've heard
Yeah,
it.
that's
I've been told.
bullshit.
I've been called that 100 times for sure.
I got called a neo-Nazi by a stripper once. But
Yeah,
I
everyone's
agree
figured
with
out
you guys said about the
who does what.
mask, man. It's so true that they wearing the masks were not useful in protecting from the disease. That's true, but I don't
Yeah.
think that was the purpose of the mask, right? The purpose of the mask was to prevent the spreading of germ.
Yeah. Well, so was the
Not
purpose of the
taking it.
vax, and that didn't stop any the spreading. You know, it went from it 100% keeps you safe from death, and it keeps you safe from infecting your grandma, and it keeps you safe from blah blah blah. Meanwhile, it doesn't do any of those things, but they keep pushing that. They keep saying it on mainstream media. All the science, all the Pfizer documents, all the actual doctors and nurses are all saying it. They're all saying it, but Fauci and mainstream media don't seem to be saying it. Therefore, it's not true.
No tiene pelo. Está calvo. So you guys agree now that the masks were never meant to prevent you from getting sick? Because a second ago you guys were saying the media presented that.
I mean, I believe that they don't believe everything they say. So that's how far I go. How far masks help? I mean, at least I know that masks are being used in hospitals, so I think there must be some utility, I guess.
Well, if you look at
I think the utility
your mouth.
If you ever notice that, exactly. It's not to protect the doctors and nurses; it's to protect the patients from the doctors and nurses.
Yeah.
So it's
Also,
whenever
if
you're wearing them, it's to prevent you from spreading germs, not to prevent you from getting sick.
like, which one of these globers could disagree that the virus particles are so small that they pass right through the mask? Like, that's scientifically sound.
Yeah, but
These idiots say we believe we have all the science. We have all the science, and then
So
they
when
don't.
but
what doesn't pass through the mask is your spit droplets.
But if that part it helps. I bet. I mean, I agree that droplets or like mucus that you cough out, at least that doesn't get straight into the mouth of someone else. Which I actually kind of like that this doesn't happen because it's disgusting. Right?
I agree. Like it'll stop spittle and droplets. Sure.
Yeah, it's the difference between people covering their mouths when they cough or just not doing that because it doesn't do anything. But it obviously does do something. It prevents, a wider spread of disease. It doesn't stop it, but it definitely mitigates it.
And at the same time, Fauci said, it could cause unwanted touching of the nose and face. If you're constantly adjusting the mask, you might be causing a problem, worse than you think. You might think you're doing a good thing, but you keep adjusting and shifting this thing and scratching your face.
That's
anyway,
true too.
Yeah.
Touching
we
your
get
mask.
it. I get it.
It just to me, it seems like it's like one of those things like wearing your seatbelt or something. It's like doesn't save your life, but it definitely, slows down or lowers the probability or raises the height of the probability of you surviving.
Anyway, as I said earlier, the people wearing masks still today are the dumbest fucking people you'll ever meet.
Oh, also, how they could actually save the most lives, assuming this is a real pandemic, or even without it. The biggest thing they could have done is literally tell everyone to, start doing cardiovascular exercise, several times per week. By now, after 2 years, we would have so many less deaths than we had. I mean, seriously, this would have literally have done so much more than all the measures they did.
The people driving in their cars wearing a mask are the dumbest fucking people you'll ever meet. The people swimming in the ocean with a mask on are the dumbest fucking
Swimming in
people
the ocean
in
with
the
a mask
world.
on.
They,
They're
Sounds
and they
close
are
fake.
definitely
to.
and they are definitely Globers.
Well, fuck off with that because that gives NASA shill and them ammo. You know that gives them ammo. You can't
But,
just yeah. Let's
but I
stick
mean,
to
no,
the
I mean, they are an obvious troll. I mean,
yeah.
their name is a lie. You know what I mean? And then they called me a liar when I hadn't even said anything yet here. Yeah, so I mean, I
When
said you're a liar. No, you're a liar. But the reason I wanted to argue he's a liar is literally because he calls himself paid NASA shill. Because obviously nobody pays that shit to do their PR.
if you notice, it's fucking 60-plus-year-olds. It's the most paranoid, most idiotic, dumb citizens that
Boomers.
live in your neighborhood.
Yeah, but that's the point. They are boomers, and boomers get their information mainly from mainstream media.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not necessarily that they're dumb. It's like they're gullible. They're also misled. It's a whole like line of things.
I would say I'm not trying to dampen it, but there would be the people that feel that they've got a sickness of some sort that need to go out into the public to do something, and therefore feel like they are protecting other people from themselves.
Sure.
Partly, very small, but yes, I see it all the time, mate. You know, people single fucking drivers with no one else in the car with masks on. You're like, fuck me,
Okay,
is the
What do you
end?
do? Yeah, what are they
Oh my
doing?
god, I mean, yeah, but that's just dumb. I don't think even Fauci or what he's called would do that. I mean, that's obviously dumb.
Well, Fauci even said, yeah. There's video compilations of Fauci saying, "Wear a mask, don't wear a mask." You know, so it's up and down with him. First of all, that's one guy. So when they say they believe the scientists, it's like they believe Fauci and the mainstream media. They
Yeah,
don't believe in all the doctors and nurses. They don't believe in all the studies.
also it has proven how fucking clueless and powerless in a sense the governments really are, because you see the development of the or even their official numbers of how many people got infected with COVID, and it's completely unrelated to the measures. Like across countries, if you look at countries at the curves of the virus share of people infected,
Oh yeah,
the measures are they didn't do shit. I mean, like even
yeah.
mainstream scientists, agree. Like
Well,
lockdowns
it
basically
shows the
point to
harder.
The most vaccinated nations have the most variants and the most cases, and the less vaccinated has the less
Yeah.
variants, the less cases. Wow.
Yeah, like New Zealand right now has the most deaths. They had like none prior to COVID because it never reached their island in
prior to
but
vaccination. You mean?
yeah, prior to vaccine. Yeah, exactly. So once they rolled that out and faked all the PCR tests and convinced
Oh no, it's not muted anymore. Never mind.
yeah. I can't believe yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know where they're like, what they're doing these days with the censorship stuff. It seems like maybe they've lessened a little bit, but
Oh yeah, now you just can't talk about Russia being cool or something. It's a new topic. Right.
Well, it seems like some of the data has shifted. Like you can kind of say things on Twitter now that you couldn't just a few months ago.
Yeah, it's just not the hot topic anymore that they want to have everyone conform with. Now you have to be pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia. But I mean, this is not even the peak nefarious level, in my opinion, because the whole COVID thing that was that was a bit modern, right? A modern thing. But war propaganda and censorship during war, that has been there like forever, right? I mean, that's just how things go, right? I mean, I'm not even that mad about it, to be honest, because that's just they did this like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, are you talking about like the Birdman? Like was it Germany or something? There's pictures of like the doctors with masks on. They look like elephants almost. Is that what you're talking about?
I think we moved on from COVID now. I'm talking about how now with Ukraine war, there's this suspicious consensus. Like you would assume with a free press, right? Like if your hypothesis is that there is a free press, right? Then you would assume, yeah, okay, some people think Russia is justified, some people think Russia isn't justified, and then maybe there's a big majority that is seeing things Russia isn't justified just because. But then you would still get different dissenting voices. But what you don't get dissenting voices, right? In mainstream media, you get a uniform voice, and that's obviously suspect, right? And that obviously then also gives you should give you the idea that they aren't actually free press at all, just because of the uniformity of the message. Like, isn't for any topic some people some people out there who will disagree even with the most obvious truths, like the Earth is flat, right? And yeah, but there's none. There's no this and there. Everyone agrees. Ukraine good, Russia bad.
I think you cut out there. I thought I cut out. Maybe it
Okay.
is me.
Yeah. So the most. I mean, I'm not even pro. I'm not even pro Russia. Okay. For me, it's not so much about who's right in this. It's more like how uniform the message is. That's the. I mean, basically, anyone should figure at this point that the media is. It's fully orchestrated. It's not. It's not a free flow of information, and many different journalists voice their own free opinions freely. No, it's everyone gives the uniform message on COVID, on Ukraine war, on everything else, and we always had this. It's called war censorship. Like in case of war, at least with COVID, it's a bit more extreme now. But war censorship was a thing in the past, and it's just works the same as with COVID now. Like that, there's a uniform message.
100, yeah, lockstep, 100%.
Yeah, and then it's so hard for me to grasp. And you know what's hilarious? So on topics like I don't know, and then there's many political topics where there's also this complete consensus on how to think, but then people in the public, like boomers, right, will somehow have the perspective that they are somehow the edgy ones, the rebellious ones, because they have this take that literally every single mainstream media will give you. But somehow they think they are not the mainstream. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's amazing. Because I think they
Raging
are,
on behalf of the machine.
yeah, exactly, and because they think, oh, I am the well-informed person, I'm the smart guy because I actually do my due diligence, I study, I read what the experts have to say. That's what the kind of their take, right? Right.
Meanwhile, they're a zealot, yeah.
Yeah, for government, they would literally
They're
have
a
been.
religious zealot.
Yeah, they would. I mean, they would have been the dogmatic Marxist in the Soviet Union kind of person.
Yeah. There's a lot of memes about that now, yeah. Where it's like, we know where you would have been in World War II.
Yeah, absolutely. They would be the ones cheering Hitler, definitely. They would be the ones cheering Stalin. They would be the ones cheering the Taliban or whatever, in whatever Islamic dictatorship. But basically, if you're the guy that 100% follows the government line, then you would have probably followed 100% the government line in any other state. Because there it was just the same mechanism. Oh, this is what the experts say in the media.
You're talking about the media, and I've seen one example of the astronomical stones in Georgia, in America. They got exploded. Anyway, the point was that when the media reported on it, there was two different bits of information on one person, for example. So in the future, people will find two bits of information. And do you guys know of many cases where there was two bits of information, misinformation, and then in the future we go back to the past and we find two bits of information, and we end up just talking about just the one?
I mean, this is a bit
100%.
abstract.
That
Yeah, but
happens
it's a
all
bit
the time.
abstract. But it's a bit abstract. Like you have an example?
Yeah, one example just happened 2 days ago. Israel bombed the shit out of a Palestinian building, killing a leader and
Yeah.
like 17 other people. Okay.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, Palestinians started firing rockets into Israel. So
Yeah.
all we hear on the news is, look, Israel's just defending itself, right? Like that's all we hear in the news is Palestine is attacking.
America, yeah.
Yeah.
Here in Germany, I actually what I hear here was only the one with the Palestinians being shot at.
Yeah, so here in Canada and on Twitter and shit, we didn't hear anything about it until the Palestinians retaliated with their rockets, and none of that wording was issued. Like it's just, oh, Palestine is attacking Israel,
right.
indiscriminately firing rockets into Tel Aviv or whatever.
I mean, it's like suppose in the next few days or weeks there is an Islamist terror attack in the US, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then people wonder, oh, why would they do that? While, like last week or something, the Americans drone strike literally the leader of the country of Afghanistan.
Yeah. So that's exactly what happened. Just like this week with Palestine, is they killed the top doctor in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then, how weird! How weird that they would retaliate with the means they have.
Yeah, they killed. Not only did they kill the top doctor, his family, and like his immediate cousins and stuff.
People injured.
They also killed like 17, injured like 40 other people that were living in the same building.
Or it was like patients or whatever.
And then all we hear about on the news is the one side, which is, Israel does precision strikes while Palestine rains rockets into Tel Aviv.
Yeah, but I mean, the core difference really is just Israel is a first world nation that can actually build precision weapons, right?
Yeah, who owns the news exactly?
Hey, by Israel's logic, maybe those people weren't fully vaxxed, and they probably deserve it. By their
what? By Israel's logic, they were hiding amongst civilians, so they deserve to die.
Yeah, and then the civilians are just collateral damage. Yeah, it's the usual
Anyways,
story.
I think this is another topic that
is banned.
You're just gonna have to mute
Gio, you want us to stop? You want us to stop before we get muted?
There's so many topics that you cannot speak about in the globe because
Yep.
No, to be honest, I don't think anyone will block you about speaking about that topic. And to be
Not
honest,
anymore. No one cares about it anymore.
Yeah, it's not a big topic. They only really, they really focus their censorship resources on the big topics in town, and that now would be Ukraine and COVID. And this topic is currently not a big topic, so they wouldn't care.
Well, I know that a big, lithium. There's a big lithium amount under Mariupol. I wonder if that's had anything to do.
Under Mariupol?
So the place Mariupol.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a lot of lithium under Mariupol.
Yeah, but I mean, Russia is a really, really big country. I don't think that one spot with lithium is gonna mean shit to them, to be honest. I don't really subscribe to the raw material theory of Russian invasion because Russia is a really big place. I don't think they need more. I mean, the challenge is more like getting the stuff out of the ground than getting more stuff in the ground. to be honest.
But if we've got a future of, let's just say, 50 years of battery technology, we're going to need some lithium, and whoever has got the lithium and is willing to dig it up and sell it, there's value in that for the future. Like cobalt, which is goes hand in hand. They are mine that out of Africa. But it's something like that. It plays a lot on stock market and the future of technology. If you don't have a lot of lithium, for example, then you can't progress with. They're reducing the amount of petrol cars and diesel cars. You have to wait 9 months to get a brand new car in the UK. So all things that change in one way have repercussions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would just be one of many resources because, like East Ukraine also has lots of. I mean, if you're gonna go for resources, lots of oil and gas there. And to be honest, I think the oil and gas we have, it will actually be used. I don't think we will suddenly stop using oil and gas globally. Oh, globally, what a terrible term. Worldwide, I mean, of course. Worldwide, because before it runs out, because it will all. The only reason electric cars are cheaper in the West is subsidies and taxes on oil and gas. And in the developing countries, in the third world, they will just keep using the cheaper ones, and then they will just use it until it's run out.
Even though we can develop better batteries with other materials that you could grow from plants, way superior to lithium.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, then you have to be able to mass produce them. The stuff has to be cheaper in the end. With all this, we have so many potential technologies. I'm an engineer. I'm just.
Bro,
So
lithium
many problems.
doesn't hold that much power. It's also
Lost capacity.
flammable. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
So that they're definitely using that material because it's probably one of the worst materials that you could use to make batteries. There's superior ways to produce a device that can hold a charge, like ultra capacitors that are superior to the batteries that we use today. The batteries that we have in our cell phones and our devices is watered down technology, actually.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that, because you can do lots of things in the laboratory, right? And that doesn't mean it will scale to a big factory. Basically, you also have to be able to actually mass produce things, and that's often the real challenge. So just because technologies are out there that you can do in a lab, by a long shot doesn't mean you can actually build a huge factory with it and mass produce it. So that's my take, just as an engineer, without, of course, being a battery specialist. I do the electric drive side. I do electric motor inverters, the software for that, for electric traction drives of cars. So battery is the other end of this field, let's say, which I only have some connection with, obviously, because I have to, but not in the ins and outs of what cell production processes are viable for scaling them up to mass production. That's way out of my specialization. So a friend of mine currently ramps up a massive production plant for a major German OEM. So maybe I could ask him sometime. Yeah. But generally, we kind of do things that make sense because there's more than one company usually, and you just want to be better than the others. So that's that.
You know about graphene? Graphene?
Yeah, I have heard about graphene. Yeah, it's
Isn't that superior to lithium to make batteries?
Is it superior for mass production? That's always the question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely part of the equation for sure. But where there's a will, there's a way, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, already for some types of lithium-ion batteries, they use graphene anodes. So that's not something completely out of the normal technology spectrum. Actually, graphene batteries for actually there's currently a development on this, like of using graphene anodes for lithium-ion batteries, but that doesn't get rid of the lithium, entirely. It just gets them a bit better, like better range and better
There's a lot of
charge speed.
disinformation out there. You don't know what to
Always.
trust when it comes to graphene oxide and the self-assembling fucking 5G bullshit.
Yeah, I mean
That's all.
that's a bit more out there, but I mean graphene
That's all
is
for the masses.
I mean, graphene is more like something you can literally do in your own chemistry lab. But I mean, this
Well,
is I'm
that
generally
shit's irrelevant. Just look at the deaths. Look at the all-cause mortality. Look at the people suffering from all of these things. So narrowing down what caused what and who caused this blood clot, and was the blood clot caused by COVID, and
you can do lab experiments on your own. This is while the COVID statistics or something that's totally out of your reach to do yourself, right? You don't. They control the raw data for this. They need mass collection of the data with the hospitals and so on. So they can tell you anything in that. Like with space programs or particle accelerators, this is stuff you have no clue what's true and what isn't. But with like smaller scale stuff like this or that battery material, so many people can reproduce these things, and you could in principle too, if you did a bit of due diligence and get some lab equipment. So I'm so that's basically why I'm thinking this. I mean, doesn't mean I have the full confidence, because I only have full confidence in things I've done for myself. But yeah, also this doesn't have the same political repercussions. So generally, if something is politically important, it's way more likely to be bullshit.
well, you can't take anything at face value. You have to always be. Yeah.
Right. But there's a degree like do you believe electric motors work? You kind of do, because there's a bunch of views in your home. You know what I mean? It's hard to lie about this stuff.
Yeah.
Hey man, sorry I left for a second, but you guys were talking about batteries a little bit ago.
Only very, very rudimentarily. Yeah. It's I mean, basically the discussion is technology being held back on purpose, or are we just being stupid? And being an engineer, I think we're really just being stupid. Like we are trying our best. Some things don't scale up well to mass production, some do. For some it takes a long time, in part because it's actually complicated, in part because people fuck things up in the process, or are better at organizing things. And it's we're all people, so that's my take on this.
That's true. We are all people. But
except for the reptiloids.
Most of us. I saw this technology. It's actually coming out this year, commercially. They have new types of batteries.
Oh yeah, but this is always I'm always very suspicious whenever they say, "Oh, we have this great startup and we will create a battery that is 1,000 times more efficient," and then at the end we only know it if they can build a big factory and produce it to scale. There's many things you could do in your lab that you couldn't make in mass cheaper than the alternatives that exist.
Well, they have a product they're selling this year. It should be coming out later this year, but they're called what are they called? Nuclear diamond batteries. Nuclear diamond.
What? Nuclear diamond.
I was telling you about that last week, bro. I remember telling you about that. Well, maybe not you, Kosho, but
I was just saying,
maybe not you.
But yeah, they'll supposedly you don't have to charge them. Is the first thing. They'll last 1,000 years.
Yeah, but then they are probably not producing a lot of energy in a short time, so they are not we're scaling well for something like a car, I would assume. Generally, that's the thing with better voltaics. Better voltaic technology, the principle. Yeah. So these diamond batteries are just another type of better voltaics, and they would probably not last 1,000 years in case of diamond batteries. Actually, yes, they should, because the half-life of C14 is 5,730 years, roughly. At least that's what they say. So yeah, they should actually last many, many thousand years. But the problem is, if they do, then for the given mass, they don't produce that much better radiation per unit of time. And it means you need huge volumes, huge masses of those diamond batteries to get any relevant amount of power at a given moment. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
sure.
basically,
Yes.
you will not put that into a car and then run with hundreds of watts or thousands of watts in a car or truck that you would need to per drive to
Well, no,
actually
they
operate a car.
yeah. So the product they come out with is a watch, because the watch is, of course, small enough and they can power the 1,000 years. But they do say that they can scale it up. It just would require a lot more. I think it'd be a lot of them packed in, same way they do with other batteries. Basically, just pack it in. Like
It's just the power you can get out of it in a given moment of time. Yeah, the power, it's just very small for the mass it has. So it gives you a little power for a very, very long time. But what you want is a lot of power in a short time with cars.
Well, yeah, with
And
a car, sure. But I
Yeah.
mean, like, there's other things like like satellites and there's other things that require energy. Not a lot at once, but they need a lot in general.
I see something like sensor dust and such, like where basically you have environmental sensors. They measure like for a few days, and then you send off a small radio signal every few days. And so some sort of capacitor or other battery can be charged in the meantime with that better voltaic, and then they send it off. And they only need very little of it for the actual measurement and saving the data. So this kind of stuff that makes sense to use maybe better voltaics. But then people will bitch about it. This is radioactive. You can't put that into the environment or something. You know what I mean? Like, people are always a bit afraid of anything radioactive. So I'm worried on that for normal applications.
I've seen technology where they get like the idea of a normal battery and they pull it and make it into a rod. So the same weight, the same material, but the surface area is different. It's thinner, which means that they can use it. Ideally, making the car out of these rods, and the car being vented.
Oh my god, that's bad. Imagine you. I always think, then what if a crash happens? Like they will all bend, you know?
Yeah, maybe it's having some type of thing, a fail safe that if it gets if it touches the air, then
Yeah, but the repair will get super expensive. That's what I'm saying. That's terrible. I mean, good for the company if they can make lots of money on the repairs then, but for spare parts. But oh my god, I wouldn't want to drive that just because of how expensive it is if it does a crash.
I tell you what,
the batteries are the most expensive part of.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but they get way cheaper every year. So yeah.
I think the practical application was to make the battery pack that you're using already, but vented, which means that you could keep it cool and get more power out of it, or things like that.
Yeah, they always try to change the geometries of batteries to get a more dense packed system while still maintaining cooling. And that's a big thing. Yeah, and also changes in the inner geometry of cells to get a better, basically the active part of any battery is the surfaces that they have in there. And so basically they want to have a better ratio of the overall thickness to the surface without it compromising the integrity, which is always a danger. Like you may remember the Samsung problem, where I think it was Samsung or LG, some Korean smartphone company, where they just did it too extremely to get the battery thinner for a thinner smartphone, and then there were problems, and it would blow up.
I forget which phone company that was, but yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's a limit, of course, how thin you could possibly make it before chemically it doesn't it doesn't provide energy because there's not a thick enough barrier.
Yeah. I mean, what's really high energy density is actually anything chemical. So basically like gasoline and such, or synthetic fuels. That's really nice in terms of how dense you can get it. Yeah, for obvious reasons. I think obvious. So yeah, one option that people see is using e-fuels, like basically synthetic fuels, and then use combustion engines. So that's an option in the future instead of battery cars.
Well, I don't think the battery era is going to last that long, because then they're going to get to a limit and realize, fucking, we got this issue last time in the 1800s, and of some sort, and we've got
Batteries are cheaper now, relatively. So there's kind of an argument: cheaper, higher energy capacity by mass. Yeah. So not the volume, but the volumetric, but the mass one. So I think what they want to do in the long run is you will be connected to Neuralink, be in your pod, and then don't produce almost any CO2 because you don't travel around. You just travel around in your Neuralink simulation with your chip in the brain.
I mean, if they could find a way to mass produce helium, do you think helium would be the answer? And what's the byproduct of helium that could damage?
Why helium?
Yeah, how would you get energy with helium?
Helium is pretty inert. I mean, why would you use it for a chemical process?
Helium is a byproduct. It's a byproduct in nuclear energy, both fusion and fission. But it's not. It's not useful in the energy.
Yeah. Because you want to some exothermic chemical reaction with the material if you want to use it, right? And it's an inert gas, so a noble gas.
I don't even know what I was thinking there. Sorry. I guess hydrogen was the obvious choice.
I mean, oxygen is what oxidizes other things, but so usually you want oxygen. So basically, combustion engines usually use some sort of reaction with oxygen. So I mean, it will be hard. I mean, to get an exothermic reaction that is useful that way, right? So you need something that will combine with oxygen usually, and has an exotherm, and basically gets out more energy than it takes in as it combines with oxygen. That's the usual thing you do if you burn stuff, So yeah. So I wouldn't say oxygen sounds reasonable either. Because I mean, it's already all the time with oxygen in combustion systems.
Do you think they use the hydrogen technology like a lot way before they say they did? The air balloons and stuff.
What do you mean? I mean, hydrogen. It depends a lot on what you mean with hydrogen. I mean, yeah, that big Zeppelin, the Hindenburg, yeah, that used hydrogen, but for buoyancy purposes. That's a very different thing than using it for a hydrogen combustion engine or a hydrogen fuel cell. Those are completely different processes, really.
Yeah, but with Cavendish discovering hydrogen, is it possible that hydrogen had already been discovered way before, and they'd already done this technology before?
I mean, anything's possible, right? But I mean, it's always hard to argue from not knowing something, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I guess if you could cross lands, or cross seas and stuff like that, so things like that, trying to map the world or whatever, and getting the determination to be the first to have a full working map and stuff like that, and then
what? I don't get where you're going with that.
Oh no, I guess I was just talking about us discovering hydrogen at earlier period than what they say, and then the benefits of them discovering hydrogen way before would that have altered history.
So when do you think hydrogen was discovered?
Well, as far as I know, it was Cavendish. So
what year?
I don't know. I would have to look that up.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I know about is how they actually. I mean, I don't know about the one with Cavendish. I just know the one from 1866 by August Wilhelm Hoffmann, who created the Hoffmann water meter, which basically used an anode and a cathode with water in a tube, and then there were one tube was above the anode, one above the cathode, and then at the anode it would collect the O2 gas, and on the cathode it would collect the H2, the hydrogen gas, and that's
Yeah.
how you could separate them. But I'm not sure if this is the if the I mean hydrogen could have discovered by as being a product from another chemical process before that. I never really went into the history of its discovery. Apparently, Theodore Turquet de Mayonnaise produced it in 1620.
Okay.
And Robert
Okay.
Boyle produced it in 1670. So yeah, those are both before Cavendish in 1766. So at least 146 years earlier, it was discovered. Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking news to me, mate. You know what I mean? That's the great thing about going slightly off topic, is you can gather information from other people. So I didn't know that. That's interesting. You know, so obviously the properties of that straight away. You know, the race is on 1600s. You know, what could
Yeah.
you have achieved? But then if you won, you know, the winner's always, you know, write history or whatever like that. If you're so powerful that you annihilated a complete civilization, you would destroy all their lives, destroy anything.
Yeah, but this again the thing. Just because I know some material exists doesn't mean I can produce it cheaply. Like for example, you using hydrogen for lamp fuel would be totally pointless. I mean, first of all, you can barely store it because it's such a small material that this kind of gas will just sneak out of all your ceilings back then. And even today, it's a challenge to make ceilings that hold hydrogen for a long duration. And then there was a certain abundance of other materials that you would use for burning, like for flames, like for lights, like at some point they started using petroleum. Before that, they used other types of lamp oils and such, and I guess larp, wood, whatever to burn.
Mm-hmm. Methylated spirits is that connected to, you know, methane? That there's a high percentage of methane in our atmosphere, upper atmosphere. You know, would that be beneficial? I mean, I wouldn't think so. I don't know.
What do you mean? Sorry.
So like you were saying about oil burning and fuels for lights, like in South Africa, people use methylated spirits, paraffin not so much.
Oh yeah, there's many things that burn. In general, if they burn and they are cheap, you can use them to fuel your lamp, right?
No, interesting. Methylated spirits is like it's almost like a UV color in a way. It's purple, right?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah, different chemicals have different colors when they burn. That's true. Yeah.
No. In its raw state, in its liquid state.
An example, different fuels when they burn. Yeah, they burn with different colors, and yeah, they also have different colors when they're liquid. Yeah, that's true.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, I was just trying to like tie that into our atmosphere. It's got a lot of methane in it.
Yeah, so those like methylated spirit burners, you know what they are often used for? They are like used for like keeping warm foods, like at a table, like at a big dinner or something.
Yeah,
You know
you got them.
or coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, with a wick, and then you've also got gel that you use for the buffets, the hot buffets, gel candles. But the methylated.
I mean, that really relies on you being able to produce lots of alcohol, right? And alcohol usually is made out of from some sort of plants, right? And then it's always questionable if that's the best use of your land to make those plants for the alcohol and not for food. And that's why often they would use like stone oils, what they called.
Don't know, mate.
Oh, and I mean the Latin term is petroleum, basically oil that somehow comes out of the ground and burns. Because then you wouldn't have to, use farmland to make something that will become alcohol. You just use the oil that comes out of the ground. They have done that since the medieval, at least.
Denatured alcohol.
Oh no, I mean, if you use alcohol, in the past usually wasn't denatured. The reason they denatured it was simply so you wouldn't drink it for tax reasons.
Because they made it poisonous, bad tasting, foul smelling, nauseating.
I'm not sure it's poisonous. I mean, it's definitely not tasty, and it makes you vomit. So it just makes it impractical to drink.
Yeah, it's saying it's ethanol that has additives to make it poisonous, bad
Yeah,
tasting.
exactly. And to denature it. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck me, you could drink it.
I mean, you could drink it without the stuff they add to make you vomit. Yeah. I mean, you can drink it, but then you vomit.
Well, why would they? Okay, so I see the word meth, so I'm thinking of methane.
How is it? Because ethanol and methanol it's linked because it's the number of carbon and hydrogen in the thing. Okay, so you know there's ethane.
Yeah.
You know ethane. Okay, there's ethane and methane, and so ethanol is basically with an alcohol group. You know what it is? An alcohol group in chemistry.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the words you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, what you get is the OH group. It's a hydroxyl group. Yeah. And whenever you add an hydroxyl group to an alkane, then it becomes an alcohol. And so the alkane that is called ethane, getting a hydroxyl group is called ethanol, and the alkene that is called methane, getting an hydroxyl group, an OH group, that becomes methylene. So you get that? And the difference is basically you have 2 C's, 2 carbons, and 6 hydrogens with the ethane, and you have 4 hydrogens and 1 carbon with the methane. And so if you want to make it an alcohol, you add a hydroxyl group, so you take out one of the H's and add an OH. So it becomes, for example, in total 4 H's, a C, and an O in methane, and 6 H's, 1 O, and 2 C's in ethylene. You got it?
No, carry on. Sorry.
No, but I mean, I say that, and then you could just go for propane and ethanol. Ethanol, methanol, and for propanol, it would be the next one. Then you would have just another, right? Then you have it's propan. Let me see the English word if this is the right one. Propylene, yeah. In English, it's propylene. In propylene, it's just the next one. After you had 1 C surrounded by H's, then you had 2 C's surrounded by H's, then you have 3 C's surrounded by H's, basically, yeah. And that's propylene or propane. And propanol with the hydroxyl group, the OH, would be the same. You remove one of the H's. From the propane or propylene, and replaced by OH, and then you get the same thing with 3 C's, 6 H's, and 1 O. And so you can just go through the whole range of all those connect C's, surround them with H's. There's the whole homologous series of alkanes, and then you could always add a hydroxyl group, OH, and then you get an alcohol. And like it works with alcohol, with many other types of connections you add to those, you can make many different things in different variations. And that's basically why the whole field of organic chemistry is so huge, because first of all, there's loads of ways to connect them, and secondly, you can always do these these recombinations of different alkanes to the more complex compounds. Yeah.
You sound like you know what you know what the hell you're talking about. If you were being imaginative, and I don't know what you support or anything, which is great because it means that you can have a balanced, unbiased conversation. If you were to use your knowledge and just describe what you think the colors in the solar system are from what we see from Earth.
The colors.
Yeah, like
I mean, it's light. Obviously, we get into our eyes, and our eyes apparently interpret different frequencies as different colors.
Yeah,
different frequencies of the wave, of the light wave.
Would you say space is more sort of purple colored, like bromine?
I have no clue, but you could literally experiment with it. Like you could literally do so literally you could just use your camera, right? You have like a photo camera, right? And if you say that the colors in your camera they match the colors you see in reality, if you calibrate it accordingly, then you could just do I guess a Fourier transform and get the frequency for that. Or the other way around, you could just look at the number it saves, like the bit is saved with this color with a certain number, and then you could look at the mapping in what range it is, and then it will be in a range for the name of a color. So we'll just look that up. That's, I mean, or what is it? What you're trying to ask? I mean,
No,
yeah.
you imagine just using imagination, but not imagination, using your knowledge and putting two together.
Yeah, but I mean, the knowledge of the names of colors is I'm a guy, okay. Knowing how colors are named is more of a girl thing, right?
As in layers, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that there's a barrier at 400 kilometers, right? And after that, it's a layer of hydrogen, right? And then after that is a layer of helium. So
okay, I mean that's one theory, yeah.
So yeah, just hypothetically. So if you've got layers and layers, like a bit like a rainbow, for example, you've got all these layers. So they all get activated, and you're going to get different colors. You're going to get yellows. You're going to get reds. You're going to get oranges. You're going to get pinks. You're going to get purples. You're going to get blues. You can get all sorts. But what I'm trying to say is that our atmosphere, like looking at night or whatever like that, we could replicate this in maybe in a lab or whatever like that to get all those different colors. It's like a plasma ball. Like a plasma ball is like purple, yeah, or not.
Okay, so my problem is suppose you have any layers of a material and then you have other layers and it's homogeneous, right? And like the layer in itself is homogeneous. Like there's yeah. And then you have something behind it that you observe. If you never really know that there is this layer and you don't have a contrast because you also see the things behind without that layer, then let's say transformations, at the core it's a filtering, I guess. It attenuates different frequencies of light or electromagnetic waves at different intensities, or the attenuation is differently strong for different frequencies or different colors. Then there was no way to really find it out because you can't know that the stuff behind it isn't just in a color, right? If you knew the color of the stuff behind it, then you could say, or the color range, the spectrum, actually, the composition of colors it is made of. If you knew that beforehand, and then you would observe it, and then you could say, oh yeah, there has to maybe this gases in between because this is how they are being weakened at different rates, those colors. But if you have no clue, right? If you have no clue of the medium neither the medium nor the stuff behind, then all you are stuck with is the ultimate observation of this is the color range of the things we see. So all this, what you said, already presupposes that we have any knowledge of what's up there. But I don't have. I mean, I've never been up there, so I have no clue. So for me, it's really just light in the sky. It's light in the sky. That's all it is.
So like
anything beyond that, we can't figure it out. Anything beyond that, as long as we quotation mark don't go there, we can't figure it out, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's just like thinking outside the box. Like
I get it. I get it.
You put barium in a dye with iodine, I think, into people where they go for a CAT scan. So they put the dye in the people and it's got barium in it. So if whatever technology in the CAT scan is seeing the barium glow, right, in the body. So if we are using similar type of technology and scanning the skies and we're seeing certain colors, is it possible, hypothetically speaking, that like things like barium could be in our upper atmosphere, or the solar system itself, or whatever?
I mean, I wouldn't even, so for our atmosphere, I wouldn't even say it's possible, but basically anything that is a gas and mixes into air will have some chance of being higher up too sometimes, right? So there will be minuscule amounts for sure, right? If there's a lot, no clue, never been up there. And the next thing that you say is you basically assume that the lights in the sky are at all relating to chemical processes, right? But and this is actually this is an occult principle, right? What
talking
is
generally?
it is, you know, alchemy? The term alchemy, like the alchemists?
Yeah, yeah. All chemists, and like you were talking about, you were using that word earlier.
No, I think you're talking about chemistry, not alchemy.
No, alchemy. Yeah, I'm talking about alchemy.
Oh yeah, okay.
You'd used it. Yeah, I'm just sort of more breakdown words, and you've got an all chemist, you know, a chemist that can do all.
Yeah, and so you know how Newton was an alchemist?
He was many things. He was also he was in charge of the mint as well.
Yeah, right. But I mean, he most of the last decades of his life he actually dedicated to doing writing alchemic texts, and his idea of what we have here, like that things falling down in Earth, is the same principle as the planets moving in the sky. This is based on an alchemic principle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called as above, so below.
Yeah.
You ever heard of that?
I've heard of the saying. I didn't know that it was linked to Newton himself.
And it's even now it's not. I mean, he got it from, you know, alchemical laws or laws of these laws.
Would as above, so below also go along the lines with equilibrium, because they're always balanced, and as soon as you take one player from one team and you put on the other, then it's imbalanced, and therefore there has to be an equilibrium.
You want me to just? You want me to tell you just the 7 hermetic principles? Like just name them. Maybe you then can get your own answer. Wouldn't it be fun? I mean, they're not that long. The first one is the principle of mentalism, or the all is mind, the universe is mental. The second is the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as below, so above. The first is the principle of vibration, nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. The fourth is the principle of polarity, everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites, like and unlike are the same, opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet, all truths are but half-truths, all paradoxes may be reconciled. The principle of rhythm, everything flows out and in, everything has its tides, all things rise and fall, the pendulum swing manifests in everything, the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left, rhythm compensates. The sixth is the principle of cause and effect, every cause has its effect, every effect has its cause, everything happens according to law. Change is but the name of a law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. The seventh is the principle of gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. So, and this is not really something that is a result of scientific experimentation. This is basically mysticism. Okay. So basically, mystics came up with these laws. Okay, on a spiritual level, and the thing is that so Hermeticism is named after Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus, right? You ever heard of that?
Is this a modern manifesting, like in the secret?
This is old. This is old. This is really old. What I'm talking about is really old stuff. So he's their Corpus Hermeticum was written allegedly, like officially, between the year 100 and 300 AD.
And we had alchemists back, and
in the medieval.
Well, no, if you go back to Egyptians, I guess they were electroplating even back then, weren't they?
Yeah, and Hermeticism is literally a combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. 100 AD to 300 AD was basically still Hellenistic dominated Egypt, or Egyptian with Greek culture combined there, right? And much of alchemy, basically, alchemy was also named the Hermetic art or the Hermetic philosophy, based on this Corpus Hermeticum and this guy, teaching of Hermes Trismegistus, and we know because he wrote lots of works that were alchemist in nature, that Isaac Newton was himself an alchemist, Hermetic alchemist.
Even the word hermetic, I keep on hearing hermit, and a hermit being what, a short, deformed hunchback, maybe.
No, Hermes. His name is Hermetic. Comes from Hermes. Hermes Trismegistus.
But
let me look at that.
Wouldn't you agree that there's no Hermes, but there's a hermit involved in that word? Like, as in our alchemists of yesteryear were smaller and hunchbacked or something like that. You know, were we smaller in our past? A different ratio of nitrogen in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So okay, I see what you're saying. So you link this hermeticism with the word hermetic in terms of sealing, right? That's why that's like a hermetic seal. That's what you mean?
No, I've never heard of that. I was just
Oh, that's
relating.
another. Hermetic seal is just another word for airtight, and it's written like hermeticism. So maybe that's why. But you're talking about something else, apparently.
Yeah. If I'm going to comment, I'd just say that, like alchemists and alchemy, yeah, I would say that we've been going back to the wizards and all that sort of stuff there.
Yeah. So Newton was one of the wizards, and so he formed his theory on gravitation already informed by his occult ideas of the hermetic laws.
I mean, but is it possible that our past made our precious metals, for example, and it's not just by chance of the Earth doing it, but actually more the case of things that we've done, like the north of South America, Peru sort of area. It was said that there was a silver mountain, and the Spanish got hold of that, and pretty much most of the Spanish coins of that era come from that mountain. And it's almost like it was a mountain with, you know, bits of silver in it.
I mean, yeah, silver usually is found in rock, right?
Yeah,
Silver.
yeah, but in the way that the humans are responsible, like for, you know, the shaping of the lands, but in one sense. But just going back to the alchemists, if they are making all this stuff, then
I mean, they hoped for making it. Yeah, I'm not sure they ever succeeded.
well, I mean, I was looking up today, you know, can we make gold? And they'll say that just by memory, it was something to do with lithium or something. It's one different. It needs like 6 or something, and then the other one is the says so you need to add 1 to 59 to make a gold, and then other things like cheap copper. So it's me
So
that
what
if
we know today, like what's today the mainstream understanding of material, of matter, right? Basically, what determines if something is gold is the number of protons in its core. And so any material that has the same number of protons will be the same atom, the same element.
Yeah.
Sorry, the same element, of course. So for gold, that's 79. So 79 protons make a gold. And so what's possible is two things. Basically, that you smash together add the elements and they stay stuck together. That both have less than 79, and then you end up with 79, or that you smash something into an element, an atom of an element, and then it breaks apart, and then one of the parts broken off are 79. And so nuclear processes, basically radioactive process of things falling apart that are have more protons than gold, would get you gold if it ends up with 79, and in the other direction, if you smash things together, also for nuclear reasons or because in a particle accelerator, then you could end. So in these ways, you could end up with gold, but that's again a production problem. So you can make it with modern means, but it's incredibly inefficient. Like it's very, very more expensive than just getting the stuff out of the ground and cleaning it up, purifying it. I mean, so yeah. So the best way to get gold today is just to dig it out of the ground and purify it.
But you can think, let's just say, you know, times before Newton, like, you know, think of maybe Lord of the Rings type of scenario. Let's say 6 years.
You mean you just mean high tech, long ago kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Yeah, I totally I have a very strong, I don't know, it's not really evidence-based, but I have a strong suspicion that something like this existed.
Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, it's not like they had fuck all else to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like back in them days, as maybe you did. You know, it's what did you do with your days? Basically, people, you know, they weren't distracted by phones and internet, and you know, they're talking about a long time ago here. So basically, the daily lives were whatever. But to become an alchemist, you probably had to go through the you know. A very, very rigorous method of certain type of like Harry Potter school, but not Harry Potter, but you know what I'm saying, a bit more gifted sort of schools type of thing, education.
Yeah.
You know, the education of before education, you kind of think of maybe churches, but we're going back to, you know, with where I live and possibly where you live. You know, we've got churches going back to, you know, 1000 AD, even before that.
Yeah.
You know, and doing this sort of stuff. I guess, yeah. I think what we think of wizards and all that are the alchemists, because they understood how to use electricity to melt down stuff. You get an anode and a cathode or something. You know, you know how they smelt and stuff. They just use a shitload of electricity and they can melt down.
That's an arc. Well, there's different methods, but it would be basically arc. Yeah, an arc, light arc foundry.
Was it the bell jar? If you put water in, you know, glass bell jars, I think it was, I saw years ago, they were able to get a capacitor big enough just using water, you know, things like that. I think they knew how to just use the natural stuff. They didn't need anything else involved. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit peculiar to do anything with nuclear stuff, because most of those relevant for this purpose for getting gold. These are really, really rare materials, like where they occur naturally. You need to do a lot of collecting and purification to get any of that stuff, and particle accelerators seem to be very, very big devices, that you would need. And I suspect that the alchemists never really made gold.
So on a slightly different thing, because you sound like you're quite flexible, just sort of talking about bits and pieces. I saw a video, a guy called New Perspective sent it to me on here. It was salt water, little tub of salt water with a ring magnet underneath it, and then you put some pepper on the top there, and you put an anode and a cathode in there, well, positive and negative, connected to a 12-volt battery, and what you saw is the water spin in two different directions. So the positive and negative both had two different spin directions. One of them was slower than the other one. So I was kind of thinking, well, you know, if you had some type of something that could cause water movement on Earth, because there's salt in all water, if you want to call it sodium or anything. So I kind of maybe a link there of how water moves. I don't think water ever still. I don't think how.
I have water in my bottle here on the desk. It's still. No, actually, it's fizzy, but it looks still right now.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking possibly more in natural surroundings, that it's not isolated from the Earth.
Yeah, you want to see something crazy in the other direction, like really the opposite of what you're talking about? You ever heard of the borders of the oceans?
Borders of the oceans?
Yes.
I haven't read anything like that, no.
No, okay, I will just give you a Wikipedia link on this. This is really, really curious. So they have different salinity levels, the different oceans, and they have basically borders. You know, like it's some Minecraft game or something with different biomes. It's kind of cool.
I mean, if you were in the Dead Sea, right, for example, and you had you had the fucking power, you knew how to do this shit, you could pretty much plug into the Dead Sea and make it fucking swirl like a whirlpool. For example, you know, like but like adding a charge to Mercury.
I
Marie
mean, for
Curie,
some time. Yeah, for some time.
things. I mean, they were fucking selling fucking water in the Victorian times with mercury in it. You know, it's just all this stuff, the mistakes they made of our past. I think they were a lot more fucking.
So the thing with the whole these electric battery kind of phenomena, yeah. So the interesting thing is this is really always a chemical process, okay? So it's really you have different materials, right? And they have different standard potentials. So let's say oxygen has plus 1.763 volt, gold has plus 1.41 volt, nickel has plus 0.98 volt, yeah, and so on and on. Then there's like maybe let's say lithium has minus 3.04 volt. Okay, and so basically if you have two materials with a different potential, standard potential, then between them you have, if there's a difference in potential, then we call it a voltage. So you have a voltage between the two. And now if you have something that is conductive between them and actually allows the movement of electrons and ions, ion is basically a positively charged atom or molecule, usually atom, that has some electrons taken off of it, that destroys its electrical balance, because normally they are balanced. They have as many protons as electrons, which each have the same charge per unit. And so what you get is basically a flow of electrons and a flow of ions. And this flow of these two things, for example, electrons through a conductor, ions through the conductive liquid, like a saline solution of water. And this will go for some time until there is enough on the surface of the, yeah, on the surface basically. Yeah. So for example, you get so let's say you have zinc and you have copper, and then basically you get so-called cations and anions going between the two. So anions going to the anode, and cations are the ones going to the cathode. And at some point, the surface will just be coated, and then it doesn't continue. And that's kind of the thing. If you do anything like this with the Black Sea, it will work until basically you run out of surface that hasn't been coated yet. Basically, this battery thing is not so much different from galvanization, of a metal plating. Electroplating, basically it's like electroplating. So these things, they are not unlimited. So again, then you're gonna have to either process the part, shave something off of the surface of the cathode and anode and such, or you have to mine more material. So this is not like a perpetuum mobile, it's not like it stops. It's not like it goes on forever. These things stop. So it's a very mundane thing in that sense. It's yeah, it's just it's fun with chemistry, let's say, electrochemistry. But okay, so with the oceans, I just want to bring it up because this is so peculiar, right? You have like literally a borderline between the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I mean? Like they don't mix. This is so crazy, right?
The Pacific has a girdle around it, like a lip. They call it a griddle or a girdle, so that's what it's called, the Pacific Rim. So there's a separation there as well. But yeah, they've got spinning vault in this Pacific. They're called Gaia Gears, where they're saying like all the rubbish collects type of thing, because everything's there's two swirls in the Pacific, and they like stuff gathers up in the point between them. I don't know, stuff like that. It's just like, I think there's a direct sort of connection between like the moon, what the moon does. I think the moon's magnetic, but it's the things to do with how, like, if
why do you think it's magnetic?
This is it something to do with the salt? I'm trying to remember now. Something to do with you can make something magnetic, like the salt water or something. I'm just trying to remember what it was. But there was a link.
Okay.
But also, if the moon was made out of a saline type of thing, selenium comes to mind because it's saline.
Why is
Selene,
that? You work with etymology, with word similarity here. That's an interesting approach. Okay.
Well, I come from South Africa, and pretty much Afrikaans that's spoken there was the original Old English before we blended in the European languages like Latin and stuff.
I thought Afrikaans was closer to Dutch.
Yes, but it's a Dutch that was the origin of the English language. So it's not Dutch. I can't have a conversation with a Dutch person, put it that way. They're more Flemish. I've got more in common with beginners German than I do with Dutch.
Yeah.
With modern Dutch.
Yeah,
But
Dutch was conservative. The language changed faster. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I don't have any upper language and stuff like that. It's like in Afrikaans, you don't use any scientific words. It's pretty much raw, you know. So the words are normally raw. But going back to saline and saline, I think it's quite interesting because saline, the Pacific was called saline. It wasn't called saline, but saline is kind of the same word as quiet and calm. And the one name for the moon is selene, and there is an element called selenium. So,
it's called in German. It's called Selen.
yeah. And sealing.
That's not saline. You know, that's it's like two letters different.
Yes, but it's only A and E. We would both agree that A and E was one and the same.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't agree that they were the same. I don't know.
Also, there's another thing called silicon was actually silicium.
Oh, in German, it's silicium, yeah.
Yeah, so silicium. It's just silicium, and then is there a way that it's just a play on how the alphabet has evolved. Did it start off with this, that, and the other? We added things.
I know. I thought it was from silex, which basically means like pebble or rock.
Yeah, and I think that's where the silic or the silus is the silicon. So
Yeah, the silicon is from pebble or rock, or from silicia. Silicia being another mineral, Kieselerde. I don't know the English term for that one.
It'd be a crystal. No, it'll be a crystal. The other type of rock, I guess. So one and the same.
Let me see the English word for that. Maybe.
But if it's keeping the moon up, like number one, if there was a
silica is the English term for silica. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. I'm going to shoot off now, mate. But I've really appreciated having a conversation with you, mate. It's been so talking.
Cool.
I'm going to go off to.
Yep. Bye.
All right, mate. Speak to you later.
Bye.
So, isn't it a fact that we can make gold from other elements, but it costs more money than the gold is worth? Did you hear that, guys? I heard that. I don't know if I believe it, but it's a nice story.
Yo. Yellow. Just got out of bed.
You just woke up?
Oh no, just got out of bed. So I've been awake for a while, but yeah, just got out of bed.
Isn't it true we can make gold from other elements, but it costs more money than the gold is worth? Did you hear that?
Can make gold out of other elements?
Isn't it true that we can make gold elements from other different elements, like the alchemist? Except that it costs more money to do it than the gold is worth. You haven't heard that?
I've heard of alchemy.
A fusion reaction is very expensive to achieve, sure.
So you're saying it's a fusion reaction? Is that what you're saying?
If you want to make gold out of other elements, you need a fusion reaction.
Here's a question: why would a fusion reaction be expensive?
Because of the machinery that's required, and because you're
No,
only
do you
going
want
to
to tell us what?
Because of all the machinery that would be required.
What would that machinery be?
I don't know. I'm not a nuclear physicist, but I don't think it's cheap stuff.
Right. So, like, think about this. Back in the day, I remember buying a computer. It was $3,000 back in I don't know, 85. That was like the higher end computers back then for like the PC. Now that same computer will be like $900 or.
Yeah, because they
Actually,
have
well,
some other
I said that wrong. The point is, the price comes down for certain things. For certain
a
things.
reason.
So when the price comes down to make gold, so it'll be profitable.
No, we're still not very good at. Not every technology advances at the same rate. Right? Just because we manage to create smaller transistors doesn't mean we're going to be able to fuse atoms too much with a lot more easier. That's not how it works.
Well, it's an interesting story if we can make gold. And you're saying with a fusion reaction, and that could be much cheaper, not much cheaper. How about if we use a Chinese sweatshop? Would it be cheaper then?
Chinese what?
Sweatshop.
What is that?
What's a Chinese sweatshop? Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't know that word.
Okay, so it's just a term meaning
You know, I'm not a
in
native
China.
speaker, right?
What?
You know, I'm not a native speaker, right?
I appreciate
Yes,
that. That's why I'm
sweatshop.
going to explain it to you. Okay.
Yeah.
In China, we look at China as having like low budget production force. Them they pay them like 2 cents an hour compared to the U.S. dollar, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Sweatshop is just where they.
Hang on a second. Let me say it.
You're so slow,
There's
Godric.
sweatshops in both China and in the U.S. Right? So, and these sweatshops, they're either illegal or immoral because they're paying their workers a lot less. So the point is, get that whole gizmo you're talking about and use that Chinese sweatshop theme to where everything is cheap and you don't pay the workers nothing. They're like
Sweatshop.
basically prison workers.
The name is Sweatshop? Is that the
Sweatshop, low wages, hard work, long hours. The end.
Right.
Yeah. Fuck, you take a long time, Godric.
Yeah, aka Paraguay.
Is that Ruhif?
Yeah.
It was just triggering Ruhif to how long I took to explain that. Sorry, Ruhif.
Yeah.
I guess
6
not everybody
words.
can think as swiftly and intelligently and articulately as you.
Correct.
But and here's a question: did you understand what a Chinese sweatshop is now, Bacon?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's the important point. You got it.
Anyway. Yeah, to run the fusion reaction, it's not just the machinery. There's also a huge amount of energy you need just to fuse a couple atoms. It doesn't sound like even if the machinery is for free, it would still be worth fusing atoms into gold.
So in North Korea, they can get a production line where they can get energy basically for free because it's all prison workers. And the elements are free. The people that are working there, basically just have to feed them. So minimum costs. And now you can get fusion reaction for a small percentage of the actual worldly cost. And now you can make gold and make a profit.
So you think you can? You said the energy is going to come from workers? What do you mean?
however they make energy, it's a production. It's a man hour. It's a production, right? There are windmills or solar or electrical, whatever you want to use. You have a way to get it by people or by machinery, etc. Right? So when you reduce those costs to a minimum, you can get your scientific reaction for a portion of the actual cost.
How do you get to that conclusion? It's going to be a portion of the actual cost. Like even if
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't do any math. You just said it's going to be less. Like
in North Korea, for example, if they don't have to pay anybody to work, like a prison worker situation, right?
Yeah, but you have
you
to
understand
feed
you're
them.
not paying scientists. You're not paying scientists an hourly wage for their degree. You're just paying them for food, basically.
Okay, but even like the amount of food you're going to spend for people to generate electricity enough to make a fusion reaction for a couple of atoms of gold, and you think that would be a fraction of the actual price of the gold?
I'm asking. I'm just throwing it out there. Would it not?
No, that doesn't sound like good. That doesn't make any sense.
I think I'm onto something. Or the whole story is bogus to begin with, and they're just lying to you and trying to manipulate your imagination.
Yeah, sure. Anyway,
none of us in this room can confirm, anyways. But it's I figure it's an interesting topic.
Okay. Anyway.
But if you believe that they can make gold from another element, then just using some imagination. At some point, this will be profitable.
No,
it's not obscene to think it could be profitable.
What do you think the energy cost would be? Just the ongoing energy cost to run a fusion reactor?
I have no idea. Do you want to tell us? Whatever
I don't
the cost
know.
is,
I don't know, but it would be
at some
large,
point
right?
profitable.
I don't think
Let's just
so.
say it's large. Let's just say it's large.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Would it be higher than the amount of gold you generate?
Well, that's the story. The story is that they can do it now, but it's not worth it financially to make gold. But maybe just for stuff in the name of science, they can do it.
It's
and
not
if that's
gold
true,
it's not gold is that expensive. Like we have gold in our phones. There's gold everywhere in very small
gold
quantities.
is the price of gold. Gold is $1,900 an ounce.
Yeah, but now
US.
it's
There.
Yeah, you
It
usually
is what
don't
it
get
is.
an
It's
ounce of
actually
gold
more than platinum. If you didn't notice in the last 10 years, the price of gold and platinum flipped, and now
Really?
gold is more valuable than platinum. Yes, even though platinum is more rare, gold is much more expensive. Yes, so that's something.
There you go. All right.
And no, it shouldn't be hard to dig out of the ground anyways. I mean, the Egyptians had like whole masks covering their face with gold. They had all kinds of gold jewelry, and they wore gold, and they used it in their daily lives. So it can't be that hard to get anyways.
I don't
But
want to change
there is a
subject.
price. There is a price associated. You can change the
Actually,
subject.
I
Go ahead.
do.
Go ahead.
Since Roy's here.
Oh, yeah, refraction. Yes.
Yeah, refraction. Yeah. So I have the equation for the dip of the horizon.
Yep.
That is geometrical. I have the geometrical formula.
Yep.
So for distances close to the surface, if I use 7/6r, I get an accurate value.
Yep.
But as I get higher, I guess that 7/6r is gonna approach 1, right?
Not really. Like, how high are you talking about, though?
I don't know, but
Well,
if you
out
go,
of the atmosphere?
yeah, of course you're out of the atmosphere, that would drop to 1, right?
Pretty close to one, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The edges would be still a little bit refracted, but I mean, yeah. So I wanted to know if it's too complicated to get a formula that adjusts the ratio of the radius for each given altitude. Because
Probably
like
yes. I mean, as long as you're looking approximately horizontally, 7/6r is good. Like the main source of discrepancy will be the gradient itself, not your not your angle through it. the horizontal gradient as you get higher does decrease a little bit. Like as you get, up to cruising altitude, like 35,000, 40,000 feet, it drops to about 1.11 thereabouts. But that's the horizontal gradient. Looking horizontally through a vertical gradient. But then you'd be looking down at about 3 or 4 degrees. So it'd be even less in terms of angular terms.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, I think just stick with 7/6R when you're close to the surface. Because if you're at 35,000, 40,000 feet, you're not really doing dip correction. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I'm developing a new version of the Celestial Navigation app.
Yep.
And I wanted to see if I could use a formula that it was more general. Because just using 7/6R is only supposed to work like when you're close to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah. Looking horizontally. Yeah.
Yeah, because according to that formula, if you're at the moon, Earth should look like 7/6 of its actual size, right?
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
it's really only like just put a cap of like 1,000 meters elevation. I think that's probably the best result, the best workaround.
What do you mean?
Just limit your viewer height to be 1,000 meters.
Put a maximum on the input.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Well, I don't think anyone's gonna use such a big value.
Yeah.
I just put like a disclaimer, some information like all the So the formula for dip is using 7/6R and the geometrical formula.
Yeah.
So don't put too high elevations.
Yeah. Yeah. The any kind of radius multiplier like that is assumes you're looking approximately horizontally.
My interface is starting to work already. I mean, it won't
Nice.
work in my server, but it works on my machine.
Oh no, I've
because
seen the conversation about secure HTTPS.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you. I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah.
I was sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the wrong screen.
No, that's the right one. PowerShell.
Yeah, that's not the right one.
Not the right one. All right.
I think I closed. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna swap to the right one. Just a little bit of patience. Right, that's the right one.
Yep.
Okay, so let's get rid of this scroll bar.
Is that a Mercator or like just recti?
Make a rectangle.
That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna here you have some options like the date and stuff. Oh, I'm gonna do the rocket thing. You know the rocket launch that we were talking about a couple days ago.
What do you mean? Do the rocket
Go
launch?
fast. Go fast.
You're actually going to send a rocket?
No. There was a launch of
Hmm.
a rocket called Go Fast.
Yeah.
And at some point you can see both moon and sun.
Oh, okay.
During
Cool.
and the people have claimed that the moon should be over Australia at that point, and the launch was in the US.
Yeah.
So it was like the
once
other
you're
side.
above, once you're above a decent height, I mean, it's quite easy to see sun and moon.
Yeah, but not if the moon is the other side of the Earth. But the problem is, I
Depends
think
where it took off from. If it took off from the Terminator line, easy. Approximately the Terminator line.
What is the Terminator line?
The line that separates darkness and light. So if you take off from like the
yeah. Well, but like let's say the moon has the exact opposite GP as you, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how high you go, it would be below the Earth, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
But then are you in... is the sun directly overhead? That would imply the sun is directly overhead. We're talking about the moon and the sun being literally in a three body straight line. If you take off from halfway, like where it's sunrise or sunset, yeah, don't worry, I think we're talking about different things.
yeah, me too. Because what I'm saying isn't like the sun isn't really relevant. But okay, let me just show the video then. Let me find it.
Oh, you put altitude 0 for the sun there, didn't you? Oh, so you
Yes.
have you've plotted the terminator line.
Exactly.
Nice. Yeah.
So this is the video. So there's the moon.
Yep.
And let me see, where is the sun? At some point you can see the sun over there.
There it is. Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah, there's the sun.
Yep.
Anyway, so the claim was that if you use the timestamp of the video, which they claim to be close to solar noon.
Close to solar noon, really?
Yeah, like the sun was like high in the sky.
That really doesn't look like it's high in the sky.
Exactly. And if you look at the moment of the launch, that's why when the guy sent the video, I just looked at the thumbnail, and on the thumbnail you can see that the shadows are very long. And I was like, well, the sun is definitely not high in the sky because the moon. Look at the side of that shadow.
Look at that. Oh dear. Okay.
Anyway, so he said,
Wait,
well,
who said this to you?
There's a guy called QE, like KIWEE.
Oh, Kiwi Buzz?
It's just QE. Let me see.
Just Kiwi. Hang on, is he in Discord?
Yeah, I'm going to reply to his message.
Kiwi, oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yep.
So.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and so I didn't find the official time of the launch, but I found another video. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, but clearly not fucking.
Yeah, not solar.
Clearly not solar noon, right?
This video here. So this video here, it says that set a new world record on July 14, 20.
At 7:32 a.m. Yeah.
Exactly. So what I did was I put the time here. As you can see, it's
7:32. 7:32.
32? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Let me fix it. Right, so yeah. And if I plot the moon.
He was in the US, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
With terminator line there as well. So this is the circle of equal altitude of the moon. You can see that the US is inside of it. So, and this is at ground at sea level, right?
Yeah.
As you gain altitude, you can see that the score was 73 miles.
Yes.
If you convert that into
it's like 120 k's, yeah, 120,000 ish.
Yeah, I already did the math. It's this, and I might still have the calculation here for the dip. Let me see. No, I don't. But anyway, the amount of degrees of dip at that elevation would be 10.9 degrees.
10 degrees.
So, yeah, so I'm going to use minus 10.9 here.
Yeah.
To get the actual terminator line.
Oh, you needed meters. Yeah. Oh, sorry, angle. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
What have I? Invalid.
Oh, no, I use a comma instead of a dot.
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
Okay, so it's a lot bigger. Basically, the whole US at that elevation should be able to see both.
That's the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon. That square is the moon's
Yeah, this is
the inverse, like the reverse. Yeah.
Yeah. So the
Okay,
moon
that's pretty cool.
was not over Australia. It was over like I don't know where they got the information that the moon was over Australia.
Yeah,
I had seen some screenshots of time and date, but the time they used was like 10 a.m. For local time.
Right.
And anyway, and apparently Colorado that time is -6, so I think I got the time right. But this is only come from the description of this video. I don't know where to find like anything official. But neither did they.
Yeah, I think just calling one is bullshit about solar noon.
Yeah, it's definitely not solar noon.
No.
And
look at that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And also people say, well, it's almost a full moon, and you can see both moon and sun. I mean,
I don't know whether you can
should
tell
be
whether
able
it's
to
full
see
moon.
both. Yeah, it's definitely not full moon, and you should be able to see both even at the ground.
Yeah.
Imagine like
Yeah.
73 miles high.
Yeah, this is the fun kind of debunking. This is what flat Earth used to be. Like it was like, oh, I see too far. Then you're like, you gotta, put your investigation cap on and work it out. But fuck, flat Earth these days, holy shit.
Yeah, so it's already working. But it's using my own machine to get the right ascension declination.
Yep.
Because you read the issue anyway.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna add like a settings here where you can select a source for the right ascension declination.
Okay.
And then I might use my old source, put my old source there, so you can at least use that for a while,
Yeah.
Yeah, it already finds the intersection points. As you can see, there are like tiny white dots there.
Nice.
Which is that algorithm that I sent you. That's the one I'm using.
Do you, when you plot those circles, like how do you do it like 1,000 points, like 1,000 individual points, and just draw them together?
360.
360.
Yeah, I am, but I draw lines between them.
Yes, straight lines between them. Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, let me show the code. Change the screen.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. JavaScript.
Oh yeah, I want to show the plotting.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Right, because the lights just turned off and on again.
Shit.
I thought maybe I lost connection.
Dropped out.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So canvas 2D. Okay, so this is the 2D plotter.
Yep.
I have a project function here.
Yep.
Or you just give me a latitude and longitude, I will give you back which pixel does that latitude and longitude. Yeah. And if you go to the projections, there is only one so far. Where are they? Projections, yeah. Okay, so there's only a rectangular. So I could just add another one. I would just need an image for the other one.
Yep.
And it would work there as well.
What do they call that, like override sort of thing in JavaScript?
What do you call what?
Like an override function, like an inherited sort of or a function pointer.
Well,
never mind. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, well, like when you have a function and a variable or something.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, well, you just say that that's a function because in JavaScript you don't deal with pointers, even though it's in practice is what's going on.
It would be a pointer. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Anyway, so when you're trying to draw a circle of equal altitude, let me see if I can. It's in the plot to the plotter. Draw point list. So here I send a list of points, and then it projects each one of them, and then connects the lines. So it moves to one, and then it moves to the first one, and then keeps connecting to the next and next and next. It just checks if it's not going around the screen, because if you're going left and you end up at right, you don't want to make a line that goes through the screen.
Yes.
Yeah. For example, if I remove this condition here.
Oh yeah, that's the begin path and move to. So that handles the
Yeah.
yeah.
So let me
Draws a
see
line
if
across the
I
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see there's a line that crosses the screen because it was here and now it's here. It doesn't know
Oh,
it.
you didn't change your sharing screen, but don't worry.
Oh, right. There you go.
There we go. Yep.
And if I uncomment that, then it comes back to.
Yeah. Nice.
I wanted to do the 3D one. Oh, as well.
We.
But it's taking time because the first one it took me like just 3 days. In 3 days, I already had everything working.
Nice.
But the code was very messy. And
That's fine. Like you should see my shit.
But yeah, I don't like to keep maintaining code that is a messy. I prefer to start a better one. That's what I'm doing. So this one should be easier to evolve. Like anything new I want to put here, it's all modular and all organized. You know.
No, what's the word? What I was known for when I was working like 20 years ago, when I first started working for this company called Optiva, I was a trader and a programmer, but I was known for smashing out code that worked and was relatively bug-free. It looked pretty horrible, and some of it might not have been efficient, but I mean, we had a situation once where we were trying to get up and trading on the Taiwan Stock Exchange, and at the same time, there was an assassination attempt on the Taiwanese prime minister or whatever. He got shot in the leg or something. And we knew the market was going to go nuts. And my job was to write in a weekend an electronic interface to the Taiwanese market and get it functional. And I did that. I barely slept, but I got it done in 48 hours, which otherwise would have taken, I don't know, probably a month or so for these other guys to do.
It's impressive.
Yeah, but the code, I knew it wasn't efficient. I knew it wasn't completely bug free, but it did what it needed to do. And
it was probably non-readable.
It was okay. It was okay.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, there's nothing wrong with quick code if it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna grab some brekkie. I'll be back shortly.
All right.
Oh, Dalai Lama died, apparently.
You scared me. Forgot was
Sorry.
here.
Oh, hang on, no. Dalai Lama didn't die.
Oh, you said that. All right.
Oh, there was a the headline was everyone dies, even the Dalai Lama, but the spiritual leader's demise comes with succession drama and a looming Beijing something.
Right.
But it was a what if kind of article.
Right. Jimmy, I don't know this guy.
Hang on. Jamie, what up?
How's it going?
Lovely.
Lovely jubbly.
Lovely jubbly. What's up, Governor?
I don't know what to say back. I don't know. I've just been speaking to somebody like in a text chat who from Germany who's coming over to London for like 4 days. And she said, "Oh, are you from the UK? Whereabouts are you?" I said, "I'm from the northeast of England." And she said, "Is that near London?" I was like, "Near."
And they live in Germany?
Yeah, so they're from Germany. Yeah. So no, it's fair enough. But yeah, so I said, "Are you going to have fish and chips?" And she said, "Yeah, and pie and mash." I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, no, that's a southern thing. Get up here and have a parma."
Oh, that is the doorbell. I'll be back in a few minutes. Turned. You can all talk now.
You there, Gio?
Yeah, what's up,
Yeah.
Bacon?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was wondering, like, you know, we disagree on what perspective does, right? And what perspective, how perspective works. But for example, my understanding on perspective, I think, is the same as Ruhiv's, right? And it's probably the same as Doofy's. And the like all the three of us, we worked with perspective. We created renders that renders things with perspective. We all did that like independently. Don't you
Yeah.
think that may be indicative that you might be getting perspective wrong?
Yeah, we have written, or at least I have. I don't know about you guys. I have written a 3D renderer.
Yeah, I've written a couple.
Yeah.
You're asking me if something that you guys who are addicted to quote unquote flat earth and deny it but hang out with it every day did something on perspective, and then you think that would somehow be indicative of something that's of value to me?
No. Like when I wrote a render that had perspective, I didn't know about flat earth, anything of that. And all I'm saying is that we all have consistent understandings of perspective. Like how I understand perspective is the same as Ruth and same as Doofus. I'm mentioning Doofus because I know he also did that. And we all managed to turn that understanding into a working something. Like we put that to test, let's say. And you have a different understanding of perspective than we do. So I think if you like, if you don't think that might be indicative that you might be getting it wrong, like maybe our understanding is the correct one, if that doesn't feel like could be the case.
Well, I feel like you've kind of like maybe assumed what you may or may not think I think about perspective. I'm not sure what, like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's like, are there any particulars or any, it's sort of like you're making blanket statements and then just sort of applying it to it and asking me if I think I'm wrong because you guys, but you didn't even kind of define anything in particular.
Right. Well,
For example, you mean?
Yeah,
I'm not really interested in like attacking your viewpoint on perspective. Whatever you think it's all good, man. You can think what you want. It's like whatever you come to. It's your life. It's your journey. And so I'm not really associated with that.
Do you value the truth, Gio?
Sorry, guys. I was on another call, so I've missed the crux of this. Could you just maybe briefly update me if that's not too much trouble?
Right. Well, the thing is, often we get into a point in which we are in the middle of discussion about, let's say, sunsets, and one side claims that's perspective, the other side claims perspective cannot do that. So clearly, there are two different understandings of perspective and what perspective can do. And what I'm suggesting is that the one side that is saying perspective cannot do that have also worked with perspective. So I think that should be indicative that that's the correct understanding of perspective. Does that make sense to you, James?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thanks for updating me.
What does works with perspective mean? What does that even mean?
Well, the example I gave was like building renders. So there are two types of projection, mainly two types, which are the orthographical projection and the perspective projection, which is turn 3D objects or a 3D scene into a 2D image. So that requires a projection. And if you do that orthographically, then you don't have that effect that things As they get away from you, they become smaller. You don't have parallel lines appearing to converge. Parallel lines are keeping parallel if their projection is orthographic. But with the perspective, projection, then things look like they look like in the real world. So if something gets away from you, it becomes smaller. If you have parallel lines, when you look at them, they appear to be converging. Like all of them become pretty close to what you see in reality. Like if you model your room and take a picture of it, if you use the same, let's say, focal length on your projection and render the room's model, that's going to give you the same position, same shapes that you see on the picture. So yeah, that's what I mean by we working with perspective.
Yeah, we have built software that transforms a scene, like actual heights, actual positions, actual everything, into a perspective view.
Do you have actual positions? Where'd you get actual positions from? That's funny. A funny phrase you just
Model.
said.
It's the model, the actual position of the things we're modeling. Like
so not reality, just in the model. All right.
That's what Ruth just said. So we have a 3D scene. That 3D scene, of course, it's a 3D scene inside of the computer. So they have positions, they have sizes and distances, and we're turning that into a 2D picture. And you can replicate like the position of objects in your room and model those same positions on a 3D space and see how the render looks like and compare that to an actual picture of your room.
Okay, now then what?
Oh, do we want to recap the point of the conversation again, or?
Nah, I did that twice already.
Yeah. Bacon was asking Geo. So both Bacon, or all of us, Bacon, myself, and Doofus Manfred, apparently have all written 3D rendering software that take a description of a scene, so actual positions, sizes, whatever, and convert that into a perspective view, right? What it would look like, with a photo or through your eyes or whatever. The point is that if Geo and Bacon and I and Doofus, if the three of us differ on our understanding of perspective versus Geo, or any flat earther, who do you think is more likely to be true, or more likely to be correct?
I don't know
who. We do. We are.
No, that's not no bias though, right? The fuck is wrong with you, bro? Of course we're gonna say you.
Like I said, we have written 3D renderers. We have worked with perspective a lot. We have to understand it to be able to do that. So again, who is more likely to be correct?
I think you're infinitely less likely because you're here insecure about your ideas, trying to convince people.
That's massive projection, Gio, to think that we're insecure about it.
I mean, that would be like a professional. Like, let's say there's a biologist that is a professional. What's the name for pigs? There's like bovine, ovine. There's the name for
porcine.
What is it?
Porcine.
Well, I don't think that's it.
I think it is.
All right, we'll just use both. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Somebody that's an expert on pig biology, and then there's a community of people that say pigs can fly, and then that expert, even though he totally knows pigs can't fly, like they don't have wings, they don't, they've never been seen.
You've already,
and then that biologist guy is coming into the place where the people say pigs can fly, and then just indefinitely trying to like convince them and like do all these tactics. So in that case, from what you said, it's much more likely that the guy who, is in that position is the one that is wrong. If you want to just go on that likelihood.
You already said in the second sentence, he knows pigs can't fly. Does he know it? Or are you projecting your own insecurity on him?
He's hanging out with pigs. Pigs can fly people and constantly try. Then yeah, he would be insecure on some level. He would be unsure. He'd be conflicted. There would be something going on in his psychology.
Okay, and that's okay for you to be wrong on two things now. That's okay.
And then he also would be saying, "Oh, pigs can fly is dead, man, but I'm going to come here every day and keep it alive."
When you're doing this perspective thing and you're looking long range over, tens or hundreds of miles, even, there's more to it than just perspective.
Fraction. Hey, no tanks into house. Into house.
So what do you think you did in your 3D rendering that somehow supports a globular Earth and not a planar geometry Earth? I guess that's what you'd have to try to explain. What you think you did that debunks that or does something that you think is, of value.
Yeah. So the point is that we would have to have a very good understanding of perspective in order to be able to write software that converts, a scene into a perspective view. And when we say that sunsets are not caused by perspective, and flat earthers say that they are, who is more likely to be correct?
I wouldn't say
we have a solid understanding.
They're not caused by perspective. They're observed by perspective. They're caused by the sun moving away.
Everything is observed.
Obviously, perspective's at play when we're viewing the sunset.
Yeah. When your eyes are open, Jeremy, perspective is at play.
Yeah.
Yep. Is perspective in any way the cause of a sunset?
It would cause it to get lower in the sky as it moves away from you. Absolutely.
So you think it's getting further away from us, right? Why does it not get smaller?
Perspective from a spinning ball.
Could be some magnification. I mean, you'd have to know the medium in between you and the sun. So,
Say the medium between us and the air. We know what the air is.
And the sun. You and the sun. Yeah, you'd have to know what's in between us and the sun. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever assumptions you would like to make for whatever's between you and the sun, please make them. Right? They don't have to be proven. Please make those assumptions and demonstrate how the sun doesn't change size if you're saying it's getting further away.
I mean, you could assume that the more atmosphere you look through, the more things are getting magnified. And now, the sun's getting farther and farther away. It's getting magnified more and more. So it's making up for the loss. Who knows?
How does the magnification work?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young has an idea on how the magnification works.
I don't think he does.
Well, he does.
Is he talking magnification in all directions or just vertically?
You know what I get from Globers? Is he's not using the word magnification in the.
Of course he's not.
Literary. I mean, of course he's not. You think this guy doesn't know how words work?
You said Andrew Thomas Young has ideas on how magnification work, but doesn't use the word magnification. Come on.
He uses the word magnification, and then the Globers will tell me that he doesn't know how. He's not using the word magnification correctly, or he's not using it literally. All kinds of weird shit.
Okay, I'd love to see a quote, and I'll have a look at it.
Some kind of equilibrium.
You've been in it this long.
Atmosphere creates.
What is he? ATY.SDSU.
I mean, but I would point out that the sun does shrink at times. That's an issue. I mean,
it demonstrably doesn't. It doesn't.
So does it only grow and not shrink?
It doesn't grow or shrink. The only thing that happens is when it's close to the surface, close to the horizon, it gets squashed vertically. It doesn't shrink or grow. All right, over the course of a year or 6 months, it maybe gets 2 or 3% bigger and smaller. But day to day, it does not change.
Okay, but what is bigger or smaller? Is that shrink, grow, or is that not? It wasn't good words. Words no good.
Yeah, so because the sun does actually get closer and further away over the course of our orbit, right? It gets
So that's the assumption of why it shrinks and grows, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't happen over the space of a day. right? It's not a sunset or sunrise thing. This is like 6 months. Actually, 3 months. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple videos. It's not like in every single video, right? But I mean, there's a ton of night, I guess not nights yet, right? But there's a ton where I see the sun super, big on the horizon.
What are they using as a?
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's huge. Sometimes it's very small, like down to a little pinprick, and it just disappears to a tiny little dot. Other times it gets massive and very large and different colors and all of that. Yeah, we all know that.
Are we using a solar filter here or no?
Do we know why? We all
Well, right
disagree
now
on
we're just
that.
right now we're just trying to establish that if it happens or not happens.
Yeah, it
Before
doesn't.
why?
Yeah, if we use a solar filter, right, blocks out all the glare that makes it look bigger, it doesn't change.
And then there is also, mine is that guy Dave Weiss. He's always putting up this drone, and he does it with a solar filter, without a solar filter, right? So he puts the drone up and he watches the sun not go down, but fade out, right? With a filter and without a filter.
Vague memory of that, and it being shit footage.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be a great footage. I don't know, but it just does happen, right? So it's not like so. I mean, to say it happens all the time, it's just that. So like black swans probably happen every day, right? The viewing of like a rig too far or whatever. But that's not the point that they have to happen every day. The point is they can't happen once.
Sorry, refraction
Can't
can't
happen
be
once.
strong once.
Oh, sure.
I guess if you use
say
the
that.
I can show you fucking hundreds of
I guess if you use the
occasions
same
where
solar
black swan
filter.
conditions exist.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. I mean, I heard you talking, but yeah, the issues I have is that it just can't
I got a
happen
bad
not once.
connection.
These things. No, you're all right. Thanks.
Yeah, I can show you hundreds, possibly thousands of occasions where black swan conditions exist.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't. It's not super rare.
No, I'm not saying that it's rare, right? And maybe it is, but it's not what we see at all points. We don't even. It's not. So what I'm saying, we don't even see whatever the max distance is, 3.5 miles, without buildings or cities or cars being in the way. We don't see that at all times, right? So, there's situations that just can't happen once. Like we can't have daylight on the Earth covering 99.9% of the population, not once. It's not allowed. They can't just.
I don't think that was the number, but why is that not? What does the population have to do with like the geometry of the Earth?
Yeah, well,
Nothing.
I mean, you have to. I mean, it could or it couldn't, right? But if you do the geometry of the Earth, right, it comes to about 68% of the globe being covered with sunlight. Yeah.
About
You can't have
51%
that
of it.
happen one time. No, it's like
51.
60. No.
Hang on. So your original statement was about the population, and I'm pretty sure it's not 99.9%. Something like 80%.
Well, it was reported to be like 99% of the population. Did they change it since then?
The sun of world population.
Yeah, see, I mean, somebody else did the work. I don't know what their agenda was, but they did the work as far as what that required, as far as the continents and percentage
it is
of
99%.
Yeah, and that was about. It was like 68% of the globe.
No, it won't be 68% of the globe.
Well, that's where they mapped it out with the population, with the day where the light was, time and date. It was on the Weather Channel, but and whatever that meteorologist was said it was 68% of the.
Yeah. So what they've done, right, is they've got actual daylight in that you can see the sun, and that's 83%. And then there's 16%, so 7% are in civil twilight, 6% in nautical twilight, and 3% in astronomical twilight. So it's not seeing the sun at all. It is 83% can see the sun at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it is, I'm just saying we can, we can go over exactly whatever that part was, but the point is just that it can't happen not once.
No, it
still have
happens
a
every
growth
year.
rate.
What they're describing
Yeah, it
happens
happens
every
every year.
year.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But you think it's please be clear about why you think this disproves the globe.
Okay, so when there's a sun, right, and the sunlight's coming in perfectly parallel, which you clarified with me that it's perfectly parallel,
Not
right?
perfectly
Not a
parallel,
small
no.
deviation.
Small deviation, yes. Yeah.
Well, it was a few weeks ago, but okay, so it's coming in, right, and it lights up 50% of a ball, right? That's so far away that it's always 50%, right? And then the
Roughly
ball
51.
turns,
51.
right? And we have our seasons. That's how we have our time zones. I mean, not seasons. We have I keep saying that. We have our time zones according to all that, right? So because when you hold a flashlight far enough or some light source far enough where the light's coming in parallel, it can only light up 51% of the ball, right? Because of the I guess refraction or something. Right. So when it lights
Refraction
up suddenly,
and the sun is bigger, yeah. So that's refraction and the sun is bigger.
right? What do you mean the sun is bigger when it's
The
bigger?
sun is bigger than the Earth.
Okay. That is bigger, I guess. Yeah. So, right. So that's how we get our time zones. I mean, we can't change our time zones and keep everything else, and we can't. So it only lights up that much. So now that it's lighting up 68% of that ball, that's just we can't have the same formula, right? We can't have the same
So
time zones. We can't have it.
I don't think you understood this 99%, right? Lighting up 51% of the Earth covers 83% of the population. Right? There is a further 16% of the population that is in twilight. So it's not seeing the sun, but the sun is lighting up the sky in some form.
Like I don't think a lot of
That's
people
the
saw the
68%.
sun. I think it's
So
just sunlight.
it can still hit the sky after the sun's gone down.
Why don't we just have 99% of the globe lit up our population, whatever it is, 68% all the time, every day?
When you say lit up, right? It's not daylight for a lot of that. It's twilight. So the sun has gone down.
Twilight.
Yeah, but the sun has gone down, right? So it's not lighting up more than that 51%.
So then that day was not special. I mean, it doesn't make
No,
any
it happens
difference.
every year. Every year.
I know it happens every year, but there's no significance to having. You don't believe that I don't know that it's different than it was. That July 8th is no different than July 1st. I mean, what do you? I don't know what you're
It'd
getting
be
at.
slightly different.
All right, so it's different. So what? It's so it's
Yeah,
lighting
but
up
July.
more than the formula that we all subscribe to of how we get our time zones.
There's no contradiction at all, right? 83% of the world's population at one point in time is lit up by the sun. Right? If you want the 99% figure, then you have to accept that a lot of that, another 16%, is in twilight. So it's not
Maybe.
in that 51%.
I mean, I'm not double checking that, but I did read about the twilight and whatnot, right?
Right. So this 68%, which I assume is the amount of Earth that this population covers, like 99% of the population is on that 68% of the Earth. Right? That 68% is not all lit up.
Right. So then how much you're saying it's still only 51%? It's more than what
Yes.
we get every other day. That's my point.
Yeah, there will be a day in the year where that will be a maximum, yeah. It happens to be July 8th.
Right. Okay. But all right. So for what reason? What's the reason? I mean, I know the reason. I mean, I get the reason they give, but you believe that that's what's happening.
Yeah, pretty much every continent except Australia has some, form of sunlight or twilight.
Yeah. Right. Okay. But all right. So back to the point. We can't have these situations happen once. I mean, you could try to figure out why it happened and still have the ball, right? I guess, right? Like we could do refraction. But these are phenomena, right? That should not occur. They shouldn't be occurring.
Why? That's
right?
the whole point. Why would they not occur?
So you have a flashlight, right? And you got a
Yeah.
ball, and you're gonna keep trying to
Let's
light up more than half of it at one time somehow.
yeah, let's just ignore the population part, right? We're just talking about
Yeah,
how much. Yeah, ignore the population because that's a bit of a red herring. At any time, right? If the sun is bigger than the Earth, like actually bigger, and we've got refraction, right? Then it will light up slightly more than 50%. So we'll say 51%. Okay. It's still the light that goes. Even if you can't see the sun, your sky can still be lit up by the sun. Twilight.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
That means
You
that
still
51%.
you still see the sun on the horizon, yeah, and
No, not on the horizon. It's set. The sun has set, but the sun is still lighting up your sky, not the ground, the sky.
Okay.
All right. That will increase that number from 51% to I'm guessing your number is 68%.
Right. Well, I mean, but why doesn't it do that every day? You're saying? What's
It
so
does. Yes,
special
it
about
does
July
do that
8th
every day.
that it
Yes.
happens?
Why
What's special
July
about
8th?
July 8th?
Yeah,
Well,
July
that's the day
8th.
that it happens once every year. Yeah.
Yeah, because that just so happens with the layout of our continents that's when the population is in sunlight. That's a red herring, that part. Like that's, if all our continents were in the southern hemisphere, then that would be a different day. But there is a day where there'll be a maximum, there'll be a high number of our
68%
population
of the
sunlight.
it's 68% of the ball.
Yeah, 68% of the ball might have twilight or sunlight.
Why doesn't it have that every day? Does it? You're saying
does.
it does have every day?
Yes, right now, at every single
point.
point in time. At every single point in time, whatever that number is, 68% is in either sunlight or twilight.
Well, here, let me tell you the story that mainstream tells you, because you don't agree. So the story that mainstream tells is a different story than what you're telling. They say that the sun, right? This is what I was saying. You have to contradict the light coming in parallel. That's a few weeks ago. You did say it's perfectly parallel, but it doesn't matter. You're not just because you say something doesn't mean it's right either. But everybody makes anyway. So this is the story that mainstream says that during I think it's like July 7th or whatever, the sun is almost as far away from Earth as it will ever get, right? So because because it's not perfectly parallel, the sun rays, because the sun is backing up further from the Earth, it's then able to get its most, I guess, parallel or some shit and get more of the Earth or something. So at the same time, it gets furthest away from the Earth. Therefore, it's able to cast more light onto the Earth.
No, that sounds wrong.
Yeah, look it up.
If it's closer,
I know, but look it up.
Well, send me a link.
You would, yeah. Well, just look up. Yeah, maybe I can look it up. But that's the way that they give. I buy it, right? So it's because it's very contradictory. Right? So the very hottest day every year is about July 4th, right? And there's actually like an ancient holiday for July 4th, right? Like celebration of ball or some shit. I don't know, right? I can send you these links, but anyway. So then it
I think it's
so it's
I think it has to do with the star Sirius. Just saying, just trying to help.
Yeah, it might be. I could be off on an ancient holiday, but
Like the
sure.
closest approach the sun has to a particular star named Sirius, whatever.
Yeah, so there's like some sort of ancient day of how July 4th is the hottest day on Earth. I guess everywhere. I don't know who the hell is celebrating it. Not Americans, but it's hot as shit in America on July 4th. It's also the 4th of July, which is a holiday. But and then consequently, a couple of days later, the sun's traveling, I guess, on that path, getting furthest away. So it says like NASA and mainstream now, getting its furthest away. So the same day it's hot as fucking hell outside is the day that the sun starts going farthest away, right? So that just stuck out to me, like I'm sweating bullets over here, and you're telling me it's getting further away, like
But
and
you know how seasons work, right?
yeah, how it's proposed to work. Yeah, it all fits in a nice little ball package. Yeah.
Right, so pretty much nothing to do with the distance. Like the distance has fuck all to, not very much impact at all.
It has a lot.
Well, no,
a lot to do.
The distance. No,
well,
Yeah,
it
doesn't
lines
change
up
much
with
at all.
the globe. Yeah. No, it lines up with the globe idea that when it's hottest outside is when the sun is furthest away from.
No, that's such a really small factor.
Oh,
It's
okay. I thought
when
that's
the
what you're
Earth
getting at.
in its orbit is like quote like they say leaning towards the sun.
Yeah. That's the factor.
Yeah, but the leaning isn't that it's getting closer. It's
Correct.
how much light it's spreading on that area.
Yeah, so like the northern hemisphere would receive more sunlight throughout the day.
If the
More
orbit
sunlight
was
per
perfectly,
unit area.
if the orbit were perfectly circular, then the southern and northern hemispheres would take turns being closer, but because the elliptical nature of the orbit, the distance, the closer it gets just by the tilt is far less than, of course, like the millions of miles it goes, further away from the center of the sun.
Right. The distance, like let's say the southern hemisphere is tilted like 1,000 kilometers closer. Right. That has fuck all to do with, as a proportion of 150 million kilometers. That's fuck all, right? Even the 3% elliptical orbit that we have, so it's within 4 or 5 million kilometers or whatever. That doesn't really make that much difference either. It's very small. Obviously, the huge thing that determines our seasons is how much sunlight per area is received.
Yeah, so when it leans towards it, more sunlight hits the area or hits that is what causes the seasons. The whole reason is the tilt.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking that if I take a ball, right, and I hold it in the air, and I take a big light source, and I have to the point they're coming in parallel, it doesn't matter when I'm spinning this ball about how much
Yes,
more
it
light
does.
is hitting it.
Yes, it does.
I could do it like 100 times in this room. I don't think it's going to matter.
Like, do you want me to draw it? I'll bust out the crayons.
Isn't that the whole beauty of this sphere? That it's no matter a sphere, no matter which way you turn, it's perfect. It's always symmetrical.
There's a way you can
how does it matter?
I'm busting out the crayons.
There's a way to test it. Well,
There's a way to test
you know,
parallel light coming onto a sphere that it'll somehow do something different when I spin the ball. It'll constantly be shining on the same amount of surface area.
If it was perfectly spinning without a tilt, basically all of Mother Nature likes to seek equilibrium, so it would have settled by now. Like there'd be no weather systems; it would be settled.
There'd be no weather. See.
Yeah, there wouldn't be like a high pressure zone and a low pressure zone. There wouldn't be any of that because if the tilt is gone, it would equalize fully. And that's kind of one of the things like that shows that the Earth is so and so years old, or however many years old.
Yeah, so I mean the tilt, this proposed tilt and spin on an axis isn't what we're talking about. The orbit, how it affects it on a tilt.
I have busted out the crayons.
Well, so like if it's on a tilt, and if it's on one side of the sun, the southern hemisphere will be leaning towards it, and then if it's on the other side of the sun, the northern hemisphere will be leaning towards it.
All right, no tanks. Can you see my picture that I posted?
Yeah.
So it's not actually like wobbling back and forth. It's orbiting on a tilt.
All right. See those sections of Earth that I've sort of crossed off with the red markers?
Mm-hmm.
They are equal areas of Earth.
Right.
Right. Now, all the sunlight's coming in parallel. How much sunlight is hitting the section that is sort of perpendicular to the sun?
How much area? Right. Okay.
How many sun rays are hitting the? How many equally spaced sun rays are hitting that area that's perpendicular to the sun?
Yeah, I see. You're saying there's more in the middle one than the bottom one, right? I am looking at the picture.
Excellent.
Yeah,
That
but now
is the
I'm just
seasons.
saying now it's spinning also, right?
Yep.
On the axis.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Still receives more. Still
Can you
holds.
put the North Pole indicator?
I mean, is it that it's more, or it's just that's the bottom of? There's no more ball Earth at the bottom. I mean, is it more?
It's more. It's got 7 rays hitting it. And the bottom one's got 3 rays hitting it. They're both the same area on Earth.
Right.
Right.
Can I try a different thought experiment?
Yeah.
So let's say you have a solar plate, like you have a plate
Solar
that
panel.
turns
Solar panel.
yeah,
Yeah.
solar panel, yeah, solar panel that turns light into electricity, right? So if you're very far away from a source of light and you point the panel towards the source of light, you're gonna get a reading of electricity that is being generated, right? If you move closer and further by 3%, that won't affect the amount of energy that's generating by a very significant amount, right? But if you tilt the panel, if you tilt like 45 degrees, now it's gonna drop, I think, by around 50%. It's gonna be 50% light if you tilt, because there's a lot of light that is reaching that panel. But just by tilting
Yeah,
it.
but that's because it's not coming in parallel. The
No,
light.
No,
regardless.
it is coming in parallel. The light's a long
even
way
if
away, no tanks. Light's a long way away.
I'm saying in real life, you know, when I stand outside, the sun is at an angle. It's not above me in parallel.
Well,
And
solar
put a
panels
panel out.
are most efficient when they're pointed directly at the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the Earth is always apparently as a globe receiving. It doesn't matter which. So the solar panel, right? So if we have a solar panel in a room and the entire ceiling is lit up with light where it's coming in parallel, it doesn't matter which way I tilt and wobble the solar panel. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
it does. Yes, it does.
Oh yeah, it
Why?
does. Yeah, it will.
Why?
Well, if you
How
tilt
does that work?
if you tilt the panel 90 degrees away from where the light's coming, there's no light reaching the
All
panel.
right, if I flip it upside down, yeah. If I flip it
No,
upside
90
down,
degrees.
yeah.
90 degrees.
Oh, 90 degrees. Okay.
Right, there's no light reaching it.
Yeah, if you flip by 45 degrees, the size of the shadow is gonna decrease by around half, right? I think 30%.
I got the whole ceiling blanketed in light. The whole ceiling, not just one light.
Yeah,
The whole
but
ceiling
it's
is stripped
parallel,
of
right?
light.
It's parallel.
Right, so they're just coming down at all areas of my room. You know, 10 foot by 10 foot room with an only 2 foot by 2 foot solar panel that I'm assuming can't go any lower than the ground. Like it's going to hit the ground when I tilt it around. No matter what, light is going to be hitting it.
No, you are saying that it's coming in parallel. If bacon turns at 90 degrees, it's getting no light.
Interesting. I'm not. I mean, I guess I got a different thought. Maybe I should write it down.
Yeah, draw it. Bust out the crayons.
I'm not an artist.
So 180 degrees would mean you flip it upside down.
Right.
If you angled it just a little bit, like it's kind of like looking at the surface area of your phone. If you angle it away from you, you'll see less surface area of your phone. It looks like a small screen.
Shoot. I got this lamp on, this lamp, right? Clicking this lamp on, and I got my phone here flat on the table. And now, no matter which way I tilt it, it's still getting light. I just not.
Yeah, but it's not as much.
I'm not getting what you're seeing. Not as
Not
much.
as much.
Why is
Yeah,
it not
if
getting
you
as
face
much?
it, if you face it directly, think about the area.
I agree.
That is facing the sun.
I agree from this. Yeah, I mean, I agree that the lamp's not giving it as bright because I'm getting closer to the lamp. You know, but that's not how we're claiming the sun. Astrophysics light works the same as this lamp, but
I think it's
all
just,
lit up.
Then
no matter which way I tilt it.
I don't even know how to do
The light coming out of your lamp is also very near parallel, just like the sun's light.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's pretty decent explanation. I mean, and okay, so we're saying when you put it up, when I put the phone up and down, it's not getting light on the face of it, right? But that's not how we're claiming the globe works.
Turn the face of your phone at 90 degrees so it's not seeing any light.
Right, that's what we're
Right.
claiming.
Yeah, and then turn it maybe another couple of degrees so it's seeing a little bit of light. Right, it's yeah.
It's for if you pretend like your eyeball is the sun and you hold your phone in front of your face, pretend like your eyeball is the sun, and you turn your phone at 45 degrees, you're seeing much less of that screen. you're seeing about half as much. And if you turn it 90 degrees, you're not seeing any of the screen. So the rays
Yeah,
from
for
your
sure.
eyes are not hitting the screen at all.
Yeah, for sure with the phone.
The
Yeah,
rays from your eyes? You think he's
I was
Superman?
thinking again. Yeah,
Yeah, just
this, I
just
don't know.
pretending like your eyes the sun.
I'm just kidding.
Well, again, that's I mean, I was imagining like the solar panel was like a real panel, like on a stand and stuff, where you can only tilt from the stand, right? But not that I could tilt it like 90 degrees up, right? But again, so this phone, I hear what you're saying with the phone, right? So then, but then if I take a ball at all times, no matter which way I spin it, it's going to be on 50% of the ball.
Right, but the poles,
That's my issue.
Yeah, but you see my diagram.
You didn't
Yeah.
draw in the poles, man. You should have drew in the poles. Draw 2 more diagrams.
No.
No,
But you
you
can
know, no,
see,
I get the pole. Yeah, so there's poles,
Yeah.
right? And then what's
Yeah.
so we're saying that the
So the poles get less sunlight per area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why it's cold. That's why it's cold.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
No, I mean,
So we understand seasons.
yeah. No, I mean, I get the seasons. I mean, I do get the original seasons. I just yeah. No worries. Yeah. I mean, I was I guess having an issue with both of the arguments about the sunlight lighting up too much of the ball, and then how it's correlating to the seasons.
Right.
And then
Yeah,
saying
at
that
all
it being
times.
closer.
Yeah, at all times, whatever that number is, 68%, whatever, at all times, then that is the amount of the Earth that is either in sunlight or in twilight. I mean, we can work out an actual number.
Yeah, so what was I supposed to? I can't remember what I was supposed to look up with this July 8th. What was I supposed to look up?
I don't know if this picture helps what I think imagines versus what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, no,
the
that's
ball.
fair. Yep. Yeah, so your top one wouldn't really be seasons. It would just be,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, no seasons
permanently
on the
hot
top
and
picture.
permanently cold. Yeah.
I drew one too. You guys want to see?
Yes, please. Post.
Yeah.
I'm going to be judging these pictures. So far, Fundy's got the best one.
So north south. That's at like when it orbits. You know, the north faces inward, and then when it's on the other side of the sun, the north faces outward.
Yep. Yeah, Fundy's still the winner. Sorry.
Yeah, Fundy's good.
What is it that I was supposed to look up with July 8th? It was something. Was it that it goes further away? You want me to find
probably,
that?
Yeah.
Let me look it up. I was kind of looking at it.
You see how north is closer to the sun when it's on the left side? That's when the northern hemisphere experiences summer. And then
It's a really bad picture, Pizzle.
Yeah. Well, tilt your phone sideways and give it a gander, you know.
Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah, no, it's
And the Earth rotates many, many times during this one orbit of the sun. 360 something times it rotates
go.
on its own axis.
Here is a link.
No, I am definitely aware of how the seasons work on a globe for sure. Just conflating the two issues of it, why it would matter. You know, about the sun. The sun should be hitting 50% of the Earth at all times. You know, tilting it to where it's affecting different areas differently is.
So globally the temperatures are trying to equalize. So like the northern hemisphere will start melting and the southern hemisphere will experience winter, but like the weather systems are always trying to equalize the weather or the temperature of the Earth. It's basically always trying to find equilibrium. So the reason why it matters is because one half of the Earth is getting boiling hot and the other side is getting freezing cold. And we're in the Goldilocks zone. We're in such a good position.
Yeah, no, this is all the stuff I'm aware of. Yeah, this is yep. No, I mean it's no problem. Yeah. I
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure
do
on that.
understand this.
Good,
I
yeah.
do understand the seasons. It's just again, I was just, my thought was just going on. I guess I was thinking that somebody was claiming that it wasn't lighting the it's a ball spinning against a parallel sun rays. It's hitting evenly at all times.
Well,
And then
the
we went into
moon
seasons.
has no atmosphere, so you're right. Like it would do that on the moon. However, the Earth has, like he's trying to explain, has the atmosphere, and there's a lot of refraction going on. But like a planet or just like a sphere floating in space close to the sun, it would be like you're describing. It wouldn't matter. It would be 50% period.
Yeah,
No, it'd be
then you
bigger.
got
It'd be
the other
slightly bigger
stuff.
than 50.
But we
Because
have a
the
moon.
sun is bigger. The
And
sun's
we have,
bigger than the Earth.
yeah. You know what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
trying to agree with him
Yeah.
with his yeah.
And then we're claiming that the atmosphere warms it differently. I understand the claim.
Yeah, or the atmosphere holds our heat and like the Earth absorbs heat. Yeah. And cool, like it holds the coldness too. It's a thermal blanket.
Yeah, that's the claim. But let me see if I can try to find this. Let me go on so I can find this.
As a flat
God
earther,
damn, my memory's terrible.
I'm sure you've seen the sun under the clouds, quote unquote, where they say that, or it's like the sun's shining under the clouds. Like it
Show it, yeah.
it does light up the bottom, and like as soon as the light hits the atmosphere, like that's not parallel at all, not even close, you know.
No, parallel is not real viewable light. Yeah. So right, what were we saying about that? Oh, right, the solar panel. I was saying it's not coming. I wasn't really sure where it was going to, but what the whole thing was going to. But yeah, I'm saying how I was saying how on the surface of Earth we don't see this parallel light. I have to I'd
I
have
think you're
to tilt something to
confused. Like
face the sun. Yeah.
when you say parallel, you said like 15 minutes ago that you look at the sun and see that it's not parallel. When we say
It's on an
parallel,
angle.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by what you mean, because when we say parallel, we mean that if I'm in Australia and you're in the USA, the rays that are reaching us, like reaching you and reaching me, are parallel. I'm not sure what you mean. You seem to think it can be achieved by a single person.
Well, you know, God rays in video games and movies where you see God rays shining through the clouds, or like you see it yourself. That's atmospheric refraction, you know, that's obviously that's not parallel. We all know, yeah.
Rays?
When we say parallel, we mean outside the atmosphere. Like if you're just, I mean, it's
I mean
very
crepuscular rays. No, crepuscular rays are parallel. That's just an effective perspective. So let me
Well,
post one in the chat.
I've seen that. No,
explain,
I've seen that claim. Stop it. I don't want to see it
in
again.
order to explain like phasing and the dimming of light, you have to say that they're very close to parallel, not parallel.
All right. Well, I beat you, Ruhif, so you got to look at mine first there. So
there you go. But yeah, the ones in mine are parallel. It's an effective perspective that they. Three spurs.
Shouldn't the atmosphere work similar to like a magnifying glass, like with a sort of focused hotspot underneath it?
It does work as a magnifying glass.
I mean, like below the sun, right? Directly below the sun, anywhere. I mean, you would have to go to the tropics, the equator, or something, right, to experience this. But shouldn't like directly below the sun, all the light like kind of hit the sort of convex?
No, it's doing the
the
opposite of
atmosphere?
that. It's not convex. It's doing the opposite. It's spreading it out as it gets through, just like those God rays there that Ruhif just posted. It's dispersing and widening the band.
Yeah, I'm saying on a globe, like
on a
shouldn't
globe.
the atmosphere, like focus it in.
No. It would if it was angled the other way, like a concave Earth, and the atmosphere was shaped like a concave lens,
like a cup.
Yeah,
Or like a bowl.
I mean,
No, I don't think so, man. I think it's the convex lens that would make it like a hot spot underneath.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the thing, like, Ruth, with that picture you put up, like, people, you know, eventually you could draw the picture where everybody's pointing to the sun, or where are they pointing? Are they pointing the same thing, right? Like, so there's two lights, right? You got the sun, and then you got the sky, right? So, you know, like, I can go behind my house where the sun is not shining and still have a shadow. You know, so it's not really telling the full story of what's going on in the sky.
I missed a bit of that. Sorry.
Like, which part? The beginning or the
I
end?
was reading your article about sun reaching aphelion. Yeah.
Well, no, then continue.
Yeah, there is a date at which it is furthest away and a date at which it's closest.
If you look
Yeah,
up,
yeah, but you said it doesn't matter. I mean, you said it wouldn't matter, but I was just showing you that that is the mainstream claim, that it's, for some reason, July 4th, the hottest day of the year. It's the day that the sun is furthest.
Yeah, it's also very close to not equinox, freaking solstice.
Well, the sun is definitely a lot higher in the sky in solar noon when it's summer than when it's winter.
Yeah,